Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the third part of What If Deku and Others React to For Want of a Nail. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Now playing Viridian, the green guide don't die. How did Shouta get himself into these situations? There had been a trigger-enhanced next-level villain attack earlier that day, so he was doing the rounds, shaking down any trigger dealers he knew to try to get some leads, while the police tried to figure out the poor guy's identity. The first few had been just what he expected, but this last one had shot up as soon as Aizawa started asking questions, and now he was trying to figure out how to lead this guy away from populated areas. And he was a mutant type, so there was that. Yikes, this guy pulled out all the stops. Mina comments. And he just made himself look even worse. The F-seeking dumbass. Bakugo adds. The dealer had a crab-type heteromorphic quirk, which hadn't been a big deal when his skin was just a bit more durable and there was an extra pair of arms. But now his skin had hardened into an armored shell and his hands and turned into razor-sharp claws, and Shouta couldn't erase it. So far, he'd just been dodging all of the villain's attacks and waiting for the trigger to wear off. This batch must have been more potent than most, however, because they'd been doing this dance for 10 minutes now and the guy wasn't even out of breath. I don't like how tired he's looking. Mike warns. I know. I wish we could do something. Midnight agrees. Sneak attacks were really much more effective. Not that he couldn't do drawn-out battles, but he didn't prefer them for various reasons. One of those reasons was that the longer he fought, the more likely it was for him to blink and miss something important, such as one of the claws reaching out and tangling itself in his capture weapon. Within seconds, the crab villain had managed to spin his claws in such a way that Shouta was tangled in his own weapon and his hands were pinned to his side. Dang it. If he made it out of this alive, Sakachi would never let him live this down. Just make it out of there first. Sakachi remarks tensely. The villain was grinning down at him as he gradually tightened the weapon until Shouta couldn't breathe, then tightened it some more. Suddenly, Shouta felt something whiz by the top of his head and hit the villain right between his eyes, making him stagger back and loosen his hold on the capture weapon. Shouta gasped for air and tried to yank his capture weapon back, but the villain had already recovered. Swearing, he reached for his knife to cut the weapon right as his opponent moved to tighten the noose again. I know this is really tense and all that, but seeing Eraserhead use his escape method is so cool. Izuku enthuses. It's okay, Deku. We know how much of a fanboy you are. Uraraka teases. Suddenly, the villain cried out in pain and clutched his eyes. Shouta didn't waste any time cutting the weapon free of the villain's claws and stepping back to catch his breath. Now that he wasn't about to die, he glanced to the side to see who had helped him, only to see Viridian trembling beside him with his slingshot still at the ready. The kid's expression was frozen halfway between determined and terrified, a fact that Shouta probably would have laughed at in any other situation. Despite the situation, however, many snorts can be heard all around. Get out of here, kid, Shouta yelled. This guy's on trigger. He's out of your league. Izuku knew that he should listen to Eraserhead. This guy was a lot bigger than most of the small fry he'd managed to take down alone. Even Eraser was having trouble with him, but that was exactly why Izuku knew that he couldn't leave if he left, even if it was to go get another hero. Then there was a chance that Eraserhead would be dead by the time he came back, and he wouldn't be able to live with himself if that happened. Besides, it's not like he was taking a huge risk fighting this guy. Eraserhead would be able to save so many more people than Izuku could if he survived this fight. And he was a hero that would still be able to fight his way out, even if the villain killed Izuku. And I forgot Viridian was suicidal again. Kaminari groaned. To be fair, it's been a bit since he last thought about death. Zero comforts morbidly. That was why Izuku didn't hesitate to run forward, ignoring Eraser's yells behind him as he switched his slingshot out for his pipes. If only one of them could survive this fight. Izuku had to make sure it was Eraserhead, and not a useless Deku like him. Izuku just hoped he could distract the villain long enough for Eraserhead to beat him. No problem, child. Aizawa sighs solemnly. He'd been aiming for the villain's eyes to get him to let go of his victim earlier. But Izuku's aim wasn't very good yet, and it had taken a few tries. which was why he'd decided to SWCH to close range. Besides, he didn't think his marbles would do much good against the villain's shell anyway. He didn't know if his pipes would do much better, but at least they were easier to aim. He tried to review what he knew about crabs as he got closer, but he couldn't think of any obvious weaknesses, except for maybe the joints. Even if the guy's skin was hardened into a shell, there had to be breaks in it, so he could move around, and Izuku had had enough action figures break at the joints that he knew how fragile they were. The fanboy speaks. HeadcaseKiller giggles quietly. He brought both pipes down on the bend of one of the villain's arms, hoping he was right, and had to duck quickly as one of the claws was aimed toward his head. He rolled just like Eraser had taught him to, and got to his feet to see the arm he'd targeted hanging a little more limply. Excellent battle tactics. Nedzu compliments. Eraser aimed for the joints. He heard Eraser yelling something at him again, but focused on running forward again and hitting one of the villain's knees. If he could just decrease his mobility. He rolled away as the villain stumbled, and he looked to see that Eraser had wrapped his capture weapon around one of the villain's arms and used that as leverage to slingshot himself and kick at the villain's hips. So cool. The only problem was that even though the villain had collapsed onto the ground from the combined force of both their attacks, he still had a solid hold on Eraser's capture weapon and was trying to tangle it around Eraser like he had been when Izuku arrived. The little Sit isn't so bad in a fight considering he's basically taught himself. Dabai comments. Izuku dodged another hit from the villain's flailing arms and switched to his knife. He was still nervous to really use it. But it's not like he was actually using it on the villain, right? He just needed to cut the capture weapon so that Eraser could get free. He unfolded the blade and ran forward, trying to slash the cloth as close to the villain's arm as he could. It took a few passes since the cloth must be mixed with some kind of metal, but Eraserhead had gotten out his own knife, and together they managed to get him free. Izuku hesitated only a moment before tossing his pipes to Eraser, who caught them with a confused look on his face. Your capture weapon isn't a good match for this villain. It's only going to keep getting tangled. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized he just told a hero what to do. Not that you have to use my pipes, I mean. You obviously know a lot better than I do, and you've been doing this a lot longer and… Viridian, look out! Izuku only caught a glimpse of the freaked out look on Eraser's face before the blunt part of one of the villain's claws hit him in the stomach and threw him strong against one of the walls. Good thing he'd already given Eraser his pipes. No, please be okay. Viridian, get up, live, Shouta froze as he watched Viridian, a literal child, get batted against the wall and pass out. Or hopefully, pass out. The kid was slumped over and had gone limp. But Shouta didn't know what he'd do if the kid was. He turned back to the villain with rage in his eyes, clutching the pipes Viridian had given him like a lifeline as he practically growled. Big mistake. Shivers roll through the audience as gruff as the man is. It is a rare sight for him to be truly enraged. He ducked and dodged every attack the villain threw at him and used the pipes to bludgeon the joints. He wasn't used to fighting with them, but he had to admit that they were much more effective than his capture weapon against this particular villain. Within minutes, the villain collapsed in a pile on the floor and started to shrink down as the trigger finally wore off. Shouta texted Tsukachi to come pick the villain up and ran to help Viridian. Kid, can you hear me? Viridian groaned. Eraserhead? Are you okay? Did you win? Shouta looked at the kid in shock. Am I okay? Am I okay? You just got thrown against a wall. Problem child, you're lucky you didn't die. Viridian shrugged as he got to his feet. Shrugged. More context clues. Let's hope the other me finally puts it together soon. Eraser says, slightly frustrated. Then he can help the little listener. Mike practically cheers. Well, you beat the villain, didn't you? So it was worth it. Shouta opened and closed his mouth a few times as he tried to figure out how to respond to that. No, kid. That was stupid and reckless. Don't do that again. Okay. He didn't like the fact that he could tell Viridian was lying. If the kid kept putting himself in dangerous situations like this, which it sounded like he was going to, then he was going to get himself killed. Shouta needed to make sure that didn't happen. And he needed to make sure the kid was actually okay after that blow. I hate seeing Midoriya in such a dismal mindset. Momo comments. And it's frustrating knowing what Sensei doesn't and not being able to tell him. Gyro agrees. Come on, kid. I'm taking you to the hospital. The kid shook his head frantically, only to stop with a wince, which meant that the kid most likely had a headache and probably a concussion as well. All the more reason to get him medical attention. He grabbed onto the Viridian's arm, careful not to hold on too tight in case the kid was bruised there. No offense, problem child, but I'm not giving you a choice. You need a doctor. Viridian frowned, but stopped fighting and let Shouta start leading him down the street toward the nearest hospital. Shouta sighed with relief and tore his eyes away from the kid so he could see where they were going, which was why he missed the way the kid's arm wound up for a punch. Note to self, never take your eye off someone you're escorting. Sato comments with agreement and huffs of laughter from those who heard him. The hit was sloppy, but Viridian actually managed to punch him right on the nose with a surprising amount of strength. Instinctively, his hands went to his face as his eyes watered, and by the time he'd recovered enough to see again, Viridian had already disappeared. DMN problem child. Shouta muttered as he made his way back to the downed villain. What am I gonna do? I sucker punched Eraserhead. Izuku states in shock. Deku. Yuraruka tries to calm him. I sucker punched our teacher. Izuku groans with pats on the back from his friends. If it makes you feel better, we'll probably be watching me, and you have our first day at UA. May comforts, won't that be fun? Yeah, it will. Izuku concedes. Everybody shut up and sit down. Me and Cheat Code gotta make some babies. Now playing Cheat Code support strategist. Classroom. Izuku tugged at the knot of his tie again, trying to get it to vaguely resemble a triangle at the very least, and tried to ignore Katsuki, who was glaring at him from the other end of the train. It was just his luck that they'd left at the same time and ended up in the same car. But from the map of UA he'd been sent alongside his acceptance letter. The support classes were in an entirely different part of the building than the hero courses, so they would have to head in separate directions almost as soon as they arrived, and then he could meet up with May. Easy as pie. Can we go without the bully victim confrontation happening every chapter? Ashita whines. Depends on how much of an idiot that version of me decides to be. Bakugo growls, annoyed at his other's actions. Even though he'd already been there for the entrance exams, walking into UA as a student was an overwhelming experience. He hadn't even realized he'd stopped just outside the door until Katsuki roughly shoulder-checked him, knocking him over the threshold. Stay out of my way, Deku. That's kinda tame for him. Izuku comments, weirdly proud. Izuku instinctively tensed, wondering if Katsuki had finally had enough of his new attitude, and he was actually going to die before classes even started. But Katsuki just walked away, not even sparing Izuku a backward glance as he headed toward the hero course. He supposed that even Katsuki wasn't overconfident enough to attack him in the halls of the best hero school in Japan, where a pro hero could walk around the corner at any minute. Still, Izuku would have to start leaving earlier if he wanted to avoid being jumped outside the gates. And that's another thing Kaken never did to me. Izuku huffs, frustrated with how much worse his childhood friend had gotten in these other worlds. As soon as Katsuki was finally out of sight, Izuku let out a breath of relief and walked in the opposite direction, relying on the map he'd memorized to find his way to Class 1F. The school was a little like a maze, and Izuku wondered how much of that was intentional. It must make it more difficult for villains to find their way around if they ever got inside. Or maybe Nedzu had just remodeled the school this way to get some petty revenge on humans and let them know what running a maze felt like. Honestly, it was probably both. Eventually, Izuku found the correct hallway and was met with an armful of Mei as soon as he turned the corner. Nedzu said under his breath, both indeed. Why are our teachers so cruel, Izuku? Mei sobbed into his shoulder. Izuku's mind started racing. Were the teachers here going to be like the ones at Aldera? He just assumed that they'd be kinder because they were pro-heroes and were supposed to save people. But what if they were just as bad? No, they'd be worse because they had more training. The little listener has been through some kind of hell to assume that. Mike comments. School-related trauma is a challenge to assist with, considering we hold the same positions as those responsible. Hound Dog informs. Good thing we're always up for a challenge. Powerloader grins. Before his brain could even fully process those thoughts, Mei started speaking again. They locked the lab and won't let us in until the teacher gets here. Why? Izuku, I need to make my babies. Izuku practically melted in relief. Their teachers weren't actually cruel. It was just Mei being Mei. Not that her outrage didn't make sense, it just wasn't as objectively bad as what Izuku had been thinking. The lab being locked might be an inconvenience, but it wouldn't feel like the end of the world to anyone else besides her. Mike and Izuku whines. You can't say things like that. Sorry, Izuku, I couldn't help it. Mei says, grinning like the mad woman she is. Mei, it's the first day. Izuku reminded her gently. And don't pretend that you wouldn't just blow something up if you were allowed in right now. It's part of my process, Izuku, Mei insisted. You can't have success without a little failure. Maybe so, Izuku said patiently. But it still makes sense for them to want to supervise us until they know we can handle ourselves. He's such a mom friend. Himiko giggles. Shigaraki stiffens. Is Mastermind going to mother hen me? Don't beach about someone actually caring. We could use some of that. Dabai gripes. She pouted at that, but relented and pulled him by the wrist to sit on the hallway floor, next to a few other kids who must be their future classmates. They'd been staring, something Izuku was sure he'd get more used to the longer he hung out with Mei. But they quickly looked away when they noticed him glancing their way. Mei pulled out a sketchbook and started sketching out diagrams for her latest invention, while Izuku immediately took advantage of the time to analyze their classmates' quirks, or at least those that were obvious from a glance, which surprisingly wasn't that many. There were only 2 students with obvious mutations, and the rest looked normal. But Izuku supposed that less obvious mutations, like the crosshairs in Mei's eyes, might not be easy to see unless he actually had a conversation with them and had an opportunity to get up close and personal. Of the 2 with mutation quirks, one had a mutation similar to Gang Orca, but with the head of a great white shark rather than a killer whale, and the other had large pointed ears and a bald head, though Izuku didn't know if the baldness was quirk-related or a stylistic choice. Wait a second, he didn't have eyebrows either, which meant that it was most likely due to his quirk. Do you do this every time you meet someone? Todoroki raises an eyebrow at him. My first thought when I caught sight of you was he has a dual quirk. I was very confused when you only used your ice that first day. Izuku deadpans. Izuku, you're muttering again, Mei said distractedly. Izuku jolted and realized that the kid with the pointed ears was blushing, and the rest of the class was looking at him nervously. Oh, Izuku smiled awkwardly at the kid. Sorry. I'm, trying to be more aware of when I'm doing that. But I would be interested if you want to tell me. So polite. Ochako teases, causing Izuku to shush her. The kid looked like he really didn't, but also didn't know how to say no. I just have alopecia. I don't think it's linked to my quirk, but it might be, since a couple other people in my family have it too, and we all have similar quirks. He trailed off, and as much as Izuku wanted to ask what his quirk was, he didn't want their classmates to think he was creepy. Actually, it was probably too late for that, since the rest of the students in the hallway already seemed to be avoiding him and Mei. Still, the kid probably didn't feel comfortable telling Izuku his quirk, so he shouldn't press the issue. It would most likely come up eventually anyway, since most classes shared their name and quirk on the first day, something that he wasn't looking forward to at all. At least he wouldn't lose any friends when it came out that he was quirkless. That's such a terrible silver lining. Hagakure squeaks. Izuku, Mei asked suddenly. Did you see that Kamui Wood's fight yesterday? Izuku nodded eagerly, grateful for the distraction. It was against that tortoise villain, right? Yep, Mei confirmed. So, what did you think? He thought for a moment. Well, it wasn't a good matchup, at least not with how the 2 currently fight. Kamui's strengths are speed and capture, so Shellshock's natural slowness put him at a huge disadvantage. It could have gone a lot differently though. His shell is strong enough that physical attacks are useless against it. Not that that would have helped against Kamui's lacquered chain prison. But if he had thought to use his shell as a bludgeoning weapon, he probably could have broken out of even that trap fairly easily. One of Kamui's major weaknesses is how soft his wood is since it has to grow so fast. Those are some good observations, Kamui says, stroking his chin in thought. Mei grinned and wrote something down. What do you think of turtle shell armor? Izuku grimaced and shook his head. Too heavy. There's a reason why tortoises are so slow. Turtle, however, can move pretty quickly in water, So the idea might be more practical for a water combat hero like Selkie. And if there are air chambers to help with buoyancy, the armor won't sink even if it's heavy, May brainstormed happily. She scribbled out some of the things she'd already written down and turned to a new page of her sketchbook. Mikan, already sketching Izuku. They spent the rest of their wait discussing various hero fights Izuku had seen that week and discussing how to mimic the strengths or cover their weaknesses of both the heroes and villains. Izuku was vaguely aware of their classmates discreetly edging away from them, but he couldn't bring himself to care. Katsuki and their old classmates had already made it wonderfully clear how creepy his notebooks were. But Izuku was at UA to become the best analyst he could be, so he wasn't about to let some judgmental classmates hold him back. He was honestly just lucky that May had sat next to him at the exams. He probably still would have met her, since they were in the same class and everything, but he would have been about 1,000 times more nervous. Nothing really compares to the companionship brought on by a true, honest friend. Takoyami rumbles. It's like a party every day. Dark Shadow agrees. The bell rang right as Powerloader rounded the corner. May immediately shoved her sketchbook into Izuku's hands and jumped to her feet, running up to their new homeroom teacher so quickly that she almost ran into him. Are you gonna open the lab now? Can we get straight to work? When can I start making my babies? Powerloader took a step back in shock, but then sighed in resignation, making Izuku giggle softly. He must have gotten a taste of May's antics during the invention practical, which must have been a total nightmare because he knew for a fact that May had caused at least one explosion during the test. Poor guy. You don't know the half of it, Powerloader says in defeat. Hatsune, please calm down, Powerloader pleaded. And yes, we'll be going in the room in a few minutes, but I have some things to explain first. May looked like she was about to argue, so Izuku stood up and tugged on her arm. Come on, just be patient a little longer, okay, Mikan? May pouted and plopped down on the floor again. Okay, but if he takes too long, I'm picking the lock, okay? Powerloader already looked done. It's an electronic lock. You can't get in without a passcode. I'll just have Izuku hack it then. It'll take longer to hack the keypad than to listen to Powerloader. Izuku turned to their teacher. I'm sorry about her. She's just been really looking forward to this. It's fine, Powerloader sighed. Okay, so for the rest of you, thanks for your patience. You all know me from the entrance exam, but I'll go ahead and introduce myself again anyway. I'm Powerloader, your homeroom teacher, and I am also the head of the support department here at UA. Yes, this includes all three emphases, though design and analysis each have a teacher that has responsibility for those students specifically. Who are they? A girl with brown curly hair asked. Midnight's in charge of the design track, Izuku said. He remembered that much from their brief conversation as they were taking him to Nedzu's office. As for analysis, I'm not quite sure, but I'm pretty sure it's Nedzu himself, right? I feel sorry for whoever's in the analysis track. The kid with the shark head shivered. I've heard Nedzu's a total monster. Is he really that bad? Izuku asks confused. Ask Kaminari and Ishido and see what happens, Kiro. Sue jokes. Fair enough. Izuku frowned. He hadn't really talked to Nedzu that much, since he'd been more focused on trying to hack UA, but from their brief interaction, he hadn't seemed like a monster at all. If anything, he was just looking for some entertainment, since being so intelligent meant he got bored more quickly. He had heard that Nedzu could be a little scary, but so far, Izuku didn't see any reason to be afraid of him. Ah, that explains it, Uraraka says in understanding. What? What explains what? Midoriya asks, suddenly confused. I believe Uraraka is referring to you, like Principal Nedzu, being an intelligent individual and thus understanding his boredom. Ida elaborates. Oh, I thought it was obvious. Izuku comments, embarrassed at being compared to Nedzu. Can everyone just shut up so we can get this over with and get into the lab? May complained loudly. Powerloader cleared his throat. Yes, of course. I'm sure you remember that we asked each of you what tools and materials you wanted, correct? Well, we've included those items in your personalized workstations. When you enter the lab, find the table with the tools you ordered. There's also a nameplate on each desk to make it easier and prevent confusion. We have to go to the opening ceremony in 20 minutes. But that time is yours to get familiar with the space and set up your station the way you like it. You've all already passed the lab safety test. But please be aware that if you are caught engaging in unsafe lab procedures, you will receive detention and a ban from the lab until you have demonstrated that you are willing to follow the rules. Party pooper. May grumbled, causing snickering or wariness to surround her. Powerloader looked at May as he said that last part, and Izuku had to hold back a laugh. May would never do anything to jeopardize her lab access. She would, however, bend the rules as far as they could go and use every loophole to her advantage, and Izuku would probably get dragged into helping her. So maybe the entrance exam hadn't been quite long enough for Powerloader to get to know her particular brand of idiosyncrasies after all. Oh well, he'd figure her out eventually. I will figure her out eventually, Powerloader claims. Not likely, May cries back. Powerloader entered the access code, and May rushed past him the second the door was open, while Izuku followed with the rest of the class at a more sedate pace. The lab was large, with about 10 large workbenches that acted as desks. Support classes tended to be a little smaller than the average class because of the space and supervision needed. But Izuku didn't mind having fewer classmates. It just meant that there were fewer people to make fun of him. Who would have thought 1A's resident sunshine was such a pessimist? Monoma snarks. May was already elbows deep in her new tools, practically drooling as she pulled them from their boxes and started testing them out. Izuku simply chuckled and left her to it, since she probably wouldn't hear him if he started talking to her now anyway, and started looking for his own workspace. He had the feeling that most of his classmates were finding their tables primarily based on the unique tools they'd requested. But Izuku hadn't really known what to ask for. He was an analyst, not an inventor, so all he really needed was a computer with internet access and maybe some notebooks. He'd said as much in the request forms, but made sure to tell them that he already had his laptop, and that he was more than used to buying his own notebooks, so they didn't have to go out of their way for him. The teachers collectively snort, knowing their boss's penchant for going over the top, which meant that Izuku was looking for a mostly empty workbench. He walked around the room, watching as some of his classmates started finding their assigned areas. But every single one of the tables he could see was cluttered with tools and boxes. Maybe they just had too much stuff and had put some boxes on his table to keep them off the floor. That'd make sense. It wasn't as though Izuku needed a lot of space to do his thing anyway, since he was used to doing it running down the street while chasing hero fights. He was just glad to be useful, even if that usefulness was just lending some much-needed table space. So that meant that he'd have to rely on the little nameplates. He didn't want to bother anyone, so he went over to May's table, so he knew what the nameplates looked like since she wouldn't notice him, and if she did, she wouldn't care. They were actually really nice. Not that he expected anything less than the best from UA. But they each looked like engraved brass and had been screwed onto the table, so they wouldn't fall off, even if there were a strong breeze or, in May's case, an explosion. That was probably smart. You have no idea. May comments, laughing maniacally. Izuku walked around the room again, checking the nameplates on each of the tables that didn't have someone there already, only to come up empty. Powerloader had said Izuku was in Class 1F, hadn't he? Had they changed his assignment at the last minute? What if they'd sent him an email and Izuku had missed it? What if they had just decided that he didn't need a desk? What if they'd decided to not let him into UA after all? Jesus kid, calm the FCK down. Dabai snarks, a mix of annoyance and concern in his voice. Izuku shook his head and forced himself to take a deep breath. If they had decided to rescind his acceptance, the student ID they'd sent him wouldn't have let him pass the gate this morning. So he was still a student of UA and didn't have to worry about that. But he still had to find his desk. Maybe he should ask Powerloader? But he didn't want to bother him. And what if he realized how stupid Izuku was when he realized he couldn't even find his own desk and decided to expel him on the spot? It wouldn't hurt to do one more walk around the room and look at all the name tags again, right? Maybe he just missed something, maybe. Who the FCK is Izuku Midoriya, and why does he need a whole-ass room? I'm sorry, what? Room? Did I hear that right? Izuku whirled around to look at the girl with brown curls, which now that he was thinking about it looked a lot like wire. Could that be her quirk? No, he couldn't get distracted by quirks right now anyway. She was the one who'd called out and gotten his attention. Actually, she'd gotten the attention of the whole class. Even May was looking over at her. Wait, did she say room? That's what we said. Kaminari grins at the screen. Izuku practically ran over to where the girl was gesturing to a door that was marked with the same nameplate as each of the desks. And sure enough, that was his name engraved on the metal. Izuku pushed past the girl, realizing too late that that was probably really rude, and rushed into the room. His room. The lights were off, but the room was illuminated by at least 5 monitors that Izuku could see, one of which was a giant flat screen that was mounted to the wall above the desk. There was a giant bookshelf against one of the side walls that was filled with notebooks, and Izuku's fingers twitched as he thought about filling all of them. Izuku stared at the screen in awe. Is that really mine? His friends chuckle and inform him that yes, that room is in fact his. He heard a whistle behind him, but couldn't pull his eyes away from the setup as Mei came up to stand beside him. Wow, Hacker-kun, Yua doesn't do anything halfway, do they? Please tell me I'm not dreaming, Maiken. Izuku said breathlessly. I didn't even request any of this. Yeah, sorry about that. Nedzu went a little overboard. Understatement much. Gyro snarked. Izuku turned to see Powerloader leaning against the doorframe as the other students either crowded around him or looked in the windows that Izuku hadn't noticed that looked into the rest of the lab. Powerloader was smiling slightly, though it could have been an embarrassment or amusement at Izuku's reaction. Everyone, this is Izuku Midoriya, the only first year in the analysis track and Nedzu's personal student. Powerloader introduced. It's been so long since Nedzu has had an analysis student that he got a little too excited and insisted on designing your workspace himself. This used to be a testing room. There are a few others on either side of you. But this way you won't be distracted by the noise of the lab or worried about lab accidents damaging your computers. Powerloader shot a pointed look at Mei, who ignored him in favor of grabbing Izuku's arm and jumping up and down. This is awesome. Izuku, just imagine everything you'll be able to do with all these hacking babies. This is so cool. Congratulations, have fun, enjoy it. Izuku nodded, then remembered his manners and bowed to Powerloader. Thank you, I'll do my best to put it to good use. Powerloader nodded and smiled as he left. Mei gave his arm a reassuring squeeze before running back out of the room to her own workspace, and Izuku noted with relief that he had a clear view of her desk from his windows. He didn't know why that was so reassuring, but it was probably because she was his only friend, and he didn't want to feel alone again. The other students each looked at Izuku curiously before they too turned back to their own workspaces, and he hoped that they wouldn't find him quite as creepy as they had before. Now that they had a wall separating them and knew that he was supposed to be analyzing everything. Izuku reverently sat down at the desk and started to familiarize himself with the computers. He had a feeling this was going to be a good year. The theater claps, as the thought of at least one of these Midoriyas being comfortable where he is such a relief. Chattering on about what project's cheat code will take on, and how certain events unfold with his absence from the hero course. Once the next clip starts loading, everyone sits turning their attention to the screen. Now playing Deku. I think he's some pro. Kaken Katsuki Bakugo massaged out his wrists as he walked home from the UA entrance exam. He'd been pleasantly surprised that Deku hadn't shown up. But that didn't explain the changes he'd been seeing in the nerd the past few months. At first, it was small, just Deku smiling more and always looking at his phone, as if the nerd had anyone to text. Annoying, but not a big deal at the end of the day. But then, about 2 or 3 months ago, Katsuki had stopped seeing the nerd outside of class at all. It wasn't like they hung out socially or anything, but Katsuki could usually find Deku during lunch or after school and give him a beat down to make sure he still knew his place and wasn't still trying to be a hero. Why? I never. Bakugo huffs in frustration. It never occurred to me to hunt him down after school. He growls. But lately, it was as if Deku had been disappearing into thin air whenever he didn't have to be in class. Once, Katsuki and his lackeys had followed him into an alleyway that he was certain didn't have any other exit. But the nerd was nowhere to be seen. The only sound or movement at all was some cat or something clamoring over the rooftops. And then school let out a month ago, and he hadn't seen Deku since. It was really starting to PSS him off. It sounds like that young Bakugo was using young Midoriya as some sort of stress relief. All Might says in disgust. So when he saw a telltale sign of green hair turning the corner in front of him, Katsuki didn't hesitate to follow. Deku was listening to something on his phone and muttering to himself like the creep he was. So he didn't notice Katsuki gradually getting closer until he was grabbed by the collar and roughly pulled into an alley. Talk about some common thug. Dabai scoffs. Deku, he growled and shoved the nerd against the wall. Cake and Deku squeaked out. It's been a while. Katsuki scoffed. You've been avoiding me, nerd. You think you're better than me. He smiled slightly as Deku's eyes widened in fear. And no, Kaken, that's not it at all. I've just been really busy and busy. As if a nobody like you has places to be. He slammed Deku against the wall again, wincing a little when he heard the nerd's head hit the brick. Admit it, you think you're too good to be around me, that's going to be a concussion. Recovery girl rightfully harps. Kaken, Deku slurred, but Katsuki wasn't listening. He threw a right hook at Deku's face, eyes widening as the nerd grabbed his arm and pivoted, as if he was trying to throw Katsuki over his shoulder. Something went wrong at the last minute though, because Deku swayed a bit, then stumbled, allowing Katsuki to yank his arm free. He's injured. Momo shows concern. Shame that Bakugo's too much of an butt to see it. Gyro growls. Take heart that our own has grown past such vulgar acts. Takoyami comforts in his own way. Katsuki saw red. That demon nerd, was he really trying to fight back? After all the time Katsuki had spent teaching him his place. Who did he think he was? A human seeking being with a right to defend himself, Bakugo screeched at his idiotic alternative. No one has the heart to disagree or even attempt to calm him. He grabbed Deku's shoulder with his left hand and set off a small explosion, causing him to cry out. But Katsuki wasn't done. He kept his hand on Deku's shoulder to keep him in place as he kneed him in the gut, then used his right to hit Deku in the jaw, which knocked him to the ground. Stop it, so unheroic seeking thug, please. Kaken, stop, it hurts, we're friends, please, stop. Katsuki snorted. Friends? With a useless loser like you? He kicked him in the gut, and then let loose a few quirked punches that Deku tried to block with his arms. Who would be friends with you? Me, us, anyone with a brain? As soon as he deemed that Deku had learned his lesson, Katsuki stood up straight and looked down at the cowering nerd. Pathetic. I'm glad you didn't show your worthless face at the entrance exam, Deku. He said. It seems you've finally learned your lesson about trying to be a hero. He gave one last kick, then turned to leave the alley. Don't make me teach you again. What's he gonna do on their first day at UA? Hagakure shrieks. Get expelled if he actually tries anything. Aizawa replies before the room can dissolve in panic. Underscore 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 Izuku dragged himself to the training gym. He was meeting his friends at that afternoon, trying to ignore the nausea and the way his vision seemed to blur at the edges. They had all agreed to get together to see how he was coming along with his training, especially now that he was starting to add weapons. He wanted nothing more than to go home and sleep for a million years. But his discussion with Katsuki had already made him late. He couldn't disappoint his friends by not showing up at all. Discussion? Get medical attention. They won't that you're late. Hey, Deku Joke cried out cheerfully when she heard the door open. What took you so long? Deku tried to smile despite the pain in his cheek. But that soon turned into a frown when he saw the horrified looks on his friends' faces. Izuku knew he should know why they were so horrified, but his brain was too foggy to come up with anything. That's really bad, isn't it? Yuraraka worries. Head injuries can go downhill so fast. Kiro. Tsu adds sadly. They will get him help. Ada comforts. Iku. Deku. Can you hear me? Eraserhead was kneeling in front of him, and Izuku hissed as he touched the burn on his shoulder. Eraser yanked his hand away, but grabbed his other shoulder as Izuku started to sway. He was grateful for the support since he felt like he was going to fall over any second. That burn has got to be real bad. Kaminari says concerned. At least he's with Sensei now. Ashido sighs. Yeah, he'll be okay. Shiro comforts. Kiri and Bakugo remain silent. Hi, Eraser, he tried to say. But it ended up coming out slurred and Izuku frowned in confusion. Why weren't words working the way they were supposed to? He didn't normally stutter around his friends. Joke, hold him. Make sure he stays awake. I'm calling Recovery Girl. Izuku brightened. Recovery Girl is such a great hero, he slurred. But I'm not that injured. I've had worse. That's bad. That's very, very bad. Miss Joke growls in worry. Joke looked afraid. Kiddo. Just ramble for me. What do you like about Recovery Girl's quirk? Izuku nodded, but stopped when it felt like his head was about to split in two. He wanted to tell Joke about how the healing energy coming from the person's own stamina allowed the heroine to heal for hours with hardly any breaks. But for some reason, his tongue felt really heavy. He was really tired. Ido, you've TTA. Aya. Ki, Eku. Don't fall asleep, stay awake, keep talking __________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ for all that Shouta tried to deny it when the others implied he saw Deku as a son. He didn't think he'd ever been more terrified than when the kid had stumbled in with a massive bruise on his cheek and dirty tear tracks running down his face. The way he'd hissed in pain when Shouta tried to steady him broke his heart and drew his attention to his singed t-shirt and the shiny burns running up and down his arms. You've always been such a dad. Midnight tries to lighten the mood. Not now, he snaps back. It didn't take him long to realize that Deku had a pretty bad concussion and needed medical treatment immediately. How had he even managed to walk here? The kid had to have a freakish pain tolerance, which didn't paint a pretty picture. The kid's a little badass, that's for sure. Twice compliments, so pathetic, he called Miss Joke over to steady Deku and keep him awake while he called Recovery Girl. He was trying to explain the situation when he heard Joke's panicked voice, and he turned around just in time to watch Deku pass out in Joke's arms. That's it. We're taking him to Ua now. He really said FCK it dad mode activated. Hagakure giggled nervously. Sir Nide nodded. You steady him and make sure we won't be worsening any injuries. I'll grab my car. Hang in there, Deku. Please, Shouta whispered. Please. We're gonna get you help. Eraserhead is so cool. Shigaraki comments airily. Yeah, I'll give you that. Dabai concedes with a huff. Underscore 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 Izuku woke up blinking under harsh fluorescent lights. When he realized he didn't know where he was, he bolted upright, only to fall back on the bed when he was hit by a wave of nausea. Okay, Yaomomo breathes, he's okay. Relief was palpable throughout the crowd. Don't try to sit up too fast, dearie. An old woman's voice said. You had a bad concussion. I managed to heal most of it, but you still shouldn't move too quickly. Izuku obeyed the voice and moved more slowly. He felt the bed he was on raising up to help him and figured the owner of the voice must be controlling it. He turned to look at her. Recovery Girl? She chuckled and nodded, gesturing for Izuku to look around the rest of the room. Eraser? Joke? Brave? Night-Eye? What are you all doing here? He paused for a moment. What am I doing here? And where is here anyway? You'll get used to it. Izuku comments offhandedly. I should hope not, Ida exclaims horrified. The rest of the squad is quick to agree. You're at Ua, Eraser said. We brought you here because you had a concussion, multiple burns, as well as bruising on your face and stomach. You're honestly lucky you didn't have any internal bleeding. Izuku nodded along, as he remembered the beating Kaken had given him. That sounded about right. He looked at his friends' faces, and was hit by a wave of guilt as he realized he'd made them all worry. He shrank in on himself. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bother you. And it was probably really inconvenient and… He looked up to find his 4 closest friends staring at him with so much concern he wanted to throw up, and he started to hyperventilate. Wow, we are gonna have a challenge helping with that anxiety of yours, huh, Izuku? May winces. Slow down, kid. Mr. Brave was suddenly kneeling at his side. Breath with me. In, out. Okay? After Izuku had managed to calm his breathing, he kept his eyes glued to the covers in embarrassment. He should have just gone home and hidden his injuries before meeting his friends, so they wouldn't have to worry about them. Why didn't he do that? How could he have forgotten to do something so basic? Now, children, Recovery Girl stood drawing the attention of all. I need you to understand that I cannot do my job if you hide injuries, and if you're caught doing so, I will bar you from practical lessons. Understood? Yes, ma'am, the students chorus. I would have been fine. Guys, maybe these injuries seem a little bad, but I've always managed pretty well in the past. You didn't need to take me to a doctor. Recovery Girl rapped him lightly on the head with her cane. Don't go saying things like that, dearie. Your injuries were severe, and in other circumstances could have been life-threatening. Your friends did the right thing by bringing you here. Deku, Eraser spoke softly, as if expecting Izuku to run away if he spoke too loud. Who did this to you? Izuku stared down at his hands. It's not his fault. Yes, the FCK it is, Bakugo gripes. What do you mean, kiddo? It was strange hearing Miss Joke so quiet, when normally her very presence was loud enough to take over a room. Izuku took a deep breath and hoped his friends wouldn't judge him. It was my fault. I shouldn't have gotten in his way. He was right, I was avoiding him, which I guess means he thought that I was thinking I was better than him, which I'm not, I know that. I'll never be better than him, but I guess that's how I was acting because that's what he thought, and so it's my fault because he had to teach me a lesson, and he's probably going to be super mad when he finds out that I still want to be a hero. And then, oh no, and then he's gonna do it again, and it'll still be all my fault. Oh no, baby, green bean, sweetie, none of that is your fault. Amplifier coos. Shouta felt his heart break. This kid. He'd just gotten beaten to a pulp, but instead of blaming the guilty party, he was trying to justify it, searching for any tiny thing he'd done to deserve it. And the worst part was that people don't just start to do that overnight. The self-blame that Deku was exhibiting had to be the result of years of abuse, both emotional and physical. Who would do that to a kid? Another FC King kid apparently. Dabai barks. Deku, who did this? He watched as Deku continued playing with his hands rather than looking up. He didn't want to push the kid, but… it was my F-friend. Keikaken. Deku said softly, then hurried on. But like I said, it wasn't his fault, it was mine for thinking I was better than him. Nightai raised one eyebrow. First of all, did you actually think that? Deku's eyes widened, and he flailed his arms. No, I would never, but he thinks I did. So I must have done something to make him think that. So it's my own fault. I shouldn't have gotten in his way. I should have just… No, this isn't your fault, Gyro snapped. Nightai raised a hand to cut him off. If you didn't even do what he was accusing you of, how could it have been your fault? And even if you had thought you were better than him, as you put it would still have been his fault for lashing out. Does that make any sense? Deku thought for a moment. Kinda. But he's my friend. He wouldn't hurt me if he didn't have a good reason. Sometimes, people don't have to have good reasons to hurt other people. Brave said hesitantly. And sometimes, they hurt others because it's what makes sense to them. But that doesn't make it right. It also doesn't make it your fault. Deku, Joke said. If this boy decided to hurt you, it's because he wanted to hurt you, not because of anything you did. Preach, sing it, you tell him, but that doesn't make any sense. Deku sniffled as he started crying again. If he hurt me, it must be because I did something bad. We've been best friends since we were kids. Deku, Eraser looked him in the eye. Friends don't hurt each other. The room was silent for a long time as Deku digested that information. When he spoke again, his voice was fragile. You mean, Kaken's not really my friend? We're your friends, Deku. Joke said. We care about you, and would never try to hurt you or teach you your place. Friends help each other, like when you help us with your analysis, or when we help you with your training. Friends tease each other and lift each other up. They don't put each other down or try to crush each other's dreams. Oh, Deku said quietly. I know it probably hurts to hear this, Night said. But Kakin probably hasn't been your friend in a long time. Deku nodded absently. But that's okay, Brave said cheerfully. You've got us now. Deku gave a weak smile. But Shouta could tell he still didn't really believe them. Not that he could blame the kid. One positive conversation wasn't enough to override a lifetime of conditioning. He didn't know how long it would take before Deku realized what an extraordinary kid he was. But Shouta did know one thing. If he ever met this Kakin, that kid was getting a piece of his mind. The kids immediately began whooping and cheering about justice and vengeance. The excited chatter didn't last long, however, when the villain started griping about getting to Mastermind, reminding the others about what was to come. Now playing Mastermind Strategist for Hire, the daily life of Mastermind. Be careful today. I don't want you getting hurt on the way to school, Inko fretted. Izuku rolled his eyes. Mom, I'll be fine. Aldera High School is literally a 10-minute walk. I don't even have to take the train. Inko brushed imaginary dust off the shoulders of his blue uniform. I know. It's just that there's so much more crime nowadays with Mastermind on the loose, and I just worry about you. You know that. When she finds out about him, she's going to be devastated. Dabai comments with something akin to regret hidden in his eyes. Izuku sighed internally. Yeah, he knew that Mom was worried. He also knew she'd worry less if he'd been born with a quirk. He hid his frustration behind a smile. I gotta go, Mom. I don't want to be late for the first day of high school. She waved at him with the famous Midoriya tears in her eyes as he shouldered his backpack and walked down the road toward his new school. It had been pretty easy to get into. He'd applied to a few other places, including a few that had a track that specialized in analysis and hero support. All of those had taken one look at the red quirkless written on his ID and promptly let him know that he wasn't the right fit for their schools. Once again, and with feeling, quirkist bastards. Gyro snarks in annoyance. In the end, it was better this way. Going to a prestigious school would bring attention, something that Izuku couldn't afford right now. The police hadn't tried to arrest him since he'd started his hostage situation. But he was almost certain that Nezu was working strong to try and uncover his identity. It's what Izuku would do. If they could find out who he was, then they might be able to find the computer program he'd hired La Brava to write that would release his murder plans if his arrest or death was ever trending on the internet. Or they'd go after Durant, who also had instructions to release the plans if anything happened to him. A two-pronged failsafe is going to be a headache to overcome. Sakachi groaned. But Izuku knew from experience that no one expected anything from a quirkless kid, especially one who didn't even stand up to his own bullies. If Izuku Midoriya was ever a suspect for Mastermind, his lack of quirk would instantly clear him of any suspicion. If the police looked past that, then the fact that none of his bullies had died mysteriously in the last year would be brought in as evidence that he obviously wasn't capable of being the villain. What the police wouldn't know is that Izuku Midoriya, quirkless Deku, was a mask. And if they managed to look past all that, well, then they were smarter than Izuku gave them credit for. And maybe, just maybe, they deserved to arrest him. An ego doesn't suit the green bean. Midnight complains. I don't think we'll have a problem with it in our world. Mike comforts. Hopefully. Aizawa grumbles. Hey Deku, haven't you thrown yourself off a bridge yet? The bully, Makoto Ito, was big, stupid, and obviously trying to fill the void that Katsuki had left by going to UA, if the crowd of sycophants surrounding him was any indication. Izuku resisted the urge to glare at him. HHI, Ito H, how are you today? It was amazing how quickly people saw weakness when Izuku stuttered. He smirked internally as Ito puffed his CH-sen out and sneered at him. Don't try to be friend, Deku. You're worthless, and don't you forget it. With that, Ito shoved him to the ground and turned on his heel to enter the school, followed by his entourage. Izuku stood and brushed himself off. He'd gotten worse from Toga on their first day of training. It's like he's run out of sits to give. Mirko chuckles. He's lived like this so long it's become pedantic. Plus, he's secretly a now S-rank supervillain. Kid doesn't need to give a sit anymore. Hawks replies. He smiled as he thought of his friend. He'd have to remember all the dumb things his bullies said and tell her later. She'd get a kick out of it, and they'd giggle about all the ways they kill the idiots. It was a good friendship. Toga squeals, "That sounds like so much fun." By the time Izuku got to class, he was back to wearing the mask of a weak, quirkless Deku. But underneath, he felt stronger than any of them. I have a mental picture of fainting and vomiting when Mastermind's identity is revealed. Shigaraki grins menacingly. If the fools ever figure it out. Underscore 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 Izuku walked around the apartment and checked the security system one more time. From the outside, it just looked like any apartment in the red light district. But the walls were heavily fortified, and the security system could probably put UA to shame. And it was all his. Izuku sighed. He could finally stop smuggling his villain outfit out of the house and changing in Jiren's office. Wonderful, he has his own base. Sakachi says in a way that makes it clear it's anything but. Nice dig, kid. Jiren leaned up against the doorway in the kitchen. Thanks for finding this place for me, Jiren. I feel like I've finally made it, you know? Jiren chuckled. Sorry to have to tell you this, but you made it a while ago. I can count on one hand the number of villains that have the S to threaten a top 50 hero on national television, not to mention all of them at once. If you're not careful, they'll start calling you the #1 villain in Japan or some other bullshit. Well, it was always my dream to be like All Might. Snort, oh my god, ha 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 ha, that's so f***ed up, terrible joke, y'all need to stop laughing, we can't, why don't you just live here full time, kid? You don't have to keep living with your mother and doing the whole song and dance routine at school, like you're not one of the most powerful villains in Japan right now. Izuku pulled a soda out of the fridge. Disappearing would call too much attention to me right now. Missing posters, the police looking for me and 2 identities. There would be too many chances for them to connect the two, and it would just be too much work when it's easier to just avoid the whole problem. Plus, I'm not ready to leave Mom yet. Despite how much she worries, I still love her, and she's been the only one who ever cared about me until the last year. I don't want to put her through that, and I'd miss her too much. Mama's boy. Dabai snorts. Jiren shrugged. Suit yourself. You ready for your meeting tonight? Izuku nodded. Just need to get dressed, and I'll be on my way. I've been going to these meetings for months, Jiren. You don't need to worry about me. Jiren held up his hands in surrender. All right, I get it. You've got your big boy britches on and everything. I'll just be on my way. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Izuku crossed his arms. Jiren, would you have threatened all 50 top heroes? Jiren chuckled. Good point, kid. Have fun. He waved and walked out the front door. Izuku went to the closet and pulled out his villain costume. Time to get back to work. Who's gonna die this time? Toga bounces in excitement. Underscore 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 underscore. Izuku walked into the Blue Dog's base with his head held high. The gang leader was already waiting for him. Mastermind, pleasure to finally meet you. My name is Tanaka. Please, take a seat. Izuku sat in the offered chair. So, what can I do for you? Tanaka ran his hand through his hair and smiled condescendingly, and Izuku tensed slightly. Something seemed off. But Izuku didn't know if there was something legitimately wrong, or if he was just among villains. Nah, I'm getting real weasel vibes from that F-Seeker. Dabai snarks. If he kills Mastermind before I even get to meet him, I will find a way. Shigaraki growls. We want to rob the Okane Bank. We're looking for a big haul. Izuku nodded. Should be doable. What are your quirks? One of the thugs snarled. What do you need to know our quirks for? Izuku rolled his eyes. Because it's normally advisable to use your quirks when robbing a bank. If you'd like a completely quirkless plan, I can do that. But most people don't go for that option, oddly enough. Shade. Ashido stretches. Once he decided the thug had been sufficiently cowed, he turned back to Tanaka, who was still giving him that same smile that set Izuku's teeth on edge. That's just Takahashi for ya. He's got a gas manipulation quirk, allows him to control any gas, including the air in people's lungs. Tanaka jerked his thumb toward another thug standing in the corner of the room. Can see in the dark, and he pointed toward a woman leaning against the wall playing with a knife. Can throw any knife with 100% accuracy. I have a strength enhancement quirk and can lift 3 times my own body weight. The heavier I am, the more I can lift. Izuku nodded. This matched up pretty well with the information he'd been able to gather before arriving. At least they weren't trying to lie to him, so why did it feel so off? All right, all that's left is the matter of my fee. Tanaka's smile turned wicked, and he pulled out a gun and leveled it at Izuku's head. How's this for a fee, Pipsqueak? You give us the plan, and we'll let you walk out of here alive. Dumb ways to die, Kaminari starts singing. Izuku looked around the room to find the other 2 men had their guns trained on him, and the woman with the knife-throwing quirk had 2 knives in each hand. He sighed. This explains why he'd been feeling off the whole meeting. He really should start listening to his gut more often. So many dumb ways to die. Ashido and Shiro joins in. As he scanned the room, Izuku weighed his options. He could just fight his way out. He'd escaped pro-heroes before. But then again, the pro-heroes weren't trying to kill him. He eyed the woman with the knives. With her quirk, he'd be walking out of here with at least 1 stab wound. Not the end of the world, but something he'd prefer to avoid if possible. Stabs were harder to hide than bruises and burns, after all, and he'd rather not make his mom more worried. On the other hand, he could just give them the plans. But he didn't want word getting out that you could just threaten Mastermind rather than paying. It was bad for business. Izuku thought for another moment before deciding. It sounds like you have yourself a deal. Tanaka put away his gun and smiled. I knew you'd come around, Pipsqueak. Now, how about you give us those plans? Dumb ways to Davy, most of wanna sings together. As Izuku wrote, he smiled wickedly beneath his mask. Yes, he'd let them have their plans. But a fat lot of good money would do them with what they had coming. Fun fact, everyone has enemies willing to pay to bring them down. So many dumb ways to die. The League joins in. Underscore 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 Detective Tsukachi. There's been an interesting development on the Okaine Bank case. Tsukachi gestured for the officer to continue. They're dead, sir. Called it. Kaminari smirks. Not that difficult to figure out, zip zap. Dabai snarks. Zip zap? Toga asks. He has an electricity quirk. Dabai shrugs. The detective did a double take. I'm sorry, what did you say? The perpetrators of the robbery are all dead. The officer said. One was found strangled in his home alongside his family. Another seemingly died in a bar fight, although I doubt it's a coincidence. Another was found in a back alley, stabbed through the throat. The leader's body was left in front of the Channel 9 news station. He appeared to have been starved and tortured to death. All the murders were done by different people at different times. The only thing linking them was that they were all members of the Blue Dogs gang that robbed Okaine Bank last week. He sold each of them out to somebody different. Mirko remarks. Cutthroat. Hawks agrees. Tsukachi looked at the officer. And you think Mastermind is behind it? The officer shrugged. It was pretty obvious he was behind the robbery. But why would he eliminate paying customers? Seems like a pretty bad business choice to me. I brought in a guy that had known dealings with the gang. Do you want to talk to him? Tsukachi nodded absently and grabbed the files on Mastermind and the Okaine Bank robbery. He walked into the interrogation room, set the files on the table, and sat down opposite the twitchy young man waiting for him. He looked so terrified. Momo comments. I don't blame him. Gyro remarks. All right, let's just get straight to the point. What can you tell me about the elimination of the Blue Dogs gang? The man rubbed his fingers together and looked around the room like he was expecting threats to pop out of the walls at any moment. It was their own fault. True. How's Minshin gonna handle that quirk? Toga pouts, her boys not having an answer. Sakachi tilted his head. What do you mean by that? Teethei screwed over the wrong person. You mean Mastermind? Sakachi asked. The man nodded. Tanaka wasn't ever the type to play fair. If he could screw you over to get $1, he'd do it every time. Word is he tried that on Mastermind. Held a gun to his head to get the plans for free, he rushed out. He should have just paid. You don't mess with Mastermind. True. This is quite the intimidation tactic. Nedzu comments. You think he killed them to send a message? To his surprise, the man shook his head. Mastermind didn't kill him, true. Technically. Aizawa grumbles as Tsukachi glares at the screen. Tanaka had enemies, they all did. But it wasn't a coincidence that all their enemies suddenly knew their every weakness right after they pulled that sit. True. Tsukachi stood. Thank you. You've been a big help. As soon as the door to the interrogation room closed, he sighed and rubbed his eyes. It took a major idiot to try to screw over someone who had managed to kill a hero while he was in police protection. He put the files back on his desk and stood. Maybe he should call Toshinori and go to dinner. Get away from this case for an hour or two. He nodded and grabbed his coat before calling his friend. At least Mastermind didn't know about Yagi Toshinori. Sakachi shuddered at what would happen if Mastermind figured out how weak All Might really was right now. But his friend had always been super careful with his identity, so they had nothing to worry about, right? There was a moment of silence as the heroes and students come to a horrible realization. And then they riot. He knows, at least one of the other stories mentioned his weakness. What's going to happen to All Might? He has a grudge against him. He can't do it. All Might can't die. It takes a terribly long time for the theater to be calm enough to continue when it does. The crowd can only try to relax. Now playing Viridian the Green Guide. Anxiety Izuku had to pause in the middle of putting on his school uniform as the weight of what he'd done last night came crashing down on him. He'd been too tired last night to really process what had happened. But now the panic was back with a vengeance. He'd punched Eraserhead, forgot about that for a while there. Dabai snorts. Eraser had to be so mad at him. He'd just been trying to get Izuku to a hospital, but then he'd panicked about what would happen if they figured out who he was, which meant that Mom would figure out what he'd been doing, and she would be so worried and scared, and he really didn't want to do that to her. So he had to get away. But if he wanted to get away, he had to make Eraser let go of him, and he really wasn't thinking that clearly. And the first stupid thought he'd had was to punch a hero in the nose. Whatever respect Eraser had for him was gone. Not that he could have gained that much considering that Izuku was a quirkless middle schooler who couldn't even aim his slingshot correctly. But that didn't matter because it was gone now, and he was never going to get it back. I've had worse from closer friends. Aizawa deadpans. I said I was sorry, Mike defended at the same time Midnight whined. It was one time. Good work, Deku, his inner Kaken said. You managed to FCK things up even worse than you usually do. Bakugo is so done. He didn't want to have to face Eraserhead again. Maybe he would die before he had to see him. That would be good. Maybe he would go out tonight, and there would be some villain attack. Maybe even another trigger villain. And Izuku would just step in instead of getting a hero. And then it'd all be over quickly, and he wouldn't have to deal with Eraser's anger, or Amplifier's disappointment, or Mom's worry, or Kaken's. Nope, no, FCK no, don't even. Izuku shook his head forcefully. He wasn't supposed to be thinking things like that. Besides, with his luck, that probably wouldn't work anyway. Even if everything went well and he died, the fact that he didn't go get a hero for such a big villain would be suspicious. And then what would happen if they realized he'd wanted to? And then they'd look into Kaken, and he wouldn't be able to go to UA, and it would all be Izuku's fault. I'm not your responsibility, Bakugo growls at the screen, while Kirishima pats him on the shoulder. Izuku shook his head again and winced as he realized he had a headache he'd been ignoring. His ribs hurt more than his head did, though. He knew he probably had a little concussion, but it was nothing compared to that time Kaken had pushed him off the slide on accident, and he'd hit his head, so Izuku wasn't that worried. He shrugged off his shirt so he could put some cream on his ribs, tensing as the cold cream hit his skin. After that, he finished getting dressed and grabbed his backpack. He didn't want to be late for school. Bro, you good? Zero turned to Bakugo, who had his fingers pressing on his temples. I can't remember if I ever pushed him off a slide, or if it was an accident. How do you think I'm doing? Fair. Underscore 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 Katsuki tuned out the extras that surrounded him as he ate his lunch. The old hag had packed the extra spicy curry today, so he knew it was going to be good. Look guys, it's Deku. One of the extras at another table called out, and sure enough, Katsuki looked up to see Deku walking into the cafeteria with his shoulders hunched. The extras sitting at his table looked to see how he'd react, but he just scoffed and turned back to his lunch. Heroes didn't pick on their classmates, no matter how much they deserved it, and he was going to be the best hero. He doesn't King deserve it. Bakugo is running out of very thin patience. He'll learn, bro. Remember, this is the one who sees the problem. He just has to work on the details. Kirishima manages to calm him slightly. What's up, Deku? The extra with extendable fingers asked. Still alive? King scumbag. Gyro sneers as Momo lays her hand on the girl's shoulder in an attempt to keep her calm. A small group of their classmates had surrounded Deku by this point, and even some of the extras at Katsuki's table had gotten up to go join the fun. The extras were grinning and laughing like Fingers had just made the funniest joke on earth. But Deku himself was just staring silently at the ground. Why so quiet? Another extra, this one with boulders for hair, asked. Finally realize that no one cares what you have to say. Worthless bully. Uraraka growled. Well, that might be true, but it probably wasn't very nice to say. Katsuki knew he was acting like a bit of a hypocrite. It wasn't like anything they were saying to Deku was new. Katsuki himself had always prided himself on being especially creative with his insults. After all, so in comparison, these extras' insults were boring and almost as plain as Deku's face. So it wasn't like the extras were saying anything that Deku hadn't heard before or anything they hadn't heard Katsuki himself say. The boy has a long way to go, Gran remarks. But Katsuki wanted to be like All Might, which meant that he wasn't going to waste his time insulting people anymore. His classmates didn't have any hope of being heroes, though, so it was okay for them to insult Deku, right? Or was that wrong too? What would All Might do if he was here? Yeah, come on, figure it out. Kaminari murmured with hope. Boulders had taken that moment to punch Deku in the ribs, making him gasp in pain. Either Boulders had gotten stronger or Deku had already had sore ribs. Had some of the other extras given him a beating when Katsuki wasn't looking? Thinking back, Deku had been walking kinda funny all day, like he was sore or something. And goodness knows that the nerd wasn't athletic enough to be sore from exercise. You have no idea. Dabai chuckled. Hey, save some of that air for those who deserve it, nerd. Katsuki looked to some of the teachers who were eating at a small table in the corner. They had to know what was happening. It wasn't like those extras were being quiet. So why weren't they doing anything? Why hadn't they ever done anything? Wasn't it their job to keep kids from getting hurt or something? How illegal is it to burn down a school? Todoroki asks. Ida goes to scold him, but stops when Izuku distractedly replies, depends on whether or not you can make it look like an accident. What would All Might do if you were one of them? He'd probably tell those kids off for being unheroic. But the teachers weren't doing that. Katsuki watched them as the extras kept insulting Deku, and one of them even glanced over and chuckled before turning back to his lunch. Well, it was normal, but it didn't seem right. Why wasn't anyone doing anything? All in favor of tearing down that school, Hagakure cheers. The vast majority raised their hand. Why wasn't he doing anything? The thought made Katsuki stop. Was he supposed to step in? All Might probably would, but that brought him back to the whole hypocrisy thing. What gave him the right to step in and protect Deku when just a month ago he was one of the ones? Well, maybe attacking him wasn't the right way to phrase it, but still, Even if he were to step in, Deku probably wouldn't trust him at all, and all the useless extras might think that Katsuki was admitting that Deku was better than him, or that he was weak. Frustration is palpable throughout the crowd, reminding themselves that change takes time, and he is still learning. The curry turned to sawdust in his mouth, spicy sawdust, but still flavorless, as Deku silently picked the remains of his lunch off the floor and threw them away after one of the extras had knocked it out of his hands. He didn't really know how to describe what he was feeling. He just knew he didn't like it. He was the best. He'd always been the best. And if there was anything the best wasn't, it was a coward. So this annoying feeling couldn't be fear, could it? Everyone feels fear, All Might included. Midoriya sighs quietly. Underscore 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 underscore. Izuku walked through the hardware store much more confidently this time, now that he actually knew what he was looking for and how to find it. He should have just picked his pipes up when he left last night's fight. But even though the concussion hadn't been that bad, both it and the pain from being thrown into a wall had made it difficult to focus on anything besides getting away so Eraser wouldn't tell Mom about his vigilantism. Am I gonna be there? Kaminari bounces in place. Please let me be there. Which meant that the pipes had been left to rot among all the other garbage in that alley, and Izuku needed to replace them. He couldn't bring himself to regret giving them to Eraser though. If he'd kept using his capture weapon, there was a good chance he would have gotten hurt. So the pipes were obviously the better option. Not that Eraser's capture weapon was bad. It was actually really cool and worked against a lot of villains, so that he didn't hurt them any more than he had to. And, oh, right, Izuku was here to get pipes. Your spirals, while inconvenient, are also fascinating. Ida comments. Shame I can never remember my panic analysis. Izuku complains. He should probably buy a few backups to keep in his closet too, just in case he ever lost them again. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. And Zipties. It wasn't a big problem when he helped heroes, but Izuku had been having problems restraining the small-time villains he was able to take down on his own. Most of the time he was able to find some kind of rope or cloth to tie them up with. But it would be nice to not have to worry about that anymore. At least he's improving his gear while replacing some of it. Aizawa grumbles. I wish he would get some armor though. Mike comments. Agreed. Midnight adds. Izuku was extremely proud of himself when he managed to get to the checkout stand with only the items on his list, unlike last time when he'd ended up with a lot of other stuff too. To his surprise, his cashier was the kid with the electricity quirk he'd talked to last time. What was his name again? Oh, right, Kaminari. I'm here, Kaminari cheers. Congratulations, Ashido claps. Dude, I can't wait for one of these stories to include us. Zero comments. Careful what you wish for. Bakugo warns. Hey dude, Kaminari smiled as Izuku put his basket down on the counter. Nice to see you back here. Thanks, Izuku said. How is your electricity training coming? Were any of the electricians willing to teach you? Kaminari nodded eagerly. One of them actually offered to make a temporary apprentice. I'm learning all about the basics and how circuits work and stuff. I didn't even realize that my quirk might not be effective against a flying villain. Isn't that insane? Make more flying Namu, noted. Shigaraki murmurs to himself. Izuku nodded. That was one of the main limitations of electric heroes. They couldn't actually electrocute something that wasn't grounded. But the way that he talked about villains specifically. Are you going to be a hero? Kaminari shrugged and smiled. That's the hope. My quirk is flashy enough for it. So it's just a question of if I'm actually smart enough to get in. Cash or card? Izuku smiled encouragingly as he handed over a handful of cash. You can do it. Hell yeah, we got you. You got this. Kaminari blushes, uncertain how to respond to such support. Kaminari put the pipes and zip ties in a plastic bag. Thanks, dude, I'm sure gonna try. Hey, what are you making anyway? You were buying pipes last time. Izuku didn't know how to respond to that, so he just shrugged. Kaminari laughed. All right, keep your secrets, dude. Good luck with whatever it is though. Izuku nodded. And good luck with your apprenticeship, see you later. Izuku had never really been lucky. In fact, he'd been mostly the opposite. But he was grateful for Kaminari's words anyway. He'd run into Eraserhead eventually. And then he'd need all the luck he could get. As the screen fades, low chatter spreads through the room as people refill snacks and drinks. Some of the students dutifully stick to their diets, while others take this chance for a cheat day. After a few minutes, Pass Headcase brings their attention back to the screen as the next chapter begins. Now playing Cheat Code Support Strategist. Welcome to you. The opening ceremonies were interesting, for lack of a better word. Izuku didn't see Katsuki anywhere, which was honestly a good thing. But it was still kind of worrying. While Izuku wouldn't put it beyond him to just skip the assembly and hang out behind the dumpsters or something, he didn't think Katsuki would pull something like that on the first day. Oh well. If he made a poor first impression, then that wasn't Izuku's problem. This version of the kid is becoming a petty little beach, and I'm enjoying every second of it. Dabai smirks. The general muttering of the students died down, and Izuku turned to the stage to see Present Mike striding out onto the stage. Hey, everybody, how's everybody doing this morning? Holy shit. We actually get to see orientation, Kaminari exclaimed in surprise. What, did your whole class miss it? Shigaraki griped. Yup, responds the majority of 1A, who do not elaborate. To Izuku's surprise, Present Mike's enthusiasm was met with a general non-response. He didn't know why. This was Present Mike, the voice hero. He had his own radio show and everything. Midoriya, one of his classmates, the bald one, said softly. Are you aware that you're mumbling again? Izuku slammed his mouth shut and blushed. Sorry, I'll try to stop. Ugh, you're all idiots. The curly-haired girl leaned over Mei's lap and shoved a pencil in his face. Izuku took it hesitantly, not wanting to be rude. Thank you, but... Why? She rolled her eyes. Put it in your mouth. If you start talking, it'll fall out. A smack rings out as a palm meets a forehead. Izuku's eyes widen. It was such a simple solution that Izuku didn't know why he hadn't ever thought of it before. Thank you so much. We're idiots. Izuku whispers to himself. Whatever, she settled back into her seat and crossed her arms. Just use your chew toy so the rest of us can hear the DMN assembly. Izuku nodded frantically and bit down on the pencil as he turned back to the stage. Present Mike, having failed spectacularly at getting a response from the crowd, had apparently just decided to move on to the next order of business. Well everybody, welcome to UA High, the premier hero school in Japan. To our upperclassmen, welcome back, and good luck with your next year of studies. To our brand new first years, congratulations. Not just anybody can walk these halls, and it takes a lot of strong work and dedication to sit where you're sitting. That being said, don't go getting complacent, little listeners. You've each got your own stars that you're reaching for, and you're each gonna have to work extra strong, got it? So you're all gonna have to go beyond. Plus ultra. This time, at least, the students responded exactly how Present Mike wanted, earning a wide smile as he skipped back to the line of chairs across the stage, where all the teachers and faculty were sitting, 2 of which were empty for some reason. Were there more teachers that weren't at the assembly? Or did they set up extra chairs for some other reason? The cryptid and the newbie. Ayama snickers. The next part of the assembly consisted of the faculty, all introducing themselves briefly, and Izuku dropped the pencil in his mouth twice, as he instinctively started to ramble about each hero's quirk. He ended up taking out his own notebook and writing down his observations instead, adding subtle observations that he was only able to notice up close. He was at UA, he'd be learning from pros. It was still so surreal. And here we have the elusive fanboy in his natural habitat. Mike jokes. What? Aizawa questions. Seriously, show. Watch some documentaries. Midnight chimes, confusing the man more. After each of the gathered teachers had gotten the chance to introduce themselves, Present Mike stood again. All right, listeners, some of you may have noticed a couple empty chairs up here next to us awesome teachers. This is because there are 2 teachers you all haven't met yet. You upperclassmen know who one of them is. But for the first years, you might be lucky, or unlucky, enough to see our local cryptid in the halls. Aizawa Shouta, pro hero named Eraserhead, is off hazing his own first-year class, so wish them luck. They're gonna need it. Eraserhead did what? Shigaraki says very confusedly. Izuku's eyes widened. The underground hero. He couldn't beat All Might as Izuku's favorite hero, because All Might? But he was a close second. He fought practically quirkless, and could take away other people's quirks at will, and he was a teacher here. What did Present Mike mean by hazing? Was that where Katsuki was? Izuku felt a brief surge of jealous anger. Katsuki got to learn from one of Izuku's favorite teachers. He wouldn't even appreciate the nuances of Eraserhead's fighting style unbidden. An image of Katsuki getting his explosions erased as he was tangled in Eraserhead's capture weapon came to his mind, and Izuku snickered quietly. Okay, so maybe Katsuki learning from one of his favorite heroes wouldn't be all bad. Most cathartic moment of my life. One I will always remember fondly. Izuku says airily. But that still leaves one more teacher that you listeners haven't met yet, Present Mike continued. He's a special new addition to our staff this year. You first-year hero students will be in for a real treat, because here he is, the #1 hero, the symbol of peace, and the newest member of our staff. All Might. Izuku's jaw dropped, and he knew he wasn't the only one as a booming laugh echoed around the auditorium, and the #1 hero himself strode out from behind the curtain. I am here to help mold the next generation of heroes. The auditorium exploded in applause, and Izuku added to it wholeheartedly. He was going to be in the same building as All Might. This must be why he was in town, but how was he going to teach classes if he only had 3 hours in his hero form? Did he still have 3 hours? Or had saving Kaken from the sludge villain cut down on that time? What were the repercussions of him going over his limit? He's such a caring boy. I'm lucky to have met him. All Might comments proudly. There was a clatter as the pencil dropped to his lap again, and Izuku hurriedly put it back in his mouth so he wouldn't mutter. Thankfully, no one could have heard him over the applause. But it would still be better to think about that when he was alone. Maybe he could come up with some way to counteract, or even just minimize the effects of his injury. Or maybe May could come up with some sort of illusion tech, so he wouldn't have to use his hero time to teach. But that would involve telling her about All Might's other form, and he couldn't betray the hero's trust like that. I'll make it anyway, May cheers, excited for yet another new project. Later. He could think about that later. For now, though, All Might had taken a seat in one of the empty chairs that were almost ridiculously too small for him, and Nedzu was climbing a small set of steps up the side of the podium. Hello students, am I a mouse? A dog? A bear? What's important is that I'm the principal. Yua has a spectacular legacy, and Nedzu began to talk about the history of the school, and Izuku was on the edge of his seat as he listened. For the first 10 minutes, May had lost interest after 3 and began to sketch out invention ideas again. Izuku really tried to pay attention. This man was going to be his teacher. He couldn't just tune him out. His classmates seemed just as bored as he was, and eventually Izuku decided that he could probably just apologize if he needed to, and turned to flesh out his analyses of the staff. Occasionally, May would poke his arm and point to a particular diagram, asking an unspoken question, and he would think for a moment before writing something beside her drawing. It went like that for another 15 minutes before Nedzu finally stopped talking. But I'm getting carried away. Nedzu clapped his paws together, waking up a few of the students that had fallen asleep during his speech. You all have bright futures ahead of you, and we are so excited to help you cultivate that light. So, as the principal of Yua, congratulations and welcome to Yua High School. I no longer have a problem with missing that. Uraraka comments. Me too, Kiro. There was a hesitant round of applause that got louder as Nedzu descended the steps, and the teachers all left the stage to go retrieve their classes. Within a few minutes, Powerloader was leading them back to the classroom. As they were walking back, the kid in their class with the shark quirk placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder and patted it consolingly. I'm sorry, Midoriya. I don't know how you're going to survive being Nedzu's personal student if he's really that long-winded all the time. He wasn't that way during the entrance exam. Izuku tried. But maybe that was just because he didn't want to distract me as I was hacking Yua. He ended up running into the girl walking in front of him as his classmates stopped walking in shock. You hacked Yua during the entrance exam? What the FCK? A few people chuckle in understanding. I didn't get very far, Izuku defended. waving his hand in front of him nervously. I think they just wanted to see how I approached unsolvable problems. That's it. Yeah, May said. And I'm sure it didn't hurt that you'd already gotten a head start before the exam even started. Izuku turned to her in betrayal. May, traitor, Izuku cries dramatically as May cackles. Their classmates kept their distance from the two for the rest of the way back to the lab. When they got there, everyone sat down at their tables and Izuku went back to his room, noticing for the first time that there was a small school desk that had been placed outside the door, probably for when the class had a lecture instead of lab time. Before he could decide if he was supposed to go into his room or sit at the desk though, Powerloader cleared his throat to get their attention. We have about 20 minutes until class officially ends, he said. So, why don't each of you introduce yourselves? I know that the support course has a lot more individual work than the business course or the hero course, but it will still be helpful to get to know your classmates. Who wants to go first? The kid with the shark quirk shrugged and stood up. What do you want to know? Just say your name and quirk, dumbass. The curly-haired girl griped. I like her. Dabai smirks. Izuku felt his stomach sink. Yeah, he knew it was coming. But it still would have been nice if he didn't have to reveal his quirklessness right off the bat. Oh well, they already thought he was creepy. Now there'd just be pity mixed in. Also include why you chose support. Powerloader added. It'll be helpful to know each other's motivations. Izuku readies his notebook and pen. All right. The kid with the shark quirk shrugged again. I'm Ryu Hanzo. My quirk's Great White, and I want to make waterproof tech. My quirk lets me do anything a shark can do, which means I can breathe underwater. So I spent a lot of time swimming as a kid, and would have totally spent weeks at a time in the ocean. But my phone and video games wouldn't work, so I'm gonna fix that. Sue perks up at that. If he exists in our world, I'd be a happy test subject. You mean product tester? May corrects. Izuku had never realized that would be an inconvenience to people with amphibious quirks, but he supposed that it made sense. Most technologies were made to be used by people in the air, and even most waterproof technology had a limit of either time or depth. Hanzu would definitely have a niche as an inventor, if he could figure out how to move past those limitations. The class's eyes turned to the bald kid with pointed ears, who was sitting next to Hanzu. Oh, I'm next. Okay, my name is Shin Shiguro, and my quirk is called Goblin. I, instinctively know the location of any non-living object I've ever touched. The accuracy goes down with time though, so if I haven't touched something for 10 years, I'd be able to tell you the city it's in, but not any more specific than that. I, just like building things. There's nothing wrong with simplicity, Shoji comments. He sat down almost before he'd finished speaking, and the class turned to the next student, which was the girl with curly hair. I'm Akane Kohaku, and this mess, the girl gestured to her curls, which rattled slightly as they caught the light, is my quirk. It's called copper wire, and it's a total pain to cut. Yes, it conducts electricity. Yes, I use it in my inventions. No, you can't touch it. Got it. Fair. Understandable. You do you, girl. The introductions continued like that for the rest of the class until it got to May. Hi, May Hatsum. Future CEO of Hatsum Industries. My quirk is Zoom, and it lets me see up to 5 kilometers away. My babies are gonna change the world. Izuku chuckled quietly as he noticed their classmates instinctively lean back from May's enthusiasm. He was finally getting used to it himself, but it was still funny to see how other people reacted to her. Izuku noticed that the class was looking at him, and he froze as he realized he was next. In fact, he was the last student to introduce himself. Hesitantly, he stood up. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I like analyzing heroes and quirks, so I want to be a support analyst and help heroes work smarter and be better. Izuku glanced at the clock. Class should be ending any second now. He could do this. Just bite the bullet. And I'm quirkless. The bell rang. Saved by the bell. Izuku sighs. You're not going to bolt out the door, are you? May asks, chuckling. Izukun. Oh look, the next chapter is starting. Now playing. Deku? I think he's some pro. Mutations. Before we begin, I ask that all questions be held till the end of the chapter. Headcase smirks ominously. Hey, I'm looking for Deku. Is he here? Mirio, is that you? Hato shakes his shoulders. Sounds like it. Togata laughs. Inko looked at the young man suspiciously. Are you one of his friends? The young man smiled and Inko was reminded of All Might. Yep. She hesitated. What's your hero name? He put both hands on his hips and struck his CH out. Lemillion Y. Inko gave a tense smile. Most of Izuku's friends are pro-heroes. Someone his own age. Let's just say kids have pretended to be his friends as pranks before. That sounds awful. Amajiki comments. Lemillion frowned. That sucks. Inko nodded in agreement as Izuku came up behind her carrying his duffel bag. Thanks, Mom. He looked at the newcomer. You must be Mirio Togata Nightai's intern? The boy nodded. That's right, and you're Deku, right? I've heard a lot about you. Don't believe everything you hear, Izuku said, blushing. Nightai and the others tend to exaggerate. No, they don't. Uraraka teases. Togata laughed. Sir told me you were too modest for your own good here. Let me take that for you. He grabbed the duffel out of Izuku's hand. Have fun this week, Inko waved as the boys left. Be safe. We will, Mom, Izuku called back. Bye, she worries a lot, doesn't she? Togata asked. Yes. Izuku deadpans. Izuku nodded. Her heart's in the right place, though. I know she doesn't really want me to be a hero. She's pretty bad at hiding it, actually. But she's willing to support me, even though it makes her worry. He shrugged. That's more than most people can say. So I count myself pretty lucky. He smiled. So what's it like being Nightai's intern? Togata beamed. Super fun, but also really difficult. I didn't have a great handle on my quirk when I was recruited. But he's put me through the ringer the last few months, and now I'm one of the best students at UA. He rubbed the back of his neck. But actually, recently my quirk kind of mutated, and I'm basically having to MSTR it all over again. I was hoping you could help me with it this week, if that's okay. Yagi's eyes widen. Oh. He whispers in understanding. Izuku nodded. I'd love to. Analyzing quirks is really fun for me, and I love coming up with ideas to help people improve. Your quirk is some kind of permeation, right? I remember you made a big splash at the sports festival. Togata went slightly pink. Ooh, yeah. I really should have listened to Sensei when he suggested wearing a uniform infused with my DNA. But I thought that'd count as a costume or support item, and give me an unfair advantage, so, Izuku nodded. I understand where you're coming from, but that is a pretty big disadvantage. Togata laughed again. Yeah, you get used to it. I hardly even get embarrassed anymore, except when I'm naked on national television, apparently. The crowd chuckles and giggles at the thought. Izuku pulled out a small notebook as they got on the train. So, you said your quirk had mutated. What's it like now? Well, Togata paused thoughtfully, like he was trying to be careful about what he said. It's gotten kind of a super strength aspect to it now, and some speed. But if I use it for more than a few punches at a time, I get hairline fractures in my bones. Wait. Todoroki squints confused. Izuku gulps. Izuku hummed thoughtfully. That's a pretty big mutation. It almost sounds like your quirk is too powerful for your body. That sounds familiar. Kaminari considers. Togata chuckled awkwardly. Yeah, we thought it might be something like that. Izuku was already taking notes and jotting down different ideas. I think I'm gonna need to see your quirk in action before I can come up with anything concrete. But it's probably better if we wait until we're at Nightai's agency before we do that. Public quirk usage and all that. Togata nodded. So you're gonna be starting UA this year, right? Yep, Izuku practically bounced with excitement. It's seriously a dream come true. I've wanted to be a hero ever since I was a toddler. I just can't believe it's finally happening. Smiles light up with pride for their classmate or student. Do you know what class you're going to be in? Izuku nodded. 1A. Normally, I'm not sure they'd put in a class where I was already friends with the teacher. But I think they knew Eraser would be okay with teaching. Someone like me. Togata frowned in confusion. Someone like you? You mean someone who's already worked in the field? Izuku sighed. I mean someone quirkless. Togata's jaw dropped. You're quirkless, Izuku fidgeted uncomfortably. Why'd he say that? Why'd he have to go and ruin it? And Togata had been so nice too. Hey, I don't care about anyone's quirk status, Mirio calls out. Sorry dude, Togata said, shaking his head. I'm not sure I'm worthy to be around someone as impressive as you. I for sure thought you had some kind of analysis quirk from what Sir told me about you. Has there ever been a quirkless hero before? See? Togata grins. Izuku stared at him. You mean, you don't think less of me because I don't have a quirk? You think it's cool? Togata nodded. I guess you probably don't hear that a lot, do you? Izuku shook his head slowly. Well, you should, Togata said, clapping him on the back. I was made fun of for my quirk too. Pretty much everyone told me it was too weak or had too many drawbacks. That there was no way I could be a hero. I almost believed them for a while. But then Sir took me under his wing and made me into who I am today. So, no, I'm not going to judge you or tell you that you can't be a hero, because I can see you've got what it takes in here. He poked Izuku in the sandblast, then his eyes widened. Oh, no, you're crying. What happened? What did I do? Did I say something wrong? They're happy tears. That's normal. You get used to it. Izuku shook his head and wiped his eyes. They're happy tears, I promise. Sorry, he laughed. I've always been kinda a crybaby. No problem, Togata said. I think you're pretty cool. It wasn't long until they reached their stop, and they walked the rest of the way to Sir Nightai's agency, chatting about heroes who had recently debuted. They walked in the door and were greeted by a woman with blue skin. Awa, you must Deku, Izuku nodded. You're Bubble Girl, it's nice to meet you, Bubble Girl nodded. Likewise. Sir asked me to show you where you'll be staying this week. Then you'll be meeting him in his office. I think he has some cases he wants you to take a look at. Awa, Togata sighed. I wanted Deku to help me with my quirk. Wait, you turn Mirio. Hato scolds playfully. I'm sure there'll be time for that later, Lemillion, but Sir takes first priority. It's okay, Togata smiled. I'll just be practicing in the gym. He turned to Izuku. Come find me when Sir's done with you. Izuku nodded as Togata left and Bubble Girl led him to Nightai's office. When he walked in, Nightai was busy scribbling away at his desk, so Izuku took a moment to look around the room. He knew Nightai used to be All Might's sidekick, but wow, he was almost a bigger fanboy than Izuku used to be. He shifted uncomfortably under the number one hero's gaze. Even though the posters, it felt like All Might was judging him. I forgot about his problem with All Might for a while there. Ojuru comments. What's the poor thing going to do during school? Hagakure asks in concern. Let's just hope that World's All Might can keep his opinions to himself. Sato prays. Izuku shook his head and turned his attention to the bookshelves instead. He had people who believed in him now. He was Deku, a highly respected analyst who had worked with more pros than many people would ever meet. All Might was just one more in the list of people who told him he couldn't, no different than Kakin or his teachers. He took a deep breath. Yeah, that's right, you're going to prove them wrong. Sorry about that, Deku. I had to finish the paperwork from the case we closed yesterday. The kidnapping case, Nightai nodded. The leader had a paralyzing quirk, just like you thought. Bubble Girl said you had some other cases for me to look at. Yes, but I don't just want you to analyze while you're here. Nightai went over to the cabinet and grabbed a handful of files. I want you to observe how to handle a case from beginning to end. For example, we received a report yesterday of a museum robbery. He opened the paper-thin file in front of Izuku. Here is the evidence we retrieved from the scene, and we'll be collaborating with the police. What would you do first? Pay extra attention, students. Nedzu commands. Nightai was one of the best, so treat this as a guest lecture. Yes, sensei, is chorused all around. Izuku looked through the file, mostly a list of what was stolen, the damage done to the doors and display cases, and the data from the security cameras. The cameras were turned off? Yes, Nightai said, but none of the cameras were broken. Izuku thought for a moment. We're probably looking for someone with a jamming quirk or some sort of technology manipulation, so I'd ask the police to run a list of those. But there's also the possibility of someone simply hacking into the system, so they should run a list of known hackers as well. If it is a hacker, we should look at the system history because they might have left a trail. With a high-profile robbery like this, there's a strong probability that the culprit has committed smaller crimes in the past. So cross-reference the quirk and hacker lists with small robberies, where the cameras were turned off within the past 5 years. Not bad. Endeavor comments. He looked to Nightai, who looked a little less stern than usual. Good work. There are a few other possibilities that you could investigate, however. For the next few hours, Nightai took Izuku through some of their current cases and educated him on the proper procedures for an investigation and how to work with the police to make sure all the evidence was catalogued and the villains were taken into custody. By the end, Izuku's brain hurt a little, but his cheeks also hurt from smiling too wide, so he figured it was all right. Also, Deku, I think it would be a good idea for you to get a private investigator's license. It will be redundant once you receive your full hero's license, but I believe you would find it useful in the meantime. Izuku nodded. I'll bring it up with Nedzu once school gets started, since I think he wants to have private lessons with me. I'm sure he's got some resources I can use to get it quickly. That I do. Nedzu chuckles. Nightai nodded. That's good. Just don't forget that the purpose of those lessons will be to learn, not to take over the world. Headcase snorts and fails miserably at disguising it as a cough. I'll keep that in mind. Izuku laughed. If we're finished, I promised Tagata I'd help him with his quirk. Nightai waved him away and grabbed a few more files to work on. I don't often patrol like the other heroes you've interned with thus far, so I will simply see you tomorrow. Izuku smiled and left, closing the door behind him as he headed down toward where he thought the gym was. It took him a few minutes to find since he took a wrong turn once and had to get directions from Centipter. But soon enough he was peeking through the door to see if Tagata was still there. You'll get it, young Tagata, I know you will. And there's the idiot. Aizawa grumbles. Are you not going to say anything? Mike questions All Might. I find it best not to. All Might replies not so subtly, eyeing Torino and Recovery Girl. Izuku hurriedly ducked back outside and held himself flat against the wall. What was All Might doing here? Didn't he have a falling out with Sir Nightai years ago? And why was he in his skeletal form in front of Tagata? Did he already run out of time today? Oh, Bakugo whispers in realization. Izuku could still hear the conversation filtering through the walls. I know. It's just so strong getting used to this much power. It's so different than my permeation Tagata side. But I've asked Deku to help me out. So hopefully he'll help me work out some of the kinks. Deku? All Might sounded confused. Who's that? Izuku could practically hear Tagata's smile. He's this super awesome quirk analyst that's been helping out in the underground for almost a year now. He doesn't interact with daylight heroes much, so I'm not surprised you haven't heard of him. But Sir talks about him all the time. Ah, All Might said. I suppose that makes sense. When are you supposed to meet him? Actually, I'm supposed to be meeting him right now. Well, as soon as Sir's done with him. But they should have finished by now. I told him to meet me here. He paused. Maybe I should go look for him. Make sure he didn't get lost. Not for very long. Izuku says defensively. Very well, young Tagata. All Might said. I need to get to an appointment with Recover Girl, so I'll see you tomorrow. Izuku quickly ran around a corner, so he wouldn't be seen, and hopefully All Might would walk in the other direction. He almost sighed in relief when Tagata rounded the corner by himself. He really wasn't ready to face All Might today. But will he ever be ready? Todoroki considers. Hey, Deku, Tagata said cheerfully. I was just looking for you. You didn't get lost, did you? Only a little, Izuku said shakily. Centipter helped me out. So, are you ready for me to see your quirk? Yeah, Tagata yelled and led Izuku into the thankfully empty gym. They made their way to the corner where a series of punching bags were set up. So, this is kind of what my quirk started as. Tagata passed a hand through one of the punching bags. I can turn my entire body intangible, but if I do that all at once, I'll just fall straight into the floor, which will spit me back out once I turn tangible again. While I'm intangible, I can't see, hear, or breathe because light, sound, and air just pass right through me. That's inconvenient. Twice comments perfection. Izuku nodded and pulled out a notebook. Okay, so you said you've pretty much mastered this part of your quirk, right? You know how to work around the drawbacks? Tagata nodded. Okay, What about the mutation you mentioned? Togata nodded and concentrated. His veins started glowing red with power, and he passed his hand through the punching bag again, but this time without turning intangible. Izuku shielded his eyes from the flying sand and braced himself to stay on his feet despite the massive wind. What the FCK? So. Yeah, Togata said. That's the super strength aspect. I can do a few punches like that, but any more than 2 or 3 and my bones start breaking. It's just hairline fractures so far. But I don't want to get into a fight where my choices are to break my body or fail to save someone, you know? Hold up. Izuku nodded, muttering quickly as his hand flew across the page. Okay, he said after about a minute. Do you know yet if you're able to adjust your power output? Togata shrugged. I've never tried before. Izuku put his notebook away. That's what we'll start with then. Try punching the next punching bag using your strength, but don't break through it. 3 punching bags later, Togata still hadn't managed to throw a punch without destroying anything. Izuku rubbed the bridge of his nose. Okay, I think we need a new approach. I noticed the last few times, the red veins only appear in the arm you're punching with. Is that where you're focusing your quirk? Togata nodded. I'm used to only powering parts of my body at a time since that's how I use my intangibility. Okay, well then this is probably going to be counterintuitive. But try using your quirk to power your entire body at the same time. Okay, Togata said skeptically, but shifted into a battle stance. Within a few seconds, red veins had appeared all over his body. But they disappeared a few seconds later, only to be replaced by crackling white lightning. This is not happening. What the? Togata's eyes widened, and he lost control of his quirk, the lightning fizzling out into nothing. What was that? Izuku was smiling widely. That was your quirk apparently. Spreading out the power allows it to release more energy, almost in a static electricity kind of way. This slight release will probably also adjust to your capacity for your power and how much you're using. It'll be interesting to see once you learn to adjust your power output, if the lightning disappears when you're using 100% and increases the lower you go, because that would indicate that your quirk can autoregulate in order to not harm your body. That would be so cool. Am I seeing things? For the next hour, Togata practiced spreading his quirk through his whole body until he could hold it for a full 5 minutes. He was sweating but smiling, and Izuku felt like he had a pretty good concept of Togata's quirk now. Your quirk is so cool, Togata, Izuku said when they decided to call it a day. It's almost like it's 2 separate quirks entirely. Wait, no. Togata's eyes widened minutely, and he laughed nervously. I'm sure it's nothing that's special, right? Izuku raised an eyebrow, but brushed off Togata's weird behavior when he didn't add anything. See you tomorrow, Deku. Izuku smiled and watched Togata leave. Yeah, see ya, Midoriya, Ashido cries. Hold your questions, please. Headcase reminds, to the annoyance of practically everyone. Underscore 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 Izuku couldn't sleep. The more he thought about Togata's quirk, the more it bugged him. According to everything he'd studied on quirk theory, it was theoretically possible to have an unrelated mutation appear later in life. But it was much more likely for a mutation to happen when the quirk first appeared in childhood. If Togata's quirk did mutate at his age, it should have just been a more powerful version of permeation or something similar to it. Not super strength. The more likely scenario was that someone in Togata's family had a similar quirk, and it just hid in his genes until now. But he'd said no one in his family had a strength quirk of any kind when Izuku had asked. So why had Togata's quirk mutated in such a weird way? He's not going to be happy. Izuku mumbles, earning himself even more suspicious glances. Izuku sighed and swung his feet out of bed. If he wasn't going to be able to sleep anyway, he might as well use the time to research similar quirks and see if something like this had ever happened before. Even if he didn't find anything to satisfy his curiosity, he'd probably get some creative ideas on how to help Togata. The first half hour of searching didn't bring up anything too interesting. Most strength quirks functioned similarly to Death Arms' quirk, simply increasing strength and durability. They also all manifested in childhood, not as a mutation nearly a decade later. He was about to give up and try to go to sleep again when he noticed a promising article on a decades-old hero. Nana Shimura was just beginning her hero career when her quirk underwent a rare mutation, increasing her strength and speed exponentially. This was odd enough on its own, but even more so when taking into account that her quirk, Float, had nothing to do with strength or speed. Izuku looked deeper into Shimura, analyzing her quirk Float, which wasn't anything like permeation, and trying to figure out how hers mutated, because maybe that'd tell him something about how Togatta's did. He found an old photo and almost screamed when he saw a younger All Might in his skinny form draping an arm around her. He read the article and ran his hands through his hair. All Might? Aizawa warns. Nana Shimura taught All Might. Now that he thought about it, Togatta's quirk was eerily similar to All Might's, and All Might seemed to be teaching him. It was probably that Nightai reached after Togatta's quirk mutated the way it did, because that would make sense. But what if it wasn't? This is impossible. Izuku almost didn't want to keep looking because he had to be wrong. What he was thinking just couldn't be possible. He numbly entered more search terms until he tracked down the hero who trained Nana Shimura. Manifested a strength aspect to his quirk in his second year at UA. This is real. No, it couldn't be. It wasn't possible. He looked at who had trained that hero. Took a 3-year break from hero work when her quirk unexpectedly mutated. FCK, sit, hell. If there had ever been any possibility that Izuku would get to sleep that night, it was long gone. He tracked the line of heroes and their mentors, each suddenly manifesting a strength quirk that inexplicitly got stronger with each hero mentored. When he finally got to the dawn of quirks and the trail went cold, Izuku let out a deep exhale. As impossible as it seemed, as ridiculous as it sounded, he couldn't deny it anymore. There was a quirk that could be passed on. Silence filled the theater as people racked their brains around this new revelation. The quiet was only interrupted by Headcase, summoning 2 chairs at the front of the room. She ushers both All Might and Midoriya to the front of the room. Raise your hand if you have a question. The vast majority immediately do. Let's begin. Let's begin. Headcase says, scanning the crowd for the first question. Aizawa, why don't you start us off? She asks with a mischievous smile. I'll cut right to the chase then. When exactly did Midoriya receive this transferable quirk? Aizawa glares at All Might. Well, you see. He pauses, reflecting on the unfortunate timing of the transfer. Noticing his hesitation, Midoriya takes the question nervously. The original plan was for me to get it about a month before the exam. But, Aizawa pushes. But I overworked myself, so we had to push it back to the day of. He says very embarrassedly. Aizawa goes to continue, but is stopped by Headcase calling on someone else. Does that mean that you first used your quirk to save me from the 0-pointers? Uraraka asks in concern. Yup, Izuku says proudly before his smile dropped as he added. It was a surprise when it broke my limbs though. I'm sure All Might gave you excellent advice in using it, correct? Ida asks. Izuku hesitated as All Might lowered his head to his hands. Aizawa notices right away and growls. What did you tell him? All Might sighs, bracing himself for the inevitable. I told him to clench his butt cheeks and yell smash. There was a moment of silence before nearly every teacher in the room replied. You idiot, what were you thinking? That's terrible advice. No wonder he just let loose. Aizawa waited for the others to quiet down before he himself added. Why wasn't I, his homeroom teacher, told something about this? This is a 200-year-old secret. The less who know, the better. All Might defended. Then tell me it had specific activation requirements or something. I could have helped him. Aizawa snaps back. Or sent him to general studies and set him back even further. All Might pointed out. Only if he didn't put in the effort, which we both know he would have. Aizawa corrected. I'm his mentor. It's my job to guide him. All Might raises his voice. Wonderful job with that. How many bones has he broken again? Aizawa snarks. Enough, Headcase interrupts. It doesn't matter what's been done, only what will come to be. And he's going to need you both in the near future. They fall quiet, catching on to the entity's warning. They want to ask what she means, but they know by now she doesn't do spoilers. Now, any other questions? She glances around, noticing Shigaraki finally pulling himself out of his existential crisis. So you were really quirkless then? Todoroki calls out. Genetically speaking, I still am. Izuku says with a deep breath. And All Might? Todoroki turns to their teacher. Before either of them could reply, Headcase interrupts. That will be revealed in one of these stories, so I'll have to ask you to wait for that answer. Todoroki nods his understanding, while others anger and pout at the missing information. Kirishima hesitantly asks, did Bakugo really do all those things? No. No, not even close. The worlds we're watching are so much worse. I don't have any childhood scars. I don't have a fully stocked first aid kit. And I've certainly never considered what Viridian's going through. Kachin might be in butt. And yes, might have been a bully. But he was never the abuser those other ones have been. Bakugo sits silently in his seat, gripping his armrests tightly. So he never told you to kill yourself. Monoma tactlessly sneers across the room. Both Bakugo and Midoriya tense, scanning the room, already feeling judgment, even if it isn't there. Headcase steps between Izuku and the crowd, starting down each person in turn. That is a private matter that neither boy will be pressured into talking about again. Understood. Before anyone can argue, Dabai, who apparently couldn't care less, asks, so what is the DMN thing even called? Jumping on the subject change, Izuku answers, it's called One for All. And that's all you get for now. Headcase says cheerfully, the rest is in spoiler territory. Let's have one last question before we move on. Everyone hesitates, not wanting to waste their last question before someone just blurts out, who else knew before now? All Might takes the question in stride. Nedzu, Recovery Girl, Gran Torino, Tsukachi, and young Bakugo up till now. Why does Bakugo know? Aizawa asks, pinching the bridge of his nose. 'Cause Deku very suddenly got a shit-ton of power, just a few months before All Might ran out of his. Bakugo deadpans because he is not an idiot. Right, that's all for now, Headcase dismisses, shooing everyone back to their seats as she sends the chairs away. She waits for the groups to settle before playing the next chapter. Now playing Mastermind Strategist for Hire. The League of Villains. Izuku scribbled in his notebook as he watched the news. A few new heroes had debuted, but that wasn't what caught his attention. What had caught his attention was a group of reporters trying to interrogate a few UA staff members about All Might. It had been a short clip, probably only about 20 seconds, but it was clear that the cameraman had been inside the gates. The reporters didn't call any attention to it, but Izuku knew that UA didn't give out press passes, so how did they get in? Me. Shigaraki smirks proudly. He was just considering hacking into the traffic cameras around there to satisfy his curiosity when his phone rang. Jiren. Mom, I'll be in my room. Okay, sweetie, don't stay up all night. Izuku answered the call right as he closed his door. So Jiren, what have you got for me? Anything interesting? On the other end of the line, Jiren chuckled. I'll let you be the judge of that. Have you ever heard of the League of Villains? Izuku frowned slightly. No, but they sound pretentious. He went to sit on the bed. They must not be a very big group if I haven't heard of them yet. How long have they been around? Just wait, Toga sing-songs. Not very long, Jiren said. From what I understand, there are only 2 or 3 real members, but they're backed by the boogeymen of the underground, so I wouldn't underestimate them. They're planning something big and going through massive recruitment. I'm fine on my own, thanks. Izuku drawled. Why would I tie myself down to an organization? That's a shame. Twice comments. We don't want you anyway? A chuckle came from the other end of the line. Calm down, kid. You'd just be a consultant. He paused. So, will you meet with them? I don't know, Izuku responded. Have they even done anything yet? Or am I supposed to just rely on some boogeyman's reputation? Jiren paused for a long moment, and Izuku could almost see him taking a long drag of his cigarette like he always did when he was thinking. Well, Shigaraki told me they broke into UA earlier today. I don't know. The news didn't cover a break-in. A slow grin spread across Izuku's face. Because the media took advantage of them destroying the gate, and most likely provided the perfect distraction for whatever the League wanted to do. The media didn't report it as a break-in, because they'd be the ones blamed for it. So it'll go pretty much under the radar. Brilliant, Shigaraki preens at the praise. The vultures made it too easy. He gloats as Dabai snorts at his antics. So I can tell Shigaraki to expect you tonight? Izuku couldn't wipe the smile off his face. If they want me to plan something as bold as breaking into Yua? Definitely. Revelry in the dark. Tokoyami rumbles. Agreed. Shoji replies. Underscore 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 underscore. Izuku was surprised when he arrived at the address that Jiren had texted him, only to find it was a bar. He shrugged. Guess I get to check into a bar off my bucket list. He was even more pleasantly surprised when he went inside to find it clean and tastefully decorated. A nice change from the derelict warehouses and docks he was used to meeting clients in. A bartender made of mist polished a glass behind the counter, and Izuku's eyes narrowed in on the metal braces he wore around his neck. Interesting, he must have a physical body that needs to be protected. A scraggly-looking young man, probably only a few years older than Izuku, was sitting on one of the bar stools, playing with a handheld game console, although Izuku wondered how he saw the screen with a severed hand clutching his face. At least he wouldn't have to deal with these villains, discounting his planning skills on account of his age, if one of their people was a teenager too. Age doesn't equal experience. Gran nodded sagely. Izuku sauntered up to the counter. Which of you is Shigaraki? There was no answer for a long moment before the teenager paused his game and set it down on the counter. Had to reach a save point. I'm Shigaraki. Jiren said you'd be interested in joining our party. Izuku tilted his head. That remains to be seen. I'm more of a solo player, to tell you the truth, but I understand teaming up to defeat big bosses. And he's using gamer speak. They're going to get along swimmingly. Tsukachi gripes. The hand on Shigaraki's face moved slightly, and Izuku guessed the man was smiling. Kurogiri, I like this one, and yes, Mastermind, we're going to be taking down the biggest boss of them all Might. FCK Sit CRP. Izuku's eyes widened. That's a pretty lofty quest for a relatively unknown party such as yourselves. The look in Shigaraki's eyes was deranged. But we can do it. Sensei, tell him about the Namu. Izuku turned back to the mist bartender, expecting an explanation, but was met with only silence. Instead, a staticky voice came from the tiny TV set resting in the corner. As you wish, Shigaraki. And may I simply say that it is a pleasure to see you here, Mastermind. I've heard many things about you. He's met All for One now, what they could do together. All Might shivers, unable to finish the thought. Izuku eyed the TV suspiciously. All good, I hope. You must be the boogeyman of the underground that Jiren told me about, if you won't even show your face at this meeting. A chuckle cut through the static. I suppose some have called me that, but you can call me All for One. Those with the displeasure of having seen the man in person shiver at the mention of his name. Izuku nodded. The name sounded familiar, but he'd have to look it up later. So, what's this Namu that Shigaraki mentioned? The Namu is a genetically engineered monster with multiple quirks, including strength, regeneration, and shock absorption. I created it to be on par with All Might's strength. We'll have to see that beast in action multiple times while watching these stories. Momo stresses with worry, and we'll cheer them on to victory. Gyro assures firmly before adding tensely, or at least to survival hopefully. Izuku hummed and sat down. Interesting. But the problem with monsters is that they are strong to control. The Namu are practically brain dead, Shigaraki said gleefully, and super obedient. This one will only obey orders from me, and will do exactly what I tell it to. And you believe it has the power to defeat All Might? Shigaraki smiled. Of course Sensei made it. Izuku frowned. Hero worship, even if it was for a villain, was dangerous. He made a mental note to not trust anything Shigaraki said when it came down to All for One's abilities. Hey, Shiggy says, slightly insulted. No, he's right. You can get seriously FCK'd up whenever someone criticizes your precious sensei. Dabai starts off sounding comforting, slowly becoming more mocking. FCK off crispy beach, Shigaraki snaps, causing Dabai to laugh loudly. Even in the event that it cannot kill All Might, Kurogiri spoke up for the first time. It will most definitely weaken him. I suppose that's true, Izuku said. So what's the plan? Just throw the Namu at All Might when he's on patrol? Or does this have something to do with the break-in at Yua? Your intelligence stats are off the charts, Shigaraki said. We broke in to get a class schedule. In a few days, All Might will be teaching a class in a building away from the rest of campus. That's where we'll kill him. Kurogiri will warp us right into the building when they least expect it. The muscle we've recruited will take care of the hero brats and other pros. And Namu will take care of All Might. You know you kept the event pretty tightly under wraps. Hawks starts turning to the faculty. How bad was it really? It was a nightmare, Aizawa says simply. Well duh, Maruko snarks, but we need some details. And you'll get them, Headcase interrupts, when and if these stories tell you their version of events. Izuku nodded. His mind was buzzing. He'd never been obsessed with getting revenge on All Might for crushing his dreams. Society had done more to do that than the number one pro. But he'd be lying if he said the idea of revenge didn't appeal to him. But there were too many unknowns in this plan for him to be entirely comfortable with it. What happened if the Namu failed? How could they make sure All Might was weak when he fought it? What happened if All Might used all his time in the morning and never showed up to class? He began to sort out his thoughts, letting his brain come up with plans for every eventuality. After a few minutes of this, Izuku finally realized the others were staring at him, most likely waiting for his answer. I didn't expect the League to be this patient, Todoroki comments. It is likely due to Mastermind's own reputation that they behaving in such a manner. Ida posits. They did invite him, Kiro. Tsu agrees. Alright, sounds like a plan. However, I'd like to make a few changes, if that's alright with you. Shigaraki looked at Kurogiri, who nodded. Shigaraki gestured for Izuku to continue. First, All Might has weaknesses that we can take full advantage of, one of which is that he has a time limit for how long he can be active each day. This is good for us, but could also potentially bite us in the butt if he does too much work in the morning and doesn't show up to class. All Might sinks into his seat, noticing Aizawa and Nedzu both staring him down. All for one said. What do you suggest? Well, Izuku pulled out his notebook. Both of us have significant pull in the underground. Between the two of us, I'm sure we can manipulate the city so that All Might has to interfere in about 2 hours worth of crimes. But no more than that. Last I heard, All Might's limit was around 3 hours. So if we keep him occupied for 2 of them, he'll be as weak as we can get him, while still ensuring he shows up to class. From there, we'll need to split up the hero students and get them away from the entrance. It's important that none of them escape to get help from other heroes. We'll also need some way to jam communications, so no one can call for help. They already got someone for that. Kaminari winces, remembering his own Usage experience. That's already taken care of, Kurogiri said calmly. One of the villains we recruited has an electric-type quirk perfect for jamming signals. Izuku wrote down what they had so far. Do you know the students' quirks? It'll be better if we know what to look for. Shigaraki shook his head. They're just brats. They can't do much damage. Izuku wasn't so sure. If all the students were as strong as Katsuki, they could do a lot of damage indeed. He looked at Shigaraki coldly. People would probably say the same about you and me. Age isn't a measure of competence. He bit his pencil. Unfortunately, the staff is probably already on guard after today's break-in, and hacking into the records now would tip our hand. It's not ideal, but we'll just have to split them up as soon as we arrive. Thank goodness. Midnight sighs, the others sharing the sentiment. They've gone over that day in their minds so many times, imagining how much worse it could have gone if the villains had the forethought to plan for each student's quirk. The 4 spent the next few hours debating different plans and making sure that everything would go smoothly. By the time Izuku went back home, he was almost too excited to sleep. He looked at his bare walls and the still visible outlines of where posters had been and smiled brightly. Watch out, All Might, Mastermind is coming. Okay, so. Izuku starts. When we come back to Mastermind, Everyone gets their own box of tissues. He continues with deep breaths and a shaking voice. Some may hesitate, but no one refuses or disagrees. Headcase lets the crowd calm themselves for some time before starting the next chapter. Viridian, the green guide analysis. Izuku hesitated before grabbing a marble out of the pouch on his belt. Why couldn't Amplifier be closer? Or even Rock Lock? He could have dealt with that. But why did it have to be Eraserhead? Izuku instinctively looked back, even though the mugging he'd come across was a few streets away. Maybe he'd be able to handle it on his own. We could just go back. But there were 5 big guys, and the victim didn't look like he'd be able to run away fast enough if Izuku were to die. Which was likely considering he was still injured from his fight last night. Just take me with you. Aizawa groans. Izuku groaned in frustration, then threw the marble, which bounced off Eraserhead's back. Izuku's jaw dropped at his reflexes as Eraser whipped around, and immediately grabbed the marble out of the air before it could hit the ground. He looked at it for a second in confusion before looking around. Izuku winced as he saw the ugly bruise spreading across Eraser's nose. He was such a bad person. Dang show, the kid got you good. Mike says, hissing at the injury. I noticed. Eraser deadpans back to him. He froze as Eraser's eyes zeroed in on him. But his expression was strange. Eraser should be really angry, and Izuku had been expecting a scowl like Kaken had when Izuku annoyed him. But instead, Eraser looked relieved? It must just be because Izuku couldn't see his eyes. Or he was just terrible at reading facial expressions, because there was no way that someone would be relieved to see the person who punched them in the nose. Eraser must just be hiding his anger. You were injured, and he's a hero. It's only logical for him to have been worried. Shinsu snarks. Izuku smiled apologetically and started running. This was so embarrassing. Eraser probably wanted nothing to do with him, and yet here he was asking for help from someone who he'd hurt. He didn't deserve Eraser's help. He'd just have to stick around and help with the fight so Eraser didn't have to work as strong. He couldn't just punch him in the face, then expect him to do all the work. No problem, child. Leave it to me. Aizawa sighs. Wishful thinking. Mike chuckles. Yup. Midnight giggles. When they reached the mugging, Izuku ran right in, Eraserhead close behind him. The thugs were big, and at least 2 of them seemed to have minor strength enhancement quirks, so Izuku should try to handle the others first. He rushed toward a skinny guy who was manifesting short blades from his skin. He would probably get cut a few times, but it was better he got hurt than Eraserhead. He probably deserved some extra pain after what he'd done. Hey, isn't that the guy from Kiri's debut? Kaminari asks. Yeah, it is. Kirishima comes to a horrible realization. He must have gotten away with this mugging in our world. Suddenly, the blades disappeared and Izuku glanced behind him to see Eraser glaring at his villain. Viridian, you have a slingshot for a reason. Don't just run in recklessly. Izuku's eyes widened. He was right. He'd bought his slingshot so he didn't have to get close to villains if he didn't have to. And Eraserhead had to cancel the knife villain's quirk to remind him of that, which meant that he wasn't able to worry about the others, which meant that Izuku had messed everything up again. Nice going, Deku. He quickly got out of the knife quirk user's range and jumped on top of the dumpster so he had a good view of the fight, then got out his slingshot and a handful of marbles. Yes, child, listen to the grouch. Despite his temperament, he does know what he's doing. Recovery Girl comments, he started pelting all 5 thugs with as many marbles as he could without hitting Eraserhead. Mostly he just distracted the villains long enough for Eraserhead to get a hit in, which honestly worked pretty well. It had only been a few minutes and Eraser had already managed to put 2 thugs out of commission. He was so cool. Yep, agreed. We know he's the best. That's an understatement. Eraser is not blushing, and you can't prove any differently. Eraserhead was focused on fighting the 2 strength quirk villains, and Izuku was focused on creating an opening for Eraser. So neither of them noticed one of the thugs literally melt into the shadows and make his way to the dumpster Izuku was standing on. Izuku screamed and almost lost his balance when a creepy smile suddenly popped into existence in front of him. But before he could fall, the shadow villain grabbed his arm and flipped Izuku over his shoulder, slamming him strong onto the concrete. Ooh, whoa. Ouch. Hissed Diamen. Izuku grit his teeth as he forced himself to roll to his feet like Eraser had taught him and grabbed his pipes. He lowered himself into a battle stance as he tried to keep his eye on the villain. But he simply melted into the shadows again, then popped up behind Izuku and kicked him in the back. This fight really wasn't good for his still bruised ribs. "Come on, Viridian, you got this," Kaminari cheers in support, the others slowly but surely joining him. Izuku ran through what he knew about the guy's quirk. Okay, so he could blend in with shadows. Was he using it as a disguise to make himself invisible? Or was he actually changing the shape of his body? Maybe he was using it to teleport. As the villain started to disappear again, Izuku ran forward and grabbed at the air. There, the villain was still there. He simply became invisible in darkness. "Nice catch, great job, kick his butt." Izuku grinned and closed his eyes. If he couldn't rely on his sense of sight, he'd just have to use his other senses. Kaken's explosions could get bright enough to temporarily blind someone, and he'd gone through a phase in elementary school where his favorite pastime was to blind Izuku during recess, then have his lackeys attack him while he couldn't see. Izuku had had to learn to dodge based only on sound and movement, and eventually he'd gotten good enough at it that Kaken decided the game was too boring, and he'd stopped. Izuku just hoped he wasn't too out of practice. "Excuse the FCK out of me," Bakugo shouts. "Did I actually do that?" Midoriya goes on to answer, "Don't remember it." "You said that like a question." "There was a lot of bullshit, but I think I'd remember something like that." Bakugo growls in frustration, but sits down anyway. The rest of the theater collectively decided to just let them have their discussions without interference. Izuku took a deep breath. He could hear Eraser fighting those other two villains a little farther away, but let that fade into the background. He only needed to worry about the sounds closest to him. There was a footstep off to his left and a slight breeze by his shoulder, so Izuku leaned right and felt the punch fly past him. Okay, he could do this. There were a few more steps, then a change in air pressure on his other side, so he dodged again. The next punch came quicker since the villain was probably trying to be unpredictable, but Izuku ducked so that the punch only knocked his hood off rather than breaking his nose. That's so cool, badass, F-seeking epic. The next punch was on his left again, but it was eerily similar to Kaken's right hook. So Izuku was ready. He grabbed the man's arm and yanked as strong as he could, imitating the way Amplifier moved her feet when she judo-flipped villains. He opened his eyes to see the guy lying dazed on the ground, so Izuku hurried to flip him over onto his stomach and zipped his hands behind him before he could disappear again. He'd done it, he'd taken him down. Clapping and cheers filled the room at Viridian's success. Proud grins plastered on his friends' and teachers' faces. Shouta was freaking out. He'd heard Viridian scream a few minutes ago, but he couldn't afford to take his eyes off the two villains he was fighting. He just had to hope the kid would be all right. Viridian had been doing this for 2 months now. He knew enough not to die. It was just a question about whether he would actually use what he knew. DMN, problem child. Won't he be surprised? Midnight teases. But for right now, Shouta had his own problems to worry about. These two couldn't do too much in the short time that it took to blink, but he still needed to end this quickly. He used his capture weapon to grab one and toss him into the other, but that one was sturdy enough that he just grunted, then threw another punch. Shouta jumped into the air to dodge and flipped to land behind the guy without ever taking his eyes off him, a trick he'd perfected in high school. He managed to kick him in the kidneys, but by that time, the first one was back on his feet and SWNG for Shouta's face too fast for him to dodge. Okay, that was F-seeking impressive, Dabai says unusually honestly. Shouta flinched, but before the hit could land, the villain was hit on the side of the head with a soup can and went down. Shouta glanced back to see Viridian standing there with that same half-determined, half-terrified expression he'd had during their last fight together, having obviously just thrown the can. In the split second Shouta watched, Viridian grabbed his slingshot, which had somehow ended up on the ground, and drew it back. Can you imagine? So how did you get arrested? And their answer is, I was taken down by a soup can. Toga snickered, the boys joining her in amusement. Duck, Shouta didn't hesitate to comply, and a second later, a marble shot over his head, and he heard the final villain swear. He turned and shot his capture weapon out in one fluid movement, catching the still swearing villain by surprise. He wrapped the weapon around the man's ankle and launched him into the wall, then grabbed him by the hair and hit his head against the wall to knock him out. When that was done, Shouta looked around frantically to make sure Viridian was all right, only to find him already comforting the victim. Dad mode has been triggered. Hagakir giggles. Shouta looked around the alley and took stock of the situation. In addition to a zip-deed villain that Viridian must have taken down, the floor was littered with marbles and... Was that Viridian's notebook? Shouta glanced over at Viridian, who was now making sure the victim called the police. It must have fallen out of the problem child's pocket sometime during the fight. Don't you go snooping. Mike scolds at the same time Midnight cheers. Tell us what it says, earning her a betrayed look from the loud blonde. He picked the notebook up and, against his better judgment, started leafing through it. So he was curious, sue him. There were diagrams notating different fighting styles along with what heroes used them, and Shouta smiled fondly when he realized that the kid had been trying to imitate some of his moves as well. He kept reading and was pleased to find that the kid had started focusing on villain analysis recently. "Aw, Sensei looks so proud. You're a Rakakus." "Only because nobody's looking, Kiro." Sue smirks playfully. He didn't recognize most of the villains Viridian had written about, so he didn't bother to read carefully. But there was one entry about a villain amplifier arrested a week or so ago that caught his eye. She'd been complaining about how strong it was because the guy's quirk let him see through solid objects, a skill he'd been using to peek inside women's restrooms in the bars he visited. He'd managed to hide from her for a good while because he'd just hide behind something so she couldn't see him. But he'd always been able to see her coming. Eventually, Viridian had apparently led her to him, but the whole chase had lasted several hours. "I remember that guy," Amplifier complained. "I never did catch up to him. Had to turn it over to some daylight a hole that wouldn't stop gloating." Viridian's notes were mostly stream of consciousness, and his handwriting got messier the faster he wrote. So it took a few moments for Shouta to get used to the style and figure out what the notes said. But when he did... Ooh. Guy seems to be an emitter type. Always runs away moments before Amplifier finds him like he already knows she's coming. Some type of premonition quirk? Probably not. Those are super rare and highly regulated. If someone like that were a villain, the government would know and warn the public. That's what they've done before when it's happened. So other possibilities. Maybe he sees her coming. Some remote vision quirk? How did he get caught in a chase then? Limit? He doesn't seem to run until she's right around the corner, so X-ray vision. Then there must be objects he can't see through. Weed? Impractical. But if he's looking through objects, then he won't think to look up thinking back. Amplifier had said she was surprised because Viridian led her over the rooftops to find the PPNGTM. Had he done that specifically to counteract the man's quirk? He'd managed to figure out the villain's quirk and how to work around it just from watching what he did, without knowing anything about him beforehand. That was amazing. Awe spreads through the theater at seeing their resident analyst in action. Shouta went back and started reading some of the other analyses more carefully. If he'd thought that the PPNGTM analysis was the exception to the rule, he'd been wrong. Every analysis showed similar depth and thought, and could easily rival a professional analyst's skill, even if Viridian's weren't as polished. Shouta had been assuming that Viridian had a mild speed quirk, but from what he'd read so far, an analysis quirk was more likely, and a powerful one at that. This kid. So the top theories are speed or analysis. Izuku muses, finding more enjoyment than he expected from the theories. Eraserhead, sir? Shouta looked up to see Viridian staring at the notebook in his hands. Well, he may as well let the kid know what he thought, since he'd already been caught. These analyses are pretty impressive, kid. To his surprise, rather than accepting the praise, Viridian shook his head. No, they're not. I just write things down so I don't forget them. It's not like I'm writing anything special. Yes, it is. It's amazing. You're so smart. Shouta's eyebrows shot up. You don't think this is anything special, kid? You figure out people's quirks and how to beat them within minutes. Viridian shook his head again. Anyone can do that. They're just smart enough that they don't have to write it down to remember it. I'm not smart like them. Shouta frowned. From what he'd read, The kid was probably a genius, so he must be joking when he said he wasn't smart. Unless. But Viridian's self-esteem couldn't be that bad, could it? Unfortunately, it is that bad, Aizawa says solemnly. Don't kid yourself, problem child. He held up the book. I wish my students were half this smart. Viridian fidgeted for a moment before suddenly snatching the notebook out of Shouda's hands and running off. Shouda groaned and considered chasing after him. But some of the villains were already starting to wake up, and the police would be arriving any moment. DMN, problem child. Someone give that boy a hug, Hagakure demands. Izuku was already a few blocks away by the time he stopped to catch his breath. He'd have to be more careful with his notebook. That was so embarrassing. Eraser had to lie and call him smart just to be polite, even though he'd probably been creeped out by Izuku's stupid ramblings just like his classmates were. Because there was obviously no way he actually believed Izuku was smart, right? But Eraserhead also didn't really care about politeness and social norms. So he wouldn't lie just to be polite, But he also hadn't seemed as angry as Izuku expected, considering that he had a bruise from when. Dang it, Izuku muttered. I forgot to apologize. Aborted laughter and suppressed amusement fill the room as the screen fades out and the next chapter begins to load. Now playing. Cheat code support strategist people. Izuku grabbed his bag and bolted as soon as he heard the bell. A small part of him knew that his classmates might not reject him right off the bat. This was Yua after all. But the larger part of him knew that wasn't very likely. These kids were still human, which meant that they would still see him as weak and defenseless, now that they knew he didn't have a quirk, just like Katsuki had. Damn it, Izuku, Mei scolds. He hadn't even noticed Mei chasing after him until she grabbed him by his arm and spun him around to face her. Izuku hacker Midoriya. Just what do you think you're doing? Breaking out the middle name? This must be serious. Izuku chuckled nervously. You do realize I might have a real middle name, right? I don't, but still. Izuku chuckles, earning a slap to his arm. It's too late to change it now, Izuku. Your middle name is Hacker. Mei dismissed. Now, why'd you run away like that? Why do you think? Izuku couldn't help snapping, but then forced himself to take a deep breath. He wasn't used to letting himself feel frustrated about things like this. But that still wasn't any reason to take things out on Mei. I'm sorry, Maiken. But believe me, it's better if I can just avoid everything that was about to happen. People don't tend to react kindly when they learn I'm quirkless. Either you're made of glass or diseased trash that shouldn't exist. Izuku growled, relieved that he can express his issues freely with his friends. You have to give people a chance to be good, Izuku. Mei stomped her foot. You can't just run away because you assume people are going to hate you. What if I hadn't forced you to listen after you told me? Would you have run away then too? Yes, Izuku was only able to hold himself back from yelling because he remembered they were still in the hallway. Look, you're the exception. All my life, the second anyone has learned that I was less evolved, they've turned on me. Everyone. Even my own mother started seeing me differently. I'm tired, Maiken. I just didn't think I wanted to deal with that today, okay? Pity is so much worse than hatred. Midoriya grumbles. I get that. Yuroroka nods. It's like whenever I bring up my family's money troubles, I have to ask myself, are they going to assume they have to pay for everything? I have the #1 hero's credit card and will do anything despite him. Todoroki deadpans. Or are they going to come up with stupid dares and bets for me to earn my keep? She finishes. That's horrid, Ida exclaims. Is that why getting you to let us pay for anything for you is like pulling teeth, Kiro? Tsu asks concerned. Yeah, she replies embarrassed. Mei looked as shocked as Izuku felt at his outburst. He hadn't really realized that all that was bubbling under the surface when he ran away from his classmates. He just thought he was scared? He didn't know. But now that he was thinking about it, he realized that his frustrated self was probably more honest than he was used to being with himself. He was tired. Sick and tired of the constant betrayal that came with people abandoning him. He didn't want to do it anymore. Abandonment issues noted. Hound Dog mumbled as he added to his notes. Izuku. Mei's expression shifted from something almost like pity to a determined glare and he had to take a step back as she grabbed his arm and started dragging him back toward the classroom. No, I'm not going to let my best friend run away from potential allies, just because he's scared of a little rejection. Any good inventor knows that you can't let a few explosions drive you from the lab. Aggressive friendship for the win, Ashido cheers. I'm not an inventor. Izuku dug his heels in and tried to yank his arm back. But May had years' worth of muscle from hauling around tools and materials, so all he did was slow her down. I'm an analyst. I use past data to make predictions, and all my data is pointing to this not being a good idea, a suitable argument. Nedzu comments. Your data set is skewed. May countered. Now get back there and make friends. You tell him. May Yoraraka shouts her support. No. They were so busy with their modified game of Tugafor that neither of them noticed Nedzu hanging upside down from the ceiling until they were right in front of him. Hello, Izuku yelped, and May stumbled backward. Without her actively pulling against him, Izuku's own momentum was too much, and he fell to the floor, pulling May down on top of him. His face grew hot as he realized that not only had the principal of UA, and supposedly his new personal mentor, caught him in the middle of a childish fight, but then Izuku had to make things worse by literally tripping over his own feet. Couldn't he catch a break? Laugh, snort, chuckle. Cackle, holy sit, ha. Smooth, oh dear. Nedzu smiled pleasantly. Well, this seems to be quite the predicament. Oh, don't even. Mike complains. We know you do that sort of thing on purpose, Midnight adds. Why, whatever do you mean? Nedzu asks with a menacing smile. May didn't waste any time untangling herself from Izuku, who groaned as she accidentally slapped him in her haste to get to her feet. Well, it was probably accidental, but really, who knew when it came to her? Either way, within seconds she had scrambled to her feet and started shaking Nedzu's paw enthusiastically. I'm Mei Hatsum, future CEO of Hatsum Industries, she grinned. And your principal, Nedzu. Your lack of fear is astonishing. Ida tells May. I know, right? May laughs. Izuku hid his face in his hands, silently screaming in embarrassment. But Nedzu didn't seem fazed by May's behavior at all as he simply chuckled. That I am, and I know who you are, Miss Hatsum. I saw your entry for the entrance exam, and I must say that I am very excited to see what you'll do here at UA. Do you mind if I steal young Midoriya from you for a moment? I'll return him by tomorrow. And suddenly, I'm no longer a part of negotiations. Izuku sighs, causing his friends to chuckle. Before Izuku could protest being referred to as an object, May grinned. Of course, she grabbed his arm and yanked him roughly to his feet. Nedzu was no help and simply grinned knowingly as Izuku was manhandled by his best friend. May shoved him forward, effectively handing him off to the principal. See if you can get him to stop being an idiot while you're at it. Hey, Izuku yells indignantly as the audience chuckles at his misfortune. Nedzu laughed. I will do my best, Miss Hatsum. You'll have your work cut out for you. He's too stubborn for his own good. She turned on her heel and waved as she started walking away. Good luck, Izuku. See you tomorrow. Izuku gulped and turned back to the principal. Hi? Nedzu simply smiled, seemingly unbothered by his awkwardness, as he started leading Izuku down the hall. Hello, how was your first day? Did everything go well? Izuku nodded, pushing the whole situation with his quirk introduction out of his mind. It was really good. I, heard that you had a hand in setting up my workstation, so thank you. That shouldn't be a question. Ojuru sighs. He's probably still overwhelmed. Sato reasons. Oh, Nedzu's smile grew a little more excited. Was everything to your liking? The moment I saw your request form, I thought, this simply won't do at all. You can't learn without the right materials, after all. It just seems like a little much, Izuku said softly. You really didn't need to go to so much trouble for me. I'm sorry. Nedzu waved his paw dismissively. Not at all, in fact. It was rather fun. So you were doing me a favor. Izuku hadn't thought of it that way, but he supposed that Powerloader had said that Nedzu had enjoyed setting up his little room. Oh, then you're welcome, I guess. Sometimes I forget how adorable Midoriya can be, and then he does stuff like this. Hagakure Kus. They had arrived at a door that Izuku recognized from his entrance exam as the principal's office. Nedzu opened the door and gestured for Izuku to go in. Yes, please. Nedzu grabbed a kettle from the side table and poured hot water into 2 cups, putting the tea bags in before setting them on the desk and inviting Izuku to sit down. Now, I'm sure you're eager to get home, and you're most likely wondering what this is all about, correct? Izuku nodded hesitantly. Just a little, though I'm pretty sure you wanted to talk about my analysis lessons, right? Powerloader said something about me being your personal student, so. That is partially correct. Nedzu took a sip of tea. I do want to talk to you about that. However, there is something else. Powerloader mentioned that the support students work on projects over the course of the semester, correct? Oh, what do I get to do? Izuku bounces in his seat. He said something about that in my acceptance letter. Izuku confirmed. But he hasn't said anything else about it. Ah, well, Midoriya, each first-year support student chooses a project to work on every semester, and most of your grade is based on your adequate completion of it. Most students in your class will be working on an invention. But I have something a little different in mind for you if you find it agreeable. Just get on with it already. Shigaraki whines. Izuku nodded and took a sip of his tea as he waited for Nedzu to continue. Was he supposed to say something? But he didn't want to interrupt the principal of UA, thankfully. Nedzu took his nod as answer enough and continued talking before Izuku could work himself into a full anxiety attack, wondering how he was supposed to act around such a smart and important person. Well, not person, but authority figure. Izuku hadn't really had many positive experiences with those. You will now. Koda comments in understanding. I would like you to make a full analysis of the first-year hero students' quirks, Nedzu said. They are still young and lack training, so they have a lot of room for improvement. You should focus your analysis on how they can play to their strengths while hopefully minimizing their weaknesses. These will be given to the students for them to use, so you'll be able to see the difference your skills can really make. Is that acceptable? That's so cool, we get analysis. We're gonna get so much better, yes, Izuku sunk back in his chair sheepishly. Yes, that sounds like it will be a good project. It's not bad to be excited. Nedzu chuckled, making Izuku blush. In fact, that enthusiasm is probably a large part of why your analysis is so advanced at such a young age. I wouldn't have chosen this project if I didn't believe that you would enjoy it. And I will, Izuku celebrates so much. Thank you. Izuku wrung his hands together anxiously. But, I don't think my analysis is really that advanced yet. I still have a long way to go. Minshin would beg to differ. Toga pouted. But of course, Nedzu smiled. This is a school, after all. But that brings me to the next part of our chat. You do realize, of course, that as an analyst, you will often have access to sensitive information, whether this is given to you so that you can do your job, or whether it is something like a hero's weaknesses that you figured out yourself. Correct? Izuku nodded, wondering where he was going with this. Well, I was planning on giving you full access to the school's camera system, so you can easily observe the first years wherever they happen to be, Nedzu said. But if you are observing correctly, you might become privy to certain circumstances when it comes to one of our faculty. This information cannot be allowed to get out, you understand? Whoa, he's gonna tell him about Small Might. Izuku realizes. Ida whips around to him, Small Might. Izuku looks at him, with all the seriousness he can muster. Do not tell him I said that. The girls all laugh at that, while Todoroki suppresses a smile and Ida promises to keep it to himself. Izuku nodded anxiously. Was he really being entrusted with big secrets on his first day? What if he somehow messed it up? What if he accidentally posted something that exposed the secret, and then the staff would hate him, and he'd get kicked out of UA and blacklisted from all the other schools, and a knock on the door startled Izuku out of his spiraling thought. Nedzu jumped down from his chair to open the door. And here he is now, welcome. All Might, come inside. Izuku practically deflated in relief as he saw All Might in his skinny form hesitantly walk in the door. Oh, you were just talking about All Might's other form. I already knew about that. So you don't have anything to worry about. Snort, yeah kid, because just randomly knowing the #1 hero's greatest secret is no big deal. Dabai snarks. Nedzu grinned manically, and All Might did a double take and spit up a few drops of BLD as he saw Izuku sitting at the desk. Nedzu. That's a student. You don't say. Midnight teases. Yes, that's Izuku Midoriya, my personal student, Nedzu said, almost proudly, if that was even possible. I thought it would be best to tell him about your injury before he saw you change forms on the cameras. But it seems I had nothing to worry about. But, All Might opened and closed his mouth nervously a few times. How? You forgot? Bakugo screeches at the screen. Izuku's stomach dropped slightly. You don't remember me. All Might looked between Izuku and Nedzu, confused, and a wave of disappointment washed over him. He didn't know why he expected All Might to remember him, but for some reason, he'd assumed he would. That short conversation had completely derailed his life and knocked him forcefully onto a new path. So it just seemed so important to Izuku. But to All Might, it was just another conversation with a fan. Of course, he didn't remember every fan he'd talked to. Remembering one person would be completely unreasonable. I guess. I suppose that makes sense. Doesn't make it better. Still sucks. Izuku forced a smile onto his face, burying his disappointment in logic. It was almost a year ago, so it's okay that you don't remember. I asked you if I could be a hero, and you encouraged me to choose a more realistic path. He chuckled awkwardly. I still want to help people, but decided it would be safer if I did that from behind a computer, you know. You're too nice, Deku. Uraraka huffs. I don't like grudges, he replies, then shivers while adding, just look what it's doing to Mastermind. Oh, All Might still looked confused, but after a moment, there was a flash of recognition. You were that quirkless boy. Izuku smiled and shrugged. I'm going to be an analyst. If you'd never saved my life that day and taken the time to talk to me, I would probably still be chasing an impossible dream. I'm a lot happier now, though, so, thank you. I don't know how to feel about this. Shoji comments. The saccharine sentiment of his new dream is weighted by the rod of the path not taken. Takoyami agrees. All Might shuffled awkwardly, glancing to Nedzu, who was watching the scene with an unreadable expression. I'm, glad I could help. Izuku nodded and turned back to Nedzu. Well, I've known for a while now and haven't told anyone yet. So was that all you wanted to talk to me about? For now, Nedzu confirmed. Anything else can wait. Now, shouldn't you be getting home? Yes, Izuku bowed to them and grabbed his backpack before running to the door. Thanks. All Might hesitantly started edging for the door as well. I, should probably be heading out as well. Izuku was already on his way out. But he could have sworn there was a slight chill in Nedzu's voice as he closed the door. Actually, All Might, why don't you stay for a cup of tea? I believe we need to have a little chat. F in the chat for All Might. Kaminari calls out F. Ashido and Siro reply. Rip. Kirishima adds solemnly. F. Uraraka continues. F. Kiro. Tsu agrees. He will be missed. Ayama sighs. A once great man. Shoji comments. Indeed. Takoyami agrees. So sad. Dark Shadow snickers. These kids. Dabai chuckles. Have teenagers always been this savage? Shigaraki asks. Yup, Toga cheers proudly. Okay. Headcase calls to order before you head to bed. Fair warning, I've been able to prepare the new story sooner than expected, so it will be added to the next rotation. Excitement and dread fill the room as Izuku asks, what's it called? Headcase is quick to respond. Shadows the Horror Movie Heroes. Now off to bed with you all. After a nice dinner, a great night's sleep, and a filling breakfast, everyone settled into their seats, now armed with personalized tissues, ready to continue. Now playing Deku. I think he's some pro. Quirkless something was different about Deku. Mirio watched as Deku looked through case files with almost robotic precision, and gave a few ideas for quirk improvement to him and Sir's sidekicks. But the quiet muttering and the bright smiles he'd come to associate with Deku were nowhere to be found. He also kept looking at Mirio oddly. Sometimes it was like he was sad. At other moments, it was almost as if he was angry. But then the looks were gone and Deku was back to being almost normal, except quieter. Mirio couldn't figure it out. Maybe Deku had a bad dream last night. Or maybe he just didn't sleep well. Whatever it was, it had to have been big. But at the same time, how big could it have been if he hadn't even left the agency. Oh, you poor fool. Mirio whispers in sympathy. If other you figures out what happened, do you think he'll feel guilty? Amajiki worries. Maybe. Mirio considers. Mirio thought for a moment. He should probably ask him or something, right? All Might was always telling him how important a smile was to being the next symbol of peace. He said that taking care of people's spirits was just as important as taking care of their bodies. So, Mirio looked at Deku for a minute before walking up to him and clapping him on the back. Hey Deku, why so glum? Deku jumped in surprise and looked at him nervously. Sorry, I was lost in thought. What did you say again? I was just noticing you're a bit off today. Mirio explained sheepishly. Did something happen? Deku's eyes widened slightly before he forced a wobbly smile onto his face. I just didn't get much sleep last night is all. Yep, that's it. Don't know your greatest secret at all. Dabai drawls sarcastically. Nightmares? Research, Deku said. Speaking of, I've got some cases I wanted to go over again. I'll see you later. Mirio watched in confusion as Deku practically ran down the hall. Well, that was weird. I feel so bad. It's not Mirio-senpai's fault I'm acting like that. Izuku whines with guilt. It'll be okay. Uraraka comforts. You always figure it out eventually, Kiro. Tsu agrees. Underscore 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 underscore. Izuku felt bad for avoiding Tagata, but he couldn't help it every time he looked at him. All he could think was that Tagata had been born with an amazing quirk that would make him a wonderful hero, and then decided that wasn't good enough, and was literally given another. All the while Izuku, who had been wanting to be a hero his entire life, had to deal with everyone telling him he was worthless and incapable of being a hero simply because he didn't have a quirk. Yeah, that might make someone a bit bitter. Shiro considers. I'm both dreading and cannot wait for the first day of school. Ashido comments. I'm just annoyed by what I know is going to happen. Bakugo gripes. If it's anything like our own first day. Kirishima winces. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Kaminari dismisses for now. He took a deep breath as he closed the door to his borrowed room. Why did Tagata get to have two quirks? In what way was that fair? Izuku thought back to that day on the rooftop when he asked All Might if he could be a hero too, and had to quash down his anger before he screamed. All Might knew that there was a quirk that could be passed on, but still told a little boy that his dream of being a hero was absolutely impossible. I hope you know how much you screwed up. Aizawa growls. I do now. All Might sighs. Izuku didn't blame him for being reluctant to pass his quirk to a quirkless kid he just met. But did he have to give his quirk to someone who already had one? Why couldn't All Might have gone around talking with groups of quirkless kids and picked his successor that way? He could have seen which ones had heroic potential, which ones would be grateful for the opportunity he was giving them, and which would make good use of his amazing quirk. He even had his skinny form, so no one would know that All Might was even looking for a successor. That's not a bad idea. Torino muses. But instead, All Might had taken one look at Tagata, who was already one of the best students at UA, and decided to make him even more powerful. It just wasn't fair. Izuku ran his hands through his hair, wincing when his fingers caught on the tangles. He knew he wasn't being fair to Tagata. With how highly Night-Eye thought of him, it was entirely possible it was Night-Eye who reached out to All Might and suggested Tagata as a potential successor. It probably wasn't like Tagata asked to receive All Might's quirk. Izuku didn't know if he wished Tagata had rejected it or not. On the one hand, it would have been better to give someone quirkless that opportunity. But on the other, who could reject an offer like that from the number one hero himself? That's a good point. What kid is going to refuse something like that? Midnight says, worried. I would hope I'd catch on to that kind of hesitance and ensure they actually wanted this. Yagi comments in concern. Are you saying you wouldn't be surprised by a refusal? And by extension overlook any trepidation a child might exhibit? Nedzu offers. Well, You may have a point there. Toshinori concedes before a soft smile spreads about across his face. Though I can confidently say that young Midoriya's only reservations regarding One for All were, and sometimes still are, related to the insecurities surrounding his previous quirk status, which we all will be able to assist you with. Hound Dog declares, the rest of the staff eagerly agreeing. Izuku sighed and got out his laptop. He was tired, angry, and frustrated, but all of that was drowned out by the self-pity that he felt as he compared himself. The scrawny kid doomed to misery the moment he was born with 2 toe joints, to Togata, the lucky hero with 2 amazing quirks. Could Izuku even be worth anything if he didn't even have 1 quirk? He's spiraling, Hagakure cries. Quick, text the hero's Ojaru commands. Group chat. 12857 Deku guys. This probably seems like a random question. But would you like me better if I had a quirk? Quirks don't matter, you don't need it. This is so frustrating. 58726 Joke. What's this about, Deku? 87657 Mr. Brave. Is Kaken giving you trouble again? Not this time. Bakugo grumbles. 12857 Deku. No. It's just, you guys are the first people I've ever met who don't judge me because I'm quirkless, and I appreciate that. But I can't help but think if I had a quirk, wouldn't I be more useful? Wouldn't you like me better if I wasn't so useless? You're not useless, Uraraka screeches at the screen. 58726 Joke. You're not useless. Deku, I know you've been told all your life that quirkless and useless are synonymous. But they're not. You have so many useful skills that you've gained because you are smart and work strong. Not because of anything you were born with. You don't need a quirk to be useful, and you don't need a quirk for us to like you, DMN straight Ashido shouts. 12579 Eraserhead. I think what Joke's trying to say is that we would like you exactly the same whether you had a quirk or not. You are the same person with, or without extra toe joints. So you don't need to worry that we'd like you better if you woke up tomorrow puking rainbows. Mental picture, someone calls out, triggering a cascade of laughter around the room. 87657 Mr. Brave. Yeah, Deku, you're our friend because of who you are, your personality, and your amazing analysis. All of which would be the same, even if you had a quirk, so to us at least, you'd be the same old Deku you are today. 12579 Eraserhead. So, are we going to talk about what brought this up? 12857 Deku. It's really nothing. Guys, I was just thinking about how strong my life's been, and about how it'd be so much easier if I just had a quirk. Sorry to bother you guys. 12579 Eraserhead, you're not bothering us, problem child. 58726 Miss. Joke. Yeah, we're always here for you, because we love you almost as much as Eraser loves me. Really? Aizawa deadpans. 12579 Eraserhead. Joke. Izuku stopped chuckling when he heard a knock at his door. Deku? Nightai's voice said. Is it all right if I come in? Izuku hurriedly wiped away his tears. Yeah. Did he forget that that hero was in the chat too? Shigaraki snarks. Dabai snorts, looks like it. Nightai poked his head through the door. Anyone who didn't know him well would think his expression was stern. But Izuku could recognize the concern hidden behind the scowl. I saw the group chat. Whoops, Izuku snickers. Izuku exhaled heavily. I forgot you could see that. Nightai came and sat next to him on the bed. So, what's wrong? You don't normally struggle with your quirklessness. For a minute, Izuku considered lying. Considered saying something like that Kaken had reached out, or he'd seen an anti-quirkless post or something. Or maybe he should tell the truth. Tell Nightai he knew about All Might's quirk, assuming Nightai knew about it, and that it was really unfair that Togata gets 2 quirks, while Izuku has to go without. Instead, he did neither of those things. Roman 2 guess, I'm just jealous, he said softly. Izuku knew All Might's quirk was supposed to be a secret, and he didn't want to deal with the awkwardness if Nightai and All Might knew he'd figured it out. Togata's quirk was already powerful before it mutated. A look of guilt flashed across Nightai's face. So he did know. Cool. I always wanted a quirk so it would help me be a hero. I'm still going to try to be a hero without one. But it'd be so much easier if I just had a superpower, you know? He's already that good at reading people, Hawks muses impressed. Nightai was silent for a long moment, and Izuku was starting to regret ever speaking up. Of course, Nightai would probably feel guilty about recommending Togata for All Might's quirk instead of Izuku. He should have thought of that. Stupid. What would you do? Nightai said slowly. If you got a quirk. The way he phrased it meant it could be interpreted as what would he have done if he had gotten a quirk like he was supposed to. But Izuku knew what Nightai was actually asking. Should I talk to All Might and Togata and tell them I was wrong? What the FCK? Izuku whispers with an unreadable expression. Ida is quick to react. Midoriya, are you okay? You don't usually swear, even when it's more than understandable. Concern lacing his voice. Izuku replies with an obviously fake smile. Oh, I'm fine. I mean, it's not like the only reason he accepted me as a work-study intern was to prove I didn't deserve one for all. His friends are stunned that any hero would stoop so low, much less one who once worked alongside the symbol of peace. After a few deep breaths, Izuku convinces them to turn back to the screen. Izuku shook his head slightly. It was Togata's quirk now, and Izuku wasn't about to take that away from him. But what would Izuku have done if he had been offered All Might's quirk before Togata had gotten it? Izuku's mind blanked at the idea. What would he have done? A year ago, he would have jumped at the opportunity, saying yes without any hesitation, all for the chance to be a hero. Circumstances change by the day, and so one's goals must follow. Takoyami rumbles. But what if he had? If All Might had offered him a quirk of his own, he never would have reached out to the hero underground. He never would have become Deku the Analyst. And he definitely wouldn't be on track to become the first quirkless hero. He would have used the quirk well, he knew that. He would have found creative ways to use it, and he would have been able to save a lot of people, more than he'd probably save quirkless. But it's true. You right, he's the best. But then, in 10 years, a little kid coming home from a devastating doctor's visit wouldn't be able to Google quirkless heroes and see someone like them with an actual license. That little kid would have to go through the same hell that Izuku went through going up, wanting to be a hero with no indication that it was even possible for someone like them. Just because you can't become the first quirkless hero doesn't mean you can't train them in the future. Mei comments, seeing the disappointment on Izuku's face. After a moment of thought, he breaks into a bright grin, excited at the prospect. I don't think I want a quirk, Izuku said before he had a chance to overthink the whole thing. My life hasn't been easy, but it's not any different than what other quirkless kids face. I want to be able to give hope to people like me and prove that quirkless doesn't mean useless. I want little kids like me to have hope given to them, rather than have to stubbornly make their own like I did. Does that make sense? Perfect. Amazing. Can't wait to see it. Nightai smiled and nodded, looking relieved. You're a good kid, Deku. You're going to make an amazing hero. Izuku smiled and let out a breath. Now that that's settled, I have a few ideas on how to help Togata improve his quirk. Basking in the pride at Deku's self-acceptance, the crowd takes a moment to steel themselves for what's to come. As the next chapter begins, tissue boxes in hand, a heavy atmosphere already permeates the room. Now playing mastermind strategist for Hire Ust. Bakugo tried to keep to himself on the bus ride, but that stupid city hair extra just wouldn't leave him alone. He and his equally loud and upbeat friends surrounded Bakugo, who was seriously 2 seconds from exploding. Not that Bakugo himself wasn't loud. He knew he was. But he was an angry type of loud not. Whatever these extras were, they weren't anything like the extras that had followed him around in middle school. Those ones only spoke if it was to agree with him or praise his quirk. Where these guys talked about everything under the sun and just wouldn't shut up, they even had the S to laugh at him and call his personality a garbage heap seriously. Oh wow, we really were a wake-up call for you. Kaminari realized. My Toxicus classmates are half the reason I was like that. Bakugo complained. That almost sounds like thanks. Ashido teased. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Rakunais. He dismisses, hiding his smile. All Might and Aizawa-sensei sat in the front of the bus, ignoring the class's antics. Aizawa looked almost as annoyed as Bakugo was, probably because All Might wouldn't shut up either. Or maybe that's just what Aizawa always looked like. It was strong to tell. It's All Might. Aizawa deadpans, causing Yagi to sputter. He followed the teachers into the facility and rolled his eyes when the stupid space hero started their spiel. Sounds like they really wanted the acronym of this place to be the same as Universal Studios Japan. And yeah, he knew quirks could kill. That's why he wanted his name to be King Explosion Murder. Ugh, just let him blow some stuff up already. Dabai chalked. The kid wanted to call himself what? Does he not realize how that sounds? Shigaraki snipes. Toga cackles. Is he sure he doesn't want to be a villain? All of a sudden, a purple dot appeared in the center courtyard and 13's voice trailed off as the students started muttering. Is this part of the training? No, Aizawa said as people started pouring out of the strange purple mist. Those are villains. The students fell silent as they watched the crowd grow larger. A guy with a hand on his face seemed to be the leader, but he wasn't the one the students' eyes were drawn to. The students took in a collective breath as they saw a short figure in a green hooded jacket, bright eyes visible as they scanned the students. Roman 2 thought Mastermind never participated in his crimes. Yaoyorozu said faintly. What's different this time? A personal grudge. Momo whispers solemnly. Aizawa was already running down to meet the villains, trying to keep Mastermind and the hand villain in his sights. Unfortunately, this meant that he didn't notice when the mist villain left his field of vision. Hello, students. The mist villain stood in front of the door. We would normally take the time to introduce ourselves, but Mastermind assures us time is of the essence. Bakugo ran forward and saw City Hair doing the same, but before they could reach the guy, the ground beneath their feet had disappeared, and they were somewhere else entirely, surrounded by villains on every side. Bakugo grinned. Finally, a good excuse to go all out. Damn it, they didn't get close enough to notice the F-seeking brace. Bakugo growls. That's really bad. Kirishima worries. Underscore 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 Izuku grinned as all the students were spread throughout the facility. Perfect. All Might would need to track them down before he would be able to help any of them escape. But he'd have to get past the Namu first. He stalked toward them, flexing his muscles and looking intimidating as his smile turned into a grimace. Well, that's terrifying. Dabai deadpans. You fiends, what have you done with them? Ha ha ha, don't worry, All Might, Shigaraki cackled. We're not here for them. We're here for you, Namu. Get him. The Namu surged forward, and All Might leveled a punch at his gut. Izuku took a sick sort of satisfaction in the look of shock that he saw on All Might's face before Namu returned his punch, and he went flying across the courtyard. Shigaraki cackles. Both pros looked toward the front entrance as a cry rang out from the entrance and 13 crumpled under the force of their own quirk. There wasn't time for them to dwell on it, however, because the Namu charged and the horde of villains swarmed Eraserhead. Izuku stood back and watched as both pros fought. It really was quite impressive. Come on, sensei, please, win. He heard panicked screaming and glanced over to the shipwreck zone in time to see a girl jumping ashore with 2 purple-haired boys in her arms, one of which was the source of the screams. How heroic. I'm working on it, Minta cries. Many of the villains were sitting dazed in the water, apparently in some sort of a trance, most likely the other purple-haired boy's quirk. It couldn't be the girl's, considering she was moving like a frog. He'd have to be careful of that boy. I'm already there. Shinsu whispers, questioning his life choices. Kurogiri had rejoined the fight in the main plaza as All Might suplexed Namu, opening a portal and allowing Namu to grab All Might from below. All Might grimaced as Namu's claws dug into the old wound at his side, and he started pulling All Might through the portal, but was interrupted when a massive wave of ice froze him in place, allowing the hero to escape. Go Todoroki, nice job. Get M. Izuku whipped around to look at the source, finding a boy with red and white hair glaring at him. He pulled out a pair of combat knives and ran toward the student, only to be blocked by Eraserhead, who had finally finished dispatching the crowd of villains he'd faced. Izuku dodged the capture weapon and slashed at the pro, who jumped back just in time. Eraserhead had his quirk focused on Mastermind, but it didn't slow him down at all. The two were evenly matched when it came to combat. Eraser had more experience, but Mastermind had knives and wasn't afraid to kill. Get the FCK away from Sensei, murder me. Izuku growls at the screen. His friends balk in shock, either from the sudden swear or the new nickname for his stab-happy counterpoint. Die! Izuku flinched as Bakugo yelled, but his old bully and another red-haired student headed straight for Kurogiri instead. Izuku turned back to Eraserhead. Kurogiri could fight for himself. Bakugo let loose an explosion as the two neared the mist villain. But instead of hitting him like they'd obviously planned, their attacks went straight through him. Sit, Bakugo shouts. That was close. You students are too problematic. And with that, he warped all three students away again. Even if the students had managed to defeat all the villains in the areas they were warped to, it would still take them time to get back to the plaza. No. This is bad, please. A tearing sound echoed as the Namu tore himself from the ice and regenerated his lost limbs. Oh God, that's disturbing. Kendo whispers in horror. Monoma stares in shocked silence. Did you think shock absorption was Namu's only quirk? Shigaraki's grating voice taunted as his smile turned deranged underneath his hand mask. He was designed to withstand you at 100% of your power, All Might. And he still beat it, Gyro called out. All Might clutched his side and stood tall, spitting out a mouthful of BLD. Shock absorption, huh? Not nullification. All Might rushed toward Namu and let loose a flurry of blows that the Namu returned with vigor. That means there's a limit to what you can take. You've already told me how to beat him. If he's designed to withstand 100% of my power, I'll just have to go beyond that, plus ultra. The students cry out on instinct. Izuku smirked. But Eraser tried to take advantage of his distraction and attacked despite the high winds from the fight. Not so fast, Eraserhead. Shigaraki ran up behind the pro and grabbed his elbow right before he had to blink. Eraserhead's elbow began to disintegrate, and he cried out in pain. Izuku ran forward and Eraser reared his head back as a blade narrowly missed his eyes, leaving a long jagged cut on his right cheekbone. Shigaraki threw him toward the floor and Izuku kicked him in the head, knocking him unconscious. And I got the same scar in a different way. Aizawa grumbles. At least he doesn't have a skull fracture. Recovery Girl sighs, not unkindly. Plus ultra, All Might cried. The Namu went flying through the ceiling of the Yush, and All Might turned to face Shigaraki. Most of the students had already escaped the zones and were gathered around the edge of the plaza, cheering for their hero's victory. He did it, yes, go All Might. Izuku used the dust cover to slowly sneak around as All Might began monologuing. You've been bested, villains. Surrender. Izuku smiled as he noticed the steam mixed in with dust. All Might was nearing his limit, if he wasn't past it already. Izuku adjusted his grip on the knife in his hand as he snuck up behind the hero. No, behind you, stop. All Might remained focused on convincing Shigaraki of his bluff. What's wrong? Not attacking me. Didn't you want to clear this level? Come and get me if you dare, Shigaraki smiled. Oh, I fully plan on clearing it. But you don't face the big boss alone. Smooth one, Dusty. Dabai compliments. Shigaraki just grins. Izuku took that as his cue. He grinned as he stabbed All Might right in his old injury. A puff of steam erupted, and All Might coughed up BLD as the smoke cleared to reveal the skeletal form of Toshinori Yagi. All Might, please, no. Sobs, All Might, some students cried out and others just wordlessly screamed. What's wrong, All Might? Shigaraki said gleefully. I thought we'd been bested. This is appealing. Shigaraki sighs airily. Izuku pulled out his knife, only to stab the hero again and twist the knife. All Might was choking on his own BLD now and Izuku pulled the hero's head back by the hair. So much for the symbol of peace, Izuku whispered in his ear. I guess even people with strong quirks like you can't be heroes. All Might struggled weakly for a moment before slowly going limp as he lost too much BLD. Izuku put away his knife and tossed the hero's lifeless form to the ground before checking his pulse. He smirked as he stood and stepped over the body. Stop it, BSTRD. Just leave him alone. Congratulations, Shigaraki, you did it. The students cried and screamed, unable to move as Shigaraki laughed. Suddenly, a voice raised over the rest of the students. You bastards, who do you think you are? Shinsu? Yes, catch them. Respond. Please respond. Shigaraki was about to reply when Izuku held up a hand to make him stop. He turned to the tall purple-haired student, who was staring at him defiantly. What? Not gonna say anything. Please fall for it. Shinsu begs. Izuku scanned the faces of the other students, seeing traces of hope among the terror and grief. He thought back to the dazed villains from the shipwreck zone and turned back to the student, who obviously wanted him to respond. He simply smiled at the student and turned to Shigaraki. Come on, Shigaraki, let's gather your forces and go home. We've done what we came here to do. Damn it. We were so close, damn it, no. Damn it, he's really gone. Kurogiri spread out his mists to retrieve the villains as Shigaraki got the last word. Remember the League of Villain Heroes. You'll be facing us again soon enough. He and Izuku disappeared through the warp gate, leaving the students alone. The doors to the USJ opened slowly, and Nedzu walked in with several other teachers. Is everything all right? We heard an explosion. Oh my, the teachers took in the tear-marked faces of the students. 13 lying near the door with a lacerated back. Eraserhead by the fountain bleeding heavily from a head wound. And, finally, All Might's skeletal form lying in a pool of his own BLD. They were too late. Sobs and cries of grief filled the room as the student mourned their lifelong hero and resent teacher. The man who took down villains with a beaming smile and gave them meat buns on their days off. The man whose first student and successor is their kind and caring classmate. All while the teachers leave their seats to comfort their students, All Might himself flits around the room to remind each student that he is here, right in front of them. Meanwhile, the villains are cheering and celebrating the death of a hero behind a sound barrier preventing them from the mourning crowd, party poppers and all. When the noise level fell and everyone returned to seats with little more than sniffles and whimpers, Headcase hesitantly began the next chapter. Now playing Viridian the Green Guide. Problem Child Viridian, the Green Guide Problem Child. Shouta couldn't help playing with the marble Viridian had thrown at him earlier as he sat by Tsukachi's desk after his shift. The kid was smart, making the marbles pull triple duty as a way to call heroes, ammo, and a sort of makeshift signature. Viridian would be a popular and effective hero if he'd just get off the streets and into a hero program. But first, he'd have to learn how to take better care of himself, because he really shouldn't be on the streets the night after he was almost killed. Ask for the impossible. Todoroki deadpans. Hey, I'm getting better. Izuku defends. Slowly. Ida corrects, causing his friend to pout. The kid must have an insane pain tolerance to be out and fighting so soon. The only indication that Viridian had been injured at all was a moderately slower running speed and a slight stiffness when he twisted. But he hadn't let it hold him back as he fought. Shouta didn't know if Viridian had broken his ribs or just bruised them. But the kid shouldn't be so used to working through the pain. He also shouldn't be used to hiding his injuries. Shouta wasn't even sure the problem child had been doing it consciously, because the way the kid had been doing it instinctively, like pretending he was fine, was a habit he'd developed after years of practice. Oh, sensei's connecting the dots. Kaminari bounces in his seat. I'm so tempted, Ashita whispers. Mina. Siro warns. But she whines memes. And wasn't that concerning? Viridian's obviously high pain tolerance and tendency to hide his injuries were just the latest entries in a disturbingly long list of concerns that Shouta had about the kid. He ran straight into danger when the most intelligent thing to do was run away. And if there was one thing Shouta knew, it was that Viridian wasn't stupid. He'd known the kid was smart just from the way he'd memorized everyone's patrol routes, and that intelligence had only been confirmed by the way he targeted any weakness he could in his target's defenses. He's going to be one knockout hero. Midnight grins. Not gonna scold her for that one, Mike asked. The brats have started shipping me, Aizawa deadpans. I consider it revenge. But then he'd seen the notebook. The kid was probably a genius and Nedzu would be salivating if he'd had a chance to read what Shouta had. And yet the kid insisted he wasn't smart. At first, Shouta had assumed he was joking. But the more he thought about the conversation they'd had earlier, the more he realized that Viridian honestly believed what he'd said. Shouta didn't know if he even wanted to think about what must have happened in Viridian's life to convince the kid that he was an idiot despite his obvious skills. And that was even more true if he had an analysis quirk. I do quite look forward to a discussion with a young man once we've returned home. Nedzu confirms, much to his employees' dismay, which brought Shouta back to his list of concerns. If the kid thought he was stupid despite his intelligence, what other lies did he believe? Did he somehow think he was worthless? Did he think that his life was worth less than the lives of the people he saved? Shouta thought back to the fight with the crab villain. Viridian hadn't thought twice about giving up his weapons so Shouta could fight more effectively. And then the first thing he'd done after the fight was asked if Shouta was okay, with no regard for his own safety or well-being. Yes, come on, sensei. Hagek your hopes. It was like Viridian had decided, at that moment, that it was okay if he died, as long as Shouta lived. He stared at the marble again, seeing how the green and black swirled together. Was the kid? Come on, Eraserhead. Get to it already. Shigaraki gripes. Oh, you got one too. Shouta flinched as Amplifier's overly peppy voice practically yelled behind him, and he almost dropped the marble. As it was, he fumbled it, and only just managed to palm it before it rolled onto the floor. Oops. Amplifier winced. He turned to glare at Amplifier, who smiled sheepishly at him. Sorry. What do you guys have? Sukachi asked as he walked up with paperwork and coffee. Viridian's got a new calling card. Amplifier grinned and dug around in her pockets before triumphantly showing Sukachi a green marble identical to the one Shouta had almost dropped. He started throwing these instead of rocks so that we know it's him. Sukachi frowned at the marble, then turned to Shouta. And you have one too? Shouta sighed and showed Sukachi his marble. Honestly, he wouldn't be surprised if the marble became a badge of honor among the local heroes. He could see them turning into a sort of membership card for an exclusive club of heroes Viridian trusted, even though Viridian went to heroes based on availability, not trust or competence. Still, he wouldn't put it beyond his colleagues to start collecting them. Totally. Joke snickered. Gotta do something on those slow nights. Rocklock confirmed. It'd be nice. Brave smirked. You're all ridiculous. Eraser sighs. It seems he's embracing his popularity then. Sukachi said bitterly. If he's putting in the extra effort to have a signature. I don't think that's what he had in mind. Shouta said as he put his marble away. I don't know if you've heard, but Viridian somehow got his hands on a slingshot, and the marbles are his primary ammo. As far as I know, he wasn't actually planning on them being a calling card. He has a slingshot? Amplifier bounced up and down in her seat. Have you seen him use it? Is his aim any good? Shouta nodded. He hasn't mastered it by any means, but he's good enough to get the job done. He led me to a group earlier and kept pelting them with marbles to distract them and make them easier for me to take down, and he didn't hit me once. He'll probably get better with it the longer he trains, but for now, he seems to be more comfortable with close-range combat. He has some dual-wielding pipes that he uses as bludgeoning weapons. Pipes? Sukachi asked. Aren't they considered an improvised weapon? Why didn't he invest in something better, like Tonfa? There are more than enough illegal weapons dealers that he wouldn't have a problem finding something. Except he hasn't actually broken the law, and he's not about to start now. Sukachi sighs. And yet the problem child chooses to use something that can be bought at literally any hardware store. Shouta said. It does make him harder to track. Not the point, but go off. Gyro deadpans, causing Momo to snort and subsequently blush at making such a sound. Not that we're going to bother. Amplifier piped up. He's not hurting anyone. He's a vigilante. Sukachi said sternly. And we need to be prepared to capture him if he ever crosses the line into villainy. You both know how common that is. They were all silent for a moment as they remembered Stendhal and the other vigilantes who had turned. Vigilantes tended to make extremely frightening villains. So, since Underground's work with vigilantes. Koda hesitates. Does that mean Sensei has had to bring in his friends? Being a hero will never be easy, mon ami. Aoyama says sadly. Viridian's still young. Shouta said finally. There's still time to guide him onto the right path. Yet, Amplifier agreed. He's just a kid. So go easy on him, Tsuki. Don't call me that, Sakachi demands. Sakachi signed heavily. Just keep an eye on him. If he gives any indication that he's going too far, you need to bring him in. If we catch him quickly enough, he might even be a candidate for the Vigilante Rehabilitation Program. That dusty old thing? Amplifier asked. I thought it was just an artifact from the time when hero licenses were still getting started. Has anyone even gone through the program in the last few decades? No, but it's still a useful tool. Nedzu grins. It's not common by any means, Shouta said, because society expects heroes to start legally now. But the laws are still on the books. Since the program hasn't been overturned, law enforcement can still petition the Hero Commission to allow a vigilante to participate, provided that they don't use excessive force in their takedowns. We don't have to worry about that, Yororaka says proudly. And since vigilantes like Knuckleduster, who routinely beat villains to a pulp, are more common, Sakachi said, most modern vigilantes don't qualify. The Hero Commission isn't likely to approve an untrained kid like Viridian for the program anyway. Otherwise, I'd try to get him approved now. Endeavor blinks at that. So you have to let vigilantes gain a reputation before you bring them in. So long as they're not overly violent, yes we do. Aizawa confirms. I guess that makes sense. Amplifier pouted. But I would still love to see Viridian as a legit hero. Can you imagine seeing kids with green hoodies and little marbles on keychains or something? What makes you think he'll even want merch? Shouta said. He might want to stay underground. Don't be ridiculous, Amplifier waved away his concern. He's a happy young teenager. Of course, he wants to be famous. Not with an anxiety disorder. Izuku laughs. After he sees the concerned looks of his friend, he adds, I will tolerate fame, but it doesn't mean that's my goal. I mean, you know me. Shouta frowned. The kid had only had one article written about him, but even that had seemed to make him uncomfortable. And Shouta was also worried that happy wasn't the right word to describe Viridian's mental state. What's wrong, Eraser? Sakachi asked. Something's nagging at you. It's just, Shouta dragged a hand down his face, making him look even more exhausted than he actually was. There's a lot of little things that have been adding up, and I'm not quite sure what to do about it. Spread the work. Ask for help. You always say how important teamwork is. Sato comments. Maybe we can help. Sakachi said kindly. What's bothering you? I think Viridian might be depressed. Shouta said. What? Amplifier said. He's a teenage boy. Why would he be depressed? He's a teenage boy. Why wouldn't he be? Shinsu snarks. From what I've gathered, he doesn't have the best life. Shouta started rolling the marble between his fingers again. Last night, he almost died helping me with a fight. But he was out again tonight, fighting like it had never even happened. So he's reckless, Sakachi said. That's pretty common in teenagers. It doesn't mean he's depressed. Yes, being reckless is normal in teenagers. I'm a teacher, so I know that better than most. But Viridian's recklessness goes beyond what I see in my students, Shouta said. It's almost like he believes that his life isn't worth anything, which isn't an attitude someone develops overnight. I will say this, Aizawa says, turning to All Might. You're probably half the reason Midoriya has recovered as much as he has. Making the man beamed. You think he might be being abused? Sakachi said in realization. Shouta shook his head. Not at home. Viridian's never mentioned that. But when I mentioned school once, the kid completely shut down. Bullies, Sakachi said. Shouta nodded. He acts like he's used to hiding injuries and pain, so it's possible he's been trying to hide the bullying from his family. I'm just glad it never got that far for me. Izuku mumbled, glancing over to Bakugo, catching the guilt the boy carefully hides whenever these stories bring up their less than stellar past. That means he's been treating his injuries himself, doesn't it? Amplifier said. Remember that first time I actually talked to him? A store clerk got severe burns during a robbery, and when I went to go check on the victim, Viridian had already given first aid. When I asked him how he knew how to do that, he just said he'd had a lot of practice. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but do you think? Shouta sighed. Unfortunately, yes, he most likely had to practice on himself. I don't think the bullying is entirely physical, though. Psychologically, he trailed off. It was just a hunch, but he hoped he was wrong. He hoped that Viridian was emotionally resilient and had access to the correct resources to deal with the abuse he faced at home. He hoped that the problem child had become a vigilante because he thought they were cool or to annoy the heroes. But he's hiding everything. Ojuru finishes. Tsukachi gestured for him to continue and shout aside. He doesn't know his own worth. I got a peek at his notebook tonight, and the kid is brilliant. But he seems to genuinely believe that he's stupid. He runs into fights that he isn't prepared for, and he doesn't seem to care about his own safety, despite the fact that he is almost excessively worried about the safety of the victims and even the heroes he's fighting with. The first time I met him, I told him that he shouldn't get into fights because he didn't want to die, and he hesitated. Say it, just say it already, Ashido cries on the verge of tears. Shouter rubbed the bridge of his nose in exhaustion and frustration as Amplifier and Tsukachi stared at him with wide eyes. I think Viridian might be suicidal. The screen fades, much to the dismay of the audience. Relieved, the heroes and police are aware, or at least suspect, Viridian's mental state. Now they can only hope he will accept the help they offer. The next chapter loads quickly. Everyone settling in to watch Cheat Code navigate his way through the support course. Now playing Cheat Code support strategist Risk and Reward. Izuku intentionally left later than he should have for school, so that he wouldn't have to deal with his classmates, which was worth the risk of running into Katsuki on the train. He honestly wasn't planning on being as late as he was, but when he reached the station, he caught sight of Katsuki already waiting for the train. Luckily, he was facing the other way, so he hadn't seen Izuku yet, and he was able to hide around the corner until the train left. It meant that Izuku had to wait for the next train, but he wouldn't have to deal with an angry Katsuki, so it was all good. Is this going to turn into a situation like in Deku? Ashido asks very worriedly. I hope not. Zero comments. As it was, Izuku ended up sliding into the little desk outside his workroom right as the bell rang. Mei was sending him the stink eye, but he resolutely ignored her as Powerloader walked to the front of the room. He knew she was just trying to do what she thought was best for him, but she'd never had to deal with being quirkless before. It is an experience. Izuku huffs. All right, class, settle down, Powerloader said. Welcome to the support course today. You're going to be deciding on and starting your semester projects. These have to be approved by me, and I'll also be looking over them as you work to evaluate your progress and help you improve. I would personally recommend choosing a project that you would be able to use in the sports festival, since you're allowed to bring any support items you want, as long as you made them yourself. It's still a ways away, but it can sneak up on you if you're not careful. Izuku thought back to the project that the principal had given him. It wasn't an invention, but knowing all the first-year hero students' quirks would give him an edge that nobody else would have. So maybe that was why Nedzu assigned him to analyze their quirks. He should try to give each of the students a few suggestions before the sports festival as well, to help them do well. He glanced over at Mei, who was already messing with the materials on her desk in excitement. Choosing just one project would be difficult for her. You have no idea. Mei pouts. Powerloader called his attention back to the front of the room. You are also allowed to work on other projects for extra credit if you want. These have to be approved by me just the same as if they were official projects. They just don't have to go as in-depth. I will be right up here if you have any questions or want to get your project approved, so don't hesitate to ask. With that, he sat back down and left them to their work. Izuku immediately bolted into his room, so Mei couldn't try to force him to make friends, and closed the door behind him with a sigh. Immediately, his attention was grabbed by a nondescript post-it note stuck to the central screen of his computer. Izuku approached it hesitantly, fully expecting some hatred-filled death threat. It wouldn't be the first time, though his desk this morning had been notably clear of graffiti, which was a pleasant surprise. Though maybe Mei had just scared them out of doing something that obvious. Izuku hadn't ever had someone willing to protect him like that before. Did that happen in our world? Uraraka asked with a fire in her eyes. Sorta? Izuku answered, the notes I got were insulting, yeah, but I've never gotten a death threat. Except from Bakugo. Todoroki deadpans. Yeah, but he says that stuff to everyone and rarely ever means it. Izuku concedes. True, hero. Izuku didn't even notice himself clenching his eyes shut as he snatched the note off the screen and had to force himself to take a peek, only for his eyes to widen in shock and relief as he realized that the note was actually from Nedzu, not his classmates. Midoriya. Here's the password to the camera system's RAW+0 overlord. Burn this note. Nedzu. Note to self-change camera password. Nedzu sighs. Izuku read it twice until he was sure that he would be able to remember the password before looking around. Did his room have matches? He checked all the drawers and found every office supply he never knew he needed, but nothing that would allow him to burn the note as instructed. He couldn't just tear it up, someone could potentially reassemble it and gain access to the cameras, and it would all be Izuku's fault. And then, deep breaths, kid. Dabai chuckles. His spiral stopped when he happened to glance out his window and notice Mei Strong at work. She made so many things explode that she had to have something capable of burning a tiny piece of paper. Right? Mei starts laughing so strong, she can barely breathe, laughing somehow even harder after Izuku's comment of, ask a stupid question. But if he asked for her help, she might force him to confront their classmates, unless, of course, she was so distracted with her inventing that she completely forgot about her self-declared side quest. Izuku bit his lip and watched her for another long moment before deciding that it was a safe enough bet. That's where you're wrong, Mei claims. The noise hit him immediately as soon as he opened the door. Almost everyone was working on something, and the happy sounds of drills and power tools seemed to come from every direction as he walked toward Mei's table. Mikan, Nedzu gave me this note and asked me to burn it. Do you have something that'd be able to take care of it? Mei whipped her head around to face him, and he leaned back as the crosshairs in her eyes narrowed before she gave him a manic grin. Ooh, a note-burning baby. I can make one. She reached for the note, but Izuku held it out of her reach. Actually, Mikan, I was hoping for something a little faster. Mei pouted. You're no fun, Izuku. Nope, Izuku agreed. Now, are you gonna help me or not? Mei glared at him for another moment before sighing and turning on her blowtorch. Izuku smiled brightly at her as he lit the corner of the note on fire and let it burn for a few seconds before dropping it onto the floor and stomping out the flames once the note had completely turned to ash. Their classmates seemed to be giving them a wide berth as they watched the exchange, but that was just fine by him. I am a weird kid, Izuku comments. That does explain this friend group. Mei agrees. Not a single member of the squad can come up with an argument for that, so just accept it as fact. Thanks, Mike, and good luck on your project. Izuku started to walk back to his room, but was stopped in his tracks by Mei grabbing his arm. Oh no, you don't. Mei's grip tightened slightly as she grinned savagely. Izuku hacker Midoriya. You are going to talk to your classmates if it kills you. Izuku was honestly convinced that it might. You're my friend. Mei, shouldn't you be trying to keep me alive? Oh, shut up. You're not gonna die. Mei waved the hand that wasn't holding Izuku hostage dismissively. Now, everybody, listen up. This idiot thinks that you're all gonna hate him just because he was born with an extra toe joint or whatever. So he needs you to beat it through his thick skull that not everybody is like his old stupid bullies. Izuku hid his face in his hands and groaned as it turned red. It wasn't a safe bet. Well, at least he'd successfully burned the note, and he could deal with all of his classmates' rejections at once. Small mercies, right? He prepared himself for the worst when he heard Kohaku scoff. You're FC kidding, right? Izuku uncovered his face to find her looking extremely unimpressed. If we're gonna hate you, it'll be because of something you did, loser. I like her. Bakugo smirks. Of course you do. Zero rolls his eyes with a huge grin. Izuku blinked a few times and flinched as someone patted his shoulder heavily. He looked up to see Hanzu grinning at him, something that was really intimidating, considering his 3 rows of sharp teeth. Yeah, dude, rejecting someone based on a quirk is totally uncool. Preach, tell him that's right. Izuku's eyes widened, and he glanced over the rest of the class, looking for any sign that they disagreed with what the other two had said. Most of his classmates just looked like they didn't care either way, which hadn't ever happened before, and the only one who didn't look bored with the whole thing was Shiguro, who was currently trembling. Being quirkless doesn't make you any less terrifying, Midoriya. Snort. I mean, he's not wrong. Definitely, Mei gave a shocked laugh and Izuku's jaw dropped. What? I'm not that scary, am I? Kohaku rolled her eyes. Yeah, and my hair's not a pain to brush. You caught the attention of Principal Nedzu, Midoriya. Of course, your scary power loader cleared his throat, and the class all turned to him. Midoriya, UA has a zero-tolerance policy toward bullying and discrimination. You shouldn't have to worry about that, and if anyone gives you a strong time because of your quirk, you are more than welcome to report that to me or to Nedzu. And I won't get in trouble? Izuku asked, now reeling from shock. This all seemed like a dream. A good dream, but still a dream. The theater suddenly finds itself with a horrifyingly heavy silence as such information is processed. He clamped his mouth shut when he noticed the heavy silence that had blanketed the room in stark contrast to the happy sounds of working that had greeted him when he'd first left his room. His classmates were staring at him with various expressions of disbelief, shock, and even anger. You used to get in trouble for reporting discrimination? Kohaku asked. What the FCK? Well, it's just that every school has a zero bullying policy, Izuku hurried to explain. But most teachers tend to think that it's not a big deal. Or not big enough to get a promising student in trouble for. But then something has to be done about the complaint, and someone has to be punished, so. Yeah. I wonder if Nedzu will let us help with that school's demolition. Kota says uncharacteristically angry. You don't have to worry about that anymore. Powerloader said firmly. We actually follow our policies here. We couldn't call ourselves heroes if we didn't even protect our students from each other. Diamond Straight Midnight shouts at the screen, joined by her co-workers in outrage and support. Thank you so much. Goodbye. Izuku held hurriedly and rushed back into his room and slammed the door, wiping at his eyes furiously the moment he was out of sight. They really wouldn't let him get bullied. It just seemed so surreal he couldn't resist the urge to pinch his arm to make sure that he hadn't just overslept somehow. But even though he pinched his arm strong enough to make the skin turn red, he was still at UA, staring at his private room with a setup of computers that the principal had personally set up. This was really real. Hell yeah, it is. Welcome to UA, we're happy to have you here. After a minute or so, Izuku took a deep breath to steady himself and sat down at his computer. If UA was going to do so much to help him, the least he could do was become an analyst they could be proud of, starting with his assignment from Nedzu. Analyzing the hero course first years. As the screen fades, the room fills with debate on which student he'll analyze first. Headcase waits patiently for someone to remember what's coming. It's Kaminari, whose attention turns to the screen for just long enough to see the new title. Guys, shut, it's time for the new story. People quickly return to their seats ready and waiting for yet another possibility. Now playing Shadows the Horror Movie Heroes. Shadows the Horror Movie Heroes fear as a weapon. Izuku couldn't breathe. Sorry, kid. The sludge villain squeezed a little tighter. I didn't know All Might was in town. I can't afford to stick around. You were attacked by that thing too? Uraraka shrieked. Uraraka, look at me, I'm fine. Izuku comforts. Izuku's vision started going dark, and he clawed uselessly at the villain. This was really it, wasn't it? He was going to die. Reluctantly, he stopped fighting, slowly giving in to fear and dread as the rest of his air ran out. It's okay. We know he survives this. Kaminari comforts himself. Detroit. Smash! Izuku heard a terrified scream from the villain before he passed out, and the next thing he knew he was getting slapped awake by All Might. Wait. Slapped awake? Toshinori, you dunce. Gran smacked the man. I know. All Might sighs. All Might? Izuku sat straight up. You saved me? Of course, you saved me. Thank you for saving me. I have a notebook. Will you please? All Might gave a booming laugh and handed him his notebook. Already done. My boy, my apologies for letting you get caught by that villain back in the day. He would never have even reached the sewers now. If you'll excuse me, I must be on my way. Get him medical attention. Recovery girl whacked him with her cane. Wait, Izuku reached toward him. I have so much to ask. Kaken was right. Izuku was an idiot. He'd realized that All Might was about to launch off, but he'd grabbed onto his leg anyway. He knew how far All Might could jump. He knew every statistic there was on him. He knew how dangerous that was. Why in the world had he done that? Izuku buries his head in his hands, avoiding the disbelieving looks of his friends. As soon as he noticed Izuku, All Might started shaking his leg. Come on, kid, I get being a fan, but this is too much. This just keeps getting worse, and we're not even to the part where you crush his dream. Aizawa snarls. I'm afraid it will get worse still. Yagi warns reluctantly. Izuku clung on even tighter. If I let go now, I'll die. Oh, All Might blinked like he hadn't even thought about that and grabbed Izuku's collar. Right. Just close your mouth and eyes, kid. You look gross. The number one hero, everybody. Dabai snarks dramatically. Izuku did as he was told, and after a few seconds, he felt a jolt as All Might landed. Immediately, all the terror-fueled strength he hadn't known had left him, and he collapsed onto the ground. I'm alive. I'd probably be kissing the ground after that. Minta snickers. You'd have wet your pants too. Gyro huffs. Barely. All Might huffed. What was so important that you did something so stupid, kid? Okay, I don't remember being that harsh. All Might says, confused. Izuku pulled himself to his feet. I needed to ask you a question. Well, kid, out with it. All Might prodded. I don't have all day, you know. Wow, that All Might is being a lot meaner than ours was. Izuku wrinkles his nose. Izuku took a deep breath. It's just. My whole life, I've wanted to be a hero, but everybody says I can't. So, is it possible? Even though I'm quirkless, can I be a hero like you? Sometime while he was talking, smoke started filling the rooftop, and by the time he gathered his courage to look, All Might was gone. Izuku screamed. Snort. Fair. Mood. Same. It's still me, kid. Don't be so dramatic. All Might groaned and lifted up his shirt to show Izuku a large scar. This is a scary career, kid. You fight powerful villains head-on long enough and, well, this injury was just one guy. So can you be a hero, kid? Not without a quirk. All Might kept talking, but Izuku was too focused on holding back his tears to hear any of it. At some point, All Might pushed past him, and after that, there was really no point in staying, so Izuku forced himself to get moving. He'd really just been lying to himself all these years, hadn't he? Wait, you left him there? Midnight rounded on All Might. Tell me you didn't leave him there. That was a really bad day, and I regret most of it. All Might confirms. The faculty turned back to the screen fuming. Izuku didn't really know where he was going. Probably home, since there was no point in going to the villain fight he could hear going on in the distance, now that his notes were useless. If even All Might said it was impossible, then it was true. He couldn't be a hero. What was he going to do now? He was so wrapped up in his thoughts that he almost didn't hear the commotion in the alleyway. It wasn't nearly as loud as the fight in the distance, but it was still enough to get his attention. Now that he was paying attention, Izuku could hear punches being landed and someone yelling about a villain, and before he knew it, he was walking toward the fight on autopilot. It must be a minor villain, probably with a weaker quirk. The ones with stronger quirks usually drew a crowd, and most of the heroes were probably at the other fight. So even if he was still going to be a hero, there really wasn't any point in watching. Unless you want to go underground. Shinsu huffs. He found himself rushing to the alley anyway, only to skid to a stop as he realized it wasn't a villain fight at all. A group of kids his own age was clumped around a few ringleaders, who were either pinning down or beating up their current victim. A lanky kid with purple hair and, well, it was most likely a verbal quirk, considering that the bullies were bothering to cover his mouth. If it had been Izuku, Kaken would have just let him scream. Oh wonderful, another extra, a whole version of me. Bakugo grumbles. So should we be placing bets on which versions get comeuppance, and which ones get redemption? Kaminari asks. The Viridian version is definitely going the redemption route. Ashido claims. Mastermind is totally dragging his version down with him eventually. Zero agrees. I hope the other three get better, but I'm not holding my breath. Kirishima huffs while patting Bakugo's shoulder. Meanwhile, oh joy, I'm getting my butt kicked. Shinsu sighs. Why are you even thinking of applying for UA? One of the ringleaders sneered. You're a villain, and that's what you'll always be. Why would a school like UA even think of letting someone like you be a hero? Yua does not discriminate against applicants, Nedzu says with a strange level of calm. So the kid had a villain's quirk. Izuku winced sympathetically. That was pretty much as bad as being quirkless in a lot of people's eyes. Somebody landed a punch to the kid's gut, and he let out a muffled grunt. Izuku couldn't help himself. He'd stood between Kaken and the other kids so many times that his feet moved on their own, and he took 2 steps forward until the kid saw him. Instead of looking at him with hope or gratefulness, though, the kid just shook his head sternly. Izuku froze. I hate it, but I get it. Izuku growls. What do you mean, Kiro? Sue asked concerned. Sometimes an attempt to help can just make things worse. Todoroki says blankly. This worries their friends, but they know better than to push. Everyone has things they'd rather not say. One of the bullies snarled. What are you looking at, villain? Izuku ducked behind a dumpster as the bully turned his head. The kid obviously didn't want him interfering. Not that Izuku could do much good anyway, but still. After a few seconds, he peeked out but made sure to keep to the shadows as much as he could so he wouldn't be seen. The bullies were looking around nervously, and even though they'd turned back to the kid, they had obviously been thrown off their rhythm. Interesting. I do love some fear tactics. Aizawa nods to himself. Do you think he somehow called for one of his villain friends? One of the lackeys hissed. What are we gonna do if he calls for backup? Get your asses handed to you like you deserve. Gyro snarks. He didn't call for backup. A ringleader insisted, but Izuku noted with surprise that he didn't believe it. The villain doesn't have any friends to come to help him in the first place. Yet, Izuku mumbles. Izuku frowned. He at least had Kaken, even though he wasn't quite sure if that counted as friendship. But from the sound of it, this kid didn't have any friends at all. That must be so lonely. There must be something he could do to help. Please don't. Shinsu groans. The bullies were still nervous, and a couple had started shifting like they were about to bolt. Izuku had to stop himself before he started muttering. They were that thrown off just by the suggestion that backup was coming. What were they so afraid of? Was it just that they didn't know what might come? If they knew who was hiding, they wouldn't be scared at all, so that fear of the unknown must be part of it. What if they thought he had a strong quirk? Would they be more scared or less? Better to face the enemy, than traverse a path through the unknown. Takoyami agrees. One of the bullies glanced around the alley before huffing and shoving the kid to the ground. Whatever. I was getting bored anyway. Don't even bother applying to Yua, villain. The kid glared after them, and Izuku ducked back behind the dumpster as they stalked out of the alley. He waited until the last one was gone before running toward the kid. Hey, are you okay? That's a stupid question. Shigaraki gripes. The kid rolled his eyes. Just peaky. Oh, I have a first aid kit. Izuku swung his bag off his shoulder and started digging through it. I have badges and burn cream and… Don't bother. I have my own. Why am I surprised? Aizawa complained. I'll be adding Shinsu to the list of students for evaluation. Hound Dog informs. The kid was already kneeling next to his own backpack, and within a second he'd pulled out a first aid kit, just as intense as Izuku's. So, you're obviously pretty beat up too. What do they hate you for? Well, that was blunt. Sato comments. Oh, Izuku's face fell? I'm quirkless. All of a sudden, Izuku's brain felt fuzzy and his arms fell limply at his sides, his fingers barely managing to hang onto the strap of his backpack. The kid refused to look at him as he started bandaging his bruises. Go away. Izuku couldn't say he was very surprised when his body started obeying on its own. Brainwashing would explain why the other kids were calling him a villain, and why they were covering his mouth since it seemed to activate with a question. That was such a cool quirk. He really hoped that kid ignored his bullies and tried for Yua anyway, because he would be able to save so many people someday. Wah. Shinsu stares at the screen in disbelief. It took a few blocks to qualify as a way enough for the quirk to deactivate, and the moment he had his brain back, Izuku sighed in defeat. There was no point in turning around and trying to find the kid again. He was probably long gone by now, but Izuku had ended up wandering in the direction of the other villain fight, so he might as well stop by there now. It didn't take him long at all to find the crowd, but instead of catching the tail end of the cleanup, The fight was still going on. That must be one strong villain. No, we just didn't know what to do. Mount Lady sighs. How long has that kid been in there? I don't know. But if he's still alive, he hasn't got long. The villain had a hostage. What was the villain's quirk? Was it something with fire or... Izuku finally elbowed his way through enough of the crowd to be able to see the villain, and he gasped. The sludge villain must have escaped the bottles that All Might shoved him in. This was his fault. If he hadn't grabbed onto All Might, he wouldn't have dropped the bottles, and even if for some reason he had, then he would have still had just enough time left to recapture him. Izuku cursed himself and pushed a little closer. Was the hostage even still alive? Izuku had felt like he was going to die after only a few seconds. Attention Hellions, Aizawa called out. I can't believe I have to say this, but plastic bottles are not appropriate restraints or transport. The hostage was struggling weakly at this point, but considering all the fires the heroes were fighting, he must have some sort of fire quirk. Izuku leaned forward as he saw a tiny bit of flame burst from one of the victim's hands. No, it was an explosion. Kakin, Izuku yelled and almost started running before he caught himself. That kid earlier was right. If he went out there right now, he'd just be an extra victim for the heroes to save. But there had to be something he could do. All Might wasn't coming. He was all out of energy for the day. But... well, actually the villain didn't know that, did he? What does that matter? Ida asks. In spite of himself, Izuku smiled. The sludge villain was terrified of All Might, just like those bullies had been scared of him when he'd hidden behind the dumpster. Well, more scared of the idea of him, but still. They'd given up rather than risk fighting against an enemy they couldn't beat. Is he going to do what I think he is? Mike asks, turning to see the smile ever so slowly spreading across his friend's face. A half-baked plan already in mind. Izuku took a big breath and yelled at the top of his lungs. All Might's at a fight just down the street. He'll be here any minute. Is he planning to bluff the slime dude away? Kaminari asks. Hell yeah, Ashido cheers. The crowd started chanting All Might's name, and the villain instantly tensed, torn between taking over his hostage, who wouldn't be a very good disguise at this point, and making a run for it. Izuku elbowed his way to the very front of the crowd. He just needed to give one final push. The villain was looking around frantically for All Might, so it didn't take long for his eyes to widen in recognition as he spotted Izuku in the crowd. Izuku gave his best, most confident smile as he called out, Well, do you really think you can escape the number one hero again? Really? Oh, that's gonna FCK with his head. Dabai smirks. The villain hesitated for one final second before expelling Kakin onto the pavement with a squelch and making a run for it. The heroes rushed him instantly, no longer having to avoid hurting Kakin or risk getting caught in one of his explosions, and it didn't take long before the sludge villain was once again in custody. Izuku weaved his way back through the crowd before Kakin could see him, and made his way home deep in thought. He'd asked All Might if a quirkless kid could be a hero like him, and the answer he got was true. Izuku would never be like All Might. He wouldn't be able to bring hope the way the symbol of peace was, but... He thought back to the way the bullies and the villain had run away. Maybe he could be another kind of hero instead. I'm going to enjoy this one, Aizawa claims with his trademark logical ruse grin. His colleagues chuckle and shiver at his intensity, both dreading and thoroughly enjoying the normally bored and tired friend. It doesn't take long for the crowd to calm down for the next chapter. Now playing Deku. I think he's some pro. Similarities. Inko Midoriya had insisted on having Eraserhead, Miss Joke, Mr. Brave, and Sir Nightai all over for dinner before the planned raid next week. Shouta didn't see the necessity of it, but she'd insisted she would be able to spend time with the heroes who were responsible for bringing her son home alive, and he hadn't been able to say no. It shouldn't be too painful, right? Midoriya snorts, famous last words. Oh dear, Midoriya-san said with a mischievous glint in her eye. I do believe I've forgotten a few key ingredients for the desert. Aizawa-san, Fukukedo-san, would you mind running to the store and picking them up? Never mind. Shouta caught Deku smirking out of the corner of his eye and turned to glare at him, to which Deku responded by pasting an innocent look on his face, an effect which was totally ruined by the way his mouth twitched at the corners. Traitor. Uraraka gasped Deku. You aren't going to do this to any of us, are you? Ida asks, suddenly wary of his friend. He doesn't like that. Midoriya only chuckles and waves him off. Of course, Midoriya-san, we'd love to, Fukukato said gleefully. Come on, Eraser. Let's go shopping like an old married couple. The sooner we leave, the sooner we can get back. Shouta said sullenly. Have fun, you two. Nakamura was trying not to laugh, but was failing miserably. Even Sasaki was smiling. Shouta sighed. How was this his life? Aizawa is glaring at the screen, while his colleagues and co-workers try and fail to not laugh at the man. Deku gave them a list and Shouta rolled his eyes as they left. Yep, the problem child was definitely in on it. So Eraser, Fukukato grabbed his arm as she walked. Are you excited for your new class this year? Shouta hoped nobody mistook them for a couple, though he didn't think anyone would, if only because of their different fashion sense. He was wearing a black shirt and bright pink sweatpants, while she was wearing a white and blue striped romper with flowing sleeves. He thought it looked rather good on her, but he wasn't going to say that out loud. Honestly, Shouta didn't know how she thought this relationship would work when they were obviously so different. A relationship with her would take him so far out of his comfort zone that it wouldn't even be funny. Denial. Ashido and Hagakure say in unison. Are we just going to ignore Sensei wearing hot pink sweatpants? Sato asks. Well, I don't want to bring it up with him. Ojuru comments, I don't know. He stepped around a puddle. Most of them have powerful quirks, but you know that's no guarantee of success in the hero industry. She nodded. Yeah, I've had a lot of students over the years who think being a hero will be easy just because they can shoot fire or bend metal with their minds. If that was all it took to succeed as a hero, the licensing exam would have a much higher pass rate. She sighed. I may not be as trigger-happy with expulsions as you are, Eraser. But I do try to get in through my students' heads that heroism isn't just sunshine and rainbows like they've been taught to believe. We had to learn that the strong way, Shoji remarks. That's why I always threaten expulsion on the first day. Shouta said. Even when I don't end up expelling anyone, that threat stays with them. Whenever they're tempted to think they already know what the hero industry is, they'll remember that the first day of hero school was nothing like they expected. Ain't that the truth? Gyro huffs. Maybe it's because we're underground heroes. Fukukato jumped over a crack in the sidewalk and Shouta rolled his eyes. But I feel like we've got a unique perspective about what heroism is outside of fame and calling out special moves. It's dangerous and difficult, and you can't save everyone. She frowned. Sometimes I wish the students understood that. As it is, it's always a shock the first time they encounter actual danger or watch someone die in front of them. It's something they have to experience to really understand. Just telling them won't cut it. Which we learned at the camp. Kendo says solemnly. And you still antagonize Wana even after that. She scolds Monoma. Shouta thought back to his friends, one of them dying on an internship before he ever had the chance to become a real hero. I didn't understand either, at first. Fukukato brought both hands up to her mouth. Oh, Eraser, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. He shook his head. It's okay. It's a part of what made me the hero and teacher I am today. He thought for a moment. It's difficult because I still miss him. But it's not like it's something I can't talk about. This is a very dangerous career we are pursuing. Ida says, clenching his fists. His friends quietly comfort him. Whispering to Mei, he assumes, telling her what happened. He's thankful she doesn't push for details right now. She looked at him softly. Still, I'm sorry for bringing up bad memories. Do you want to hear a joke instead? He glared at her as she grinned. What do you call a fake noodle? I really don't care. An impasta, get it, Eraser? She laughed and grabbed his arm to pull him into the store they'd finally arrived at. Shouta sighed heavily, but turned away to hide a hint of a smile. Why did you even decide to go the underground route, anyway? With your loud personality, you could have easily been a daylight hero. Maybe you could have even had a side job as a comedian like Mike does as a radio host. It fits your quirk well enough. My most commonly asked question. Joke snorts. Fukukato looked up from the shopping list she'd been studying. I was always told I'd be a good comedian, but to me saving people was more important. I didn't want to be a hero to be famous, because if I was worrying about how to be famous, I wouldn't be worrying about how to be the best hero I can be. Shouta hadn't been expecting that answer. If anything, he'd been expecting her to make a joke about it and move on, not give him a genuine answer stemming from her beliefs about fame and heroism. Maybe they weren't so different after all. It's happening. Ashita whispers happily. Me too, he said awkwardly. Mike always makes fun of me and says I chose to be underground because I hate the media, which is definitely true. He cut off Yukikato, who'd been about to tease him. But it was more because I didn't want to deal with having to constantly watch how I was portraying myself, when all I really wanted to do was save people. Well, Eraser, Yukikato said as she punched him lightly in the arm. I think you're doing a pretty good job so far. Yeah, Shouter rolled his eyes. Now what were we supposed to buy? He couldn't help watching Fukukato as she found everything on the list. He hadn't known she was capable of taking things seriously. Her attitude had always made him think that everything was a joke to her, the same mindset that had made him expel many of his students. But here she was proving him wrong. She laughed, apparently, because she chose to. Not because she didn't understand that people's lives were at stake every time she put on her hero costume. Shouta had known her for almost as long as he'd been a hero, but it was starting to seem like he really hadn't known her at all. Everyone is their own personal main character, writing the story of their life with decisions and reactions. Here is simply one such example. Takoyami agrees. Shouta wasn't quite sure how to feel about that. Underscore 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 underscore. They've been gone for a while, Izuku said nervously. You don't think they ran into trouble, do you? Well, there's two options here, Nakamura said as he helped chop vegetables. Either Eraser killed Joke and is now hiding the body, or he slammed the knife down on the table, making everyone jump. She killed him. Joke gasped dramatically. Why, I would never. I'd prefer if she killed him. The world needs all the laughter it can get, Sasaki sighed. But unfortunately, I think the other possibility is much more likely. Mirai Yagi gasped in shock. Oh, don't be so depressing, Inko said. Maybe they realized they're both madly in love with each other and ran off to Tokyo to get married. I like her. Joke chuckles. And didn't invite us? Nakamura put his hand to his send in mock betrayal. I thought I was going to be the best man. Dibs, Mike claims. I'm not getting married, Aizawa growls. Yet. Midnight teases. Izuku laughed. Yeah, right. You're more like the drunk uncle who gives an embarrassing toast. Shut up like you wouldn't be the ring bearer, actually, Inko said with a smile. I'm pretty sure he'd be the flower girl. Mom, Izuku screeches, much to the amusement of just about everyone. Mom, Izuku yelped. Sasaki chuckled while Nakamura bent over in laughter, and Izuku glared at them. Never mind. Everyone out, you're all corrupting my mother. Operation Corrupt Midoriya is a go. Uraraka cheers to Izuku's dismay. Just then the door opened. Hey, what's everyone laughing about? Don't tell me I missed an awesome joke. Don't worry, joke, Nakamura yelled. It was just Midoriya-san laying out a sick burn. Fukukato had a pout on her face when she entered the kitchen. No fair, Aizawa entered. Just as long as she's not burning dinner. Snort cough. Ha-sensei, oh my god. Did he just? VFCK. Everyone stopped and stared at him for a moment before Fukukato's face split into a wide grin. I didn't know you had a sense of humor. Eraser. He raised an eyebrow. If you didn't, then you've obviously never heard of my logical ruses. Wrong kind of humor, Kaminari grins. I think she meant a sense of humor that other people would find funny. Sasaki said blandly, causing everyone to burst out laughing again, while Aizawa scowled. Burn. Dabai snarks, then scowls when Toga burst out laughing. What? She laughs harder. During dinner, Inko quizzed each of the heroes on what they were going to do to keep Izuku safe. Izuku wanted to tell her she didn't have to worry. He was getting really good at combat, and each of the heroes had constantly drilled into his head the importance of hanging back and observing so that he wasn't about to recklessly run into a fight. But at the same time, His mom was letting him do this, despite the fact that it was strong for her. So she deserved to know that he was going to be well protected. You jinxed it. Todoroki deadpans. Izuku sighs. Yeah, probably. Once everyone had been stuffed to Inko's satisfaction, Izuku grabbed his duffel bag from his room. They'd decided it was easier for him to just leave with Eraserhead for his final internship, considering it was officially starting tomorrow. Inko stood by the door with tears in her eyes and scooped Izuku up into a big hug. Come home safe, okay? Her voice shook as she hugged him tighter. I love you. Izuku nodded and hugged her back as he started crying too. I'll be okay, Mom, I promise. I'll show those villains who's boss without doing anything stupid, okay? Inko sniffed and looked at her son proudly. I'm glad you found what makes you happy, Izuku. She then turned to Aizawa. I'm trusting you to bring him home safe. Aizawa nodded solemnly. I care about your son, and I would never let anything happen to him. Not if I can help it. He admits it, cheers many of one, and Aizawa's eyes widened as Inko launched forward and wrapped her arms around his waist. He looked helplessly at the other heroes, who were watching in amusement as he struggled to know what to do with his hands. Eventually, he settled on lightly patting Inko on the back. Okay, we should probably get going. Inko pulled back with a shaky smile. Good luck. Izuku followed his friends out the door with a smile. He was finally going to be a hero. Aw, come on, I want to see the raid. Hagakure whines. I know, honey, Headcase comforts. But first you should see how Mastermind's world is handling the death of. Right, Izuku interrupts. No reason to dwell. Let's get this over with. Of course. Headcase says in understanding, turning to start the next chapter. Now playing Mastermind Strategist for hire. Aftermath thousands showed up for the funeral of the symbol of peace. Tsukachi stood stoically next to Sir Naitai as Gran Torino stood at the podium to give the eulogy. I've known All Might since before he was the symbol of peace. Back then, he was just a kid with a dream. We thought he was crazy, thinking that he could decrease crime just by being visible, by being a symbol. But I guess he was just crazy enough to pull it off. All Might dedicated his life to protecting people, and now he's dedicated his death too. The villains were after him, make no mistake. But All Might did his darndest to make sure that none of those kids were hurt, and he succeeded. This is his legacy. Wherever All Might was, people were safe. He made the world safer just by being there and by being himself. He'll be missed, that's for sure, and the world won't be the same without him. But if I know anything about All Might, I know that he wouldn't want us to lose hope. He'd want us to keep going, keep fighting, and keep protecting those in need. Thank you, All Might, and goodbye. That's a wonderful speech, my old friend. All Might says to his old teacher. Of course, I'm the one who wrote. Torino snarked. Just don't go making me write one back home. Gran Torino went to stand back by Tsukachi, wiping his eyes surreptitiously. The three walked over to the casket along with several other heroes, taking up their places as pallbearers. They had managed to keep the existence of All Might's skeletal form out of the media, so the casket was much larger than it probably needed to be. Tsukachi had caught a glimpse before they'd closed it. Toshinori had looked so small, dwarfed by his own casket, by his own legacy. Sniffles and quiet sobs start up, the pain briefly forgotten in the enjoyment of the other chapters returning with force. Some are on their second box of tissues, and others stubbornly refuse to acknowledge the need. He thought people were supposed to look peaceful in death, but all Tsukachi could think of was the agony and despair that his friend had felt in his final moments as Mastermind slid a dagger between his ribs. Mastermind, who Tsukachi was supposed to have caught. If he had just been a little faster on that first raid, or realized that the villain existed sooner, or managed to track him down before he started showing his face, then maybe, just maybe, his friend would still be beside him, laughing until he coughed up BLD, rather than lying in a box that really was too big for him. You can't do this to yourself. Yagi sighs. Easier said than done. Tsukachi huffs, leaning into the hand his friend places on his shoulder. They lowered him into the ground and Tsukachi couldn't take it anymore. He tried not to run, but walked quickly away from the graveside, not stopping until he reached the relative privacy of the bathroom. He burst into tears and didn't even try to hold them back as he thought of his friend. Not All Might, not the symbol of peace, but his friend murdered in cold blood because he couldn't do his job as a FC King cop and catch the guy. No, this isn't your fault. It's not, we promise. Ashido begs through her tears. He buried his head in his hands and collapsed onto the dirty cement floor, not even caring that he'll have to dry clean his suit after this. He'd been sobbing for a few minutes when he felt arms around him and looked up. He could barely see Gran Torino through his tears, but the old pro was kneeling beside him, whispering to him to breathe and that everything was going to be all right. But it will never be the same, Aizawa rumbles. But it will be all right. Mike comforts. It's not your fault, Tsukachi. There wasn't anything you could have done to prevent it. Roman too could have, Tsukachi sobbed. I could have caught him, I could have ignored the stupid hostage situation and put the BSTRD in Tartarus, so he couldn't FC King hurt anyone else. I could have. Stop that, Gran Torino hit him on the head with his cane. If you'd ignored the hostage situation, there'd be a lot more people dead, and there was still a chance Toshinori would be dead. Mastermind knew his weaknesses. He knew about his injury. He knew about his time limit. No matter what anyone did, Mastermind was always going to kill Toshinori eventually. And the guilt for that rests solely on the BSTRD that held the knife, not on me or you or anyone else. Do you hear me? Damn it, FCKY. Sob, but... No, Gran Torino's right. The two looked up to see that Sir Nightai had joined them. If we were to assign blame on your criteria, I would be just as guilty as you. I was the one who told him to go to UA and find a successor. If I hadn't pushed him like that, he would never have been there, and those villains would never have come. But if we lose ourselves in blame, we will be paralyzed with doubt and fear, and then we will never be able to catch the man who killed our friend. And I won't let that happen. Mirai. Toshinori sighs sadly. The other two looked at him in shock, surprised by the ferocity of his declaration. Sir Nightai had tears streaming silently down his face now, and his hands were clenched at his sides. Suddenly, Gran Torino reached forward and pulled Nightai down onto the floor, wrapping his arms around him. It'll be all right, even if he's not here. It has to be all right. The three didn't know how long they stayed there, sobbing on the floor and holding on to each other for dear life. But by the time they left, the crowds had already dispersed, the news crews were gone, and the gravediggers were already filling the hole with dirt. They each went their separate ways, and Gran Torino waved to the others as they left before turning to face the grave one last time. We'll catch the guy that did this, Toshinori, he whispered. We have to. I know you will. All Might says solemnly. Underscore 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 underscore. So, I need to be completely honest with you. Nedzu sat solemnly at the head of the table. The staff of UA had gathered together for a meeting on how to move forward after All Might's death. 13 was wrapped in bandages, and Aizawa still had a thick piece of gauze taped under his eye, both physical reminders of what had happened. At least the media wasn't blaming them for All Might's death. If anything, they were being praised for how well they protected the students against a horde of unbeatable villains. Small victories. Nedzu's clipped response barely conceals his displeasure. The League of Villains only came to UA because All Might was here. Nedzu continued. He was the ultimate goal, and his presence put the students in danger. And for that, I am truly sorry. Why did you think it was a good idea for him to teach here anyway? He didn't even have teaching credentials, and, Aizawa huffed angrily. Those villains put our students through hell. They had to learn too early that not every villain can be beaten. They had to watch the symbol of peace die. That's not something we can erase from their minds. It's something that will stay with them forever. And it only happened because All Might was here. Sensei. Izuku whispers sadly, a little guilty that All Might was at UA for him. Don't do that. Uraraka commands, startling Izuku into looking her in the eye. He chose to join UA before he chose you, so don't you dare blame yourself for the USG. Izuku chokes back a sob as his friend squeezes him in a tight hug. At the time, I believed the students could learn something from him. He was also unwilling to step down as the symbol of peace. So a teaching job gave him an excuse to step out of the spotlight for a time and respect his time limit. But the main reason I invited him to teach at UA was because of his quirk. Wait, why is he telling everybody about that? Hagakure questions, still sad and now very confused. Nedzu looked around the table at the confused faces of his staff and took a deep breath before continuing. All Might's quirk was unique in many senses of the word. It was called One for All and had an aspect that allowed it to be physically transferred to another person. Nedzu ignored the shocked looks and whispers. He came to UA to find a suitable successor for his quirk. I thought I could point him to some of our students that have been doing well, and he could groom them to become the next symbol of peace. Groom them? Aizawa immediately picks up on the red flag. That's not right. All Might comments. Midoriya isn't Yagi's second coming, but his own person. Nedzu reasons. So, Midnight spoke up. Are you telling us that one of our students has All Might's quirk now? Nezu looked up at her. No. That's just the thing. He had spent the years so far looking at several students, but had not yet made a decision at the time of his death. I normally wouldn't have dreamed of telling you this secret, but it doesn't matter anymore. All Might was not able to pass it on, and his quirk died when he did. What? Oh no, that's bad. So bad. Wait, Izuku calls out, standing and staring Headcase down. Mirio-senpai has One for All in Deku, so I thought he'd have it in the other. But that wouldn't be very entertaining. Headcase's grin widens with mischief. Each of these stories has a different holder, don't they? She chuckles a bit before answering, Clouds has never liked repetition. And that just confirms it. So why are you telling us? Aizawa asked. If he didn't pass it on. It's a moot point, and we don't need to know. Nedzu sighed. I wish it were that simple. You see, One for All has a brother quirk of sorts, called All for One. The villain with this quirk can steal the quirks of others, which he has used to give himself a supernaturally long lifespan. We believe he died in a confrontation with All Might several years ago. But his body was never recovered, and there is a possibility, however slight, that he survived. Until now, the only people strong enough to keep All for One in check have been the holders of One for All. Shigaraki is cackling maniacally, and the heroes and students lean away from him. There was a pause as everyone digested Nedzu's words and their implications. When it finally sunk in, the teachers stared at the principal in horror. Now that One for All is gone, Nedzu whispered. I do not know if there is anyone alive strong enough to defeat All for One. Will he come after the students? Mike asked quickly. I don't know, Nedzu replied. With All Might gone, he shouldn't have any reason to, but there is always the possibility that he does not know that All Might never passed on his quirk, and he will look for the successor among our student body. How will we protect the students? Snipe asked. Nedzu stared off into the distance. I don't know, he said softly. I don't know. What? No, damn it. We might be targeted, don't stop there. The room is a cacophony of grief and fear that takes some time to calm. When they do, Headcase starts the next chapter with a wince. Now playing Viridian the Green Guide. Bullies a kick to Izuku's shin woke him up. Had he fallen asleep in class again? He'd been getting a lot less sleep since he started going out as a vigilante, which of course led to him getting more tired during the day. But it only got worse now that he had a still healing concussion. His teachers didn't seem to care enough about Izuku to notice when he fell asleep in class. But his peers were apparently a different story. He looked up to see a few students crowded around his desk, but most of the class, including Kaken, had already left for lunch. Just leave him alone. Mina whines, still sniffling a little. What's the matter, Deku? That was the kid with extendable eyes that hung around Kaken sometimes. Busy night whoring yourself out or something? Izuku turns toward Katsuki. Kaken, you can't be a hero from prison. He crossed a line, Deku. Katsuki snarls back. Not in our world. Izuku defends. I don't believe you. Katsuki snaps back. Izuku just sighs and turns back to the screen. No. A kid with a minor glow quirk said. Deku's too useless even for that. I don't know what's more insulting anymore. Izuku murmurs. Eyes laughed. You're right. Just do everyone a favor, Deku, and die. Leave some oxygen for the people who actually deserve to breathe. Like you? Gyro snarks. Gyro. Momo scolds. I know, it's just. She sighs, trailing off. I know. Momo assures. Izuku stared at the floor and tried to ignore them as he gathered his books and stood to go to lunch. He was already halfway through the day. He could get through this. It was only another few hours. He made it all the way to the hall before his classmates started him again. Hey, Deku, eyes growled. Are you ignoring us? Izuku ran down the hall as fast as he could. If he could get to the lunchroom, then hopefully his classmates would get distracted by the promise of food, and even if they weren't, the beatings tended to be a little better if there were a lot of people around. Unfortunately, in his haste to get away, Izuku forgot to watch where he was going and ran straight into the kid in his class whose hair was made of boulders. Both Katsuki and Izuku stiffen at that. Watch it, Deku Boulders said. FCK Bakugo barks. Sorry, Izuku stuttered. Roman 2 wasn't looking where I was going, and I just want to go to lunch, so. He tried to duck around him, but Boulders put a large hand on his shoulder and shoved him back before he could. Do you think you can just run into me and not face any consequences? Of course, he'd run into the one kid that made Kaken look like a pacifist. Izuku groans. Excuse me, Mei shrieks. Izuku started shaking and turned around. If he could run before the other two caught up, then he might be able to take a different route to the lunchroom and… There you are, Deku eyes leered at him as he and Glow cut off his path of escape. Izuku glanced behind him, only to see Boulders standing threateningly behind him. Were you guys looking for this nerd? Boulders asked. This is going to be bad. Bakugo huffs. Deku here thinks he can ignore us. Glow said. Yeah. Eyes leaned into Izuku's personal space. He thinks he's better than us. Izuku shrank. No, that's not it at all. I just really think we should be getting to lunch. No. Boulders turned both fists into rocks and slammed Izuku up against the wall. I think maybe we should teach this quirkless loser a lesson first. Stop. Stay away from him. Back off. Underscore 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 Inko rushed to the school in a panic, almost forgetting her purse at work in her hurry to get to Izuku. The woman on the phone hadn't said much. Just that Izuku had gotten into a fight at school, and that she needed to come to pick him up. A fight? Her baby didn't get into fights, he watched them. He analyzed them. But he didn't get into them. I know he probably just got his butt handed to him by bullies, but I just can't help thinking about what she'd think about the vigilante thing. Monoma comments. That's fair. Kendo concedes. What had happened? What if Izuku was hurt? What if he… Inko shook her head. No, she couldn't let her anxiety get the best of her right now. Izuku needed her. She needed to be calm for Izuku. When she finally reached the school, she hurried through the front doors and followed the signs to the front office. Excuse me. I got a call from you about my son. Izuku? Mrs. Midoriya? The secretary asked. Inko recognized her voice as the one who had called her, telling her to come in. Inko nodded, and the secretary gestured to a door off to one side of the office. The principal is already waiting for you. Go right in. Thank you. Inko rushed through the door, but stopped and put her hand over her mouth when she caught sight of Izuku. Oh, baby. Izuku was huddling in a chair across from the angry-looking principal. His uniform was torn and would definitely need to be replaced. But that wasn't what brought tears to Inko's eyes. No. What brought tears to her eyes was the mottled collection of new bruises covering her son's face and neck. From the way the bruises dipped below his collar, Inko had no doubt that his arms and torso were in a similar state. What had happened? Silence. Mrs. Midoriya, you're here. Good. The principal gestured for her to take the chair beside Izuku. Now that you've finally arrived, we can discuss Izuku's punishment. Did I hear that right? Mike asks, scandalized. He's going to punish Midoriya for being attacked. Midnight growled. Punishment? Inko looked between the principal and Izuku, who seemed to be trying to make himself small enough to disappear with no luck. You haven't even told me what this is about. As my secretary explained over the phone, Izuku instigated a fight. A fight? Inko looked at the principal incredulously. Look at the state of my son. That wasn't a fight. It was a beating. You tell him, Mamadori Kaminari cries. The principal's mouth tightened into a stern frown. He attacked a number of his classmates unprovoked and forced them to take defensive action. As I'm sure you are aware, Mrs. Midoriya, our school has a zero-tolerance policy toward fighting, and as such, I am suspending Izuku for 2 weeks. Is suspension? Inko shook her head. What about the other students? Are they being suspended too for what they did to my son? The principal glared at Izuku, then at her. We are not in the habit of punishing victims for defending themselves, Mrs. Midoriya. Your son was the one who started the fight, so he's the one who will receive punishment. F. Seeking Bullshit Ashido sings. F. Seeking Bullshit Kaminari joins in. What? Inko couldn't help raising her voice. But my son didn't start that fight. I know Izuku. He wouldn't do that. Those other children. If you have a problem with the way I run my school, Mrs. Midoriya, the principal interrupted, then perhaps you should find a different one. That's the first smart thing that BSTRD has said all day. Aizawa growls. Inko stared at him in disbelief. What? That will be all, Mrs. Midoriya. The principal turned back to the papers on his desk. Izuku will not be allowed back in school for the next 2 weeks. If he shows up on campus, you will have to come to pick him up, and if it happens again, we will have no choice but to pursue legal action. Have a nice day. Okay, yeah, I'm burning down that school. Dabai growls. Yay, Toga cheers, I'll bring the marshmallows. For the first time, Inko realized that the principal hadn't once tried to ask her son for his side of the story, or even allowed him to defend himself since she'd arrived. There was always the possibility that he'd given Izuku that chance before she'd gotten to the school. But with the way the conversation had gone, Inko didn't think that was very likely. She'd been called here so the principal could execute punishment, not to resolve the situation or figure out what really happened. And that man is allowed to educate children. Endeavor huffs. Izuku didn't look up as they left and started walking toward the train station. What had been happening at that school? What had Izuku been going through? She knew that there had been a few problems with some kids being mean to him right after he was diagnosed quirkless. But he'd always told her so they could report the issue. And then he'd said they stopped. Unless. It never actually stopped. Did it? No, it didn't. Izuku whispers. Inko watched as Izuku froze, then seemed to physically force himself to keep walking. Her poor baby. He'd been going through all this alone for years. Why didn't he tell her? They were all each other. Had he should have told her. She could have. Could have what? Gone to the principal. A fat lot of good that would have done. What could she have even done if she had known? I'm not mad at you, Izuku, she said quietly. I'm sad that you felt like you couldn't tell me. But I understand why you didn't. You can be honest with me, baby. The bullying didn't stop, did it? Izuku swallowed, then shook his head, and Inko felt her heart break. Her baby was never this quiet. What had those boys been doing to him to force Izuku, who could hardly think without mumbling, to go completely silent? She wanted to. Well, it probably wasn't very healthy to want to hurt children. But they had hurt Izuku. They deserved it. Agreed. Todoroki deadpans. Thank you for telling me, baby. Inko said. I'm here. I don't know what we're going to do, because the school obviously isn't going to be any help. But we'll get through this together, okay? Izuku looked up at her and smiled shakily, then winced as they started going down the stairs to the station. Inko frowned and looked at her son a little more closely. Sure, that wince could have been from any one of his numerous bruises, but had he been cradling his left arm like that the whole time? How had she not noticed that? Well, she'd probably been distracted by the bruises and the jerk that called himself the principal, so she couldn't blame herself. But from the way he was holding it, his arm had to be in a lot of pain. He is far too good at hiding his injuries. Recovery girl sighs. Izuku, what's the matter with your arm? Izuku froze, and looked up at her with scared wide eyes before forcing a smile onto his face. "It's nothing, Mom. Don't worry about it." Inko frowned. The first words her son had spoken to her since this whole mess began, and he was trying to convince her that everything was fine. He obviously wasn't fine. "It's not nothing. Izuku, you look like you're in pain. Let me see it." Izuku shook his head and tried to rush ahead further into the station. Inko didn't know what possessed her to grab his injured arm to hold him back. "Oh!" Izuku screamed and snatched his arm away from her, the tears he'd been holding back falling freely down his cheeks. It might seem harsh, but sometimes you must force the issue to help a child. Hound dog assures. Inko held up her hands calmingly. "Izuku, baby, you're hurt. Just let me look at it." He hesitated a long moment before extending the arm out to her and looking away in embarrassment. She gently rolled up the sleeve and gasped. The whole arm was turning an ugly shade of purple, and Inko really hoped she was imagining the strange way. It seemed to bend now that Izuku wasn't holding it against his body. "They broke his arm?" Someone shouts, no one can tell who, too busy glaring at the screen and seething in their seats. "Izuku, we're going to the hospital." Izuku snatched his arm back again and rolled down the sleeve. "Mom, I don't need." She shot him a look that shut him up. "Izuku, from the looks of it, that arm might be broken. You need to go to the hospital." Izuku went silent again as they switched directions and got on the train that would take them to the hospital, rather than taking them home. Inko didn't like her son going silent like this, but it was preferable to him lying and insisting he was fine when he obviously wasn't. What were they going to do? Hopefully take him out of that school. Aizawa grumbles, looking over his less-than-happy students. They're taking this personally, and so is he. At least in the next chapter, they'll probably get some of that analysis they're so excited for. Now playing. Cheat code support strategist. Discovery. Once Izuku gained access to the system, he spent some time familiarizing himself with the system, making sure he knew how to pan between the different cameras and could figure out which cameras covered which areas of campus. Once he was comfortable with that, he grabbed an empty notebook from the shelf and started debating the best way to start his project. The only problem was that the first years hadn't really done anything yet. Yesterday had just been the entrance ceremony and Eraserhead hazing his class, whatever that meant. But they wouldn't start combat exercises until that afternoon at the very least. So what was he supposed to do until then? The entrance exam? Gyro suggested. Izuku thought for a moment before looking through the archives to see if he could find the entrance exam. Whatever it had consisted of, it was apparently a good enough demonstration of each student's quirk and combat ability to determine their qualification for the hero course. So if it was good enough for UI, it should be good enough for him. It was somewhere to start, at least. Good. Start from the beginning. Nedzu agrees. Thankfully, Izuku found the footage he needed quickly, along with a list of the examinees by area. On instinct, he scanned until he found Katsuki's name. Testing Area C. Izuku bit his lip. He didn't actually need to see Katsuki's exam. He knew his quirk well enough from a lifetime of experience to be able to analyze it in his sleep, but a part of him needed to know if Katsuki really was as strong as he'd always bragged. That would be the first time Kaken could really go all out. Izuku says a little excited despite the circumstances. Before he could second-guess himself, Izuku opened the footage from Katsuki's area. The minute that people started moving, Katsuki blasted ahead of the other examinees and went to town, leaving a trail of robot parts in his wake. Izuku felt a surge of anger. Couldn't he at least leave some of the robots for other people? No, that would require him to think about other people for once in his life, wouldn't it? Oh, sit. DMN. Wasn't expecting him to be so sassy like that. As he watched Katsuki destroy robot after robot, Izuku couldn't help but feel grateful that he hadn't tried for the hero course. As much as he hated to admit it, he really wouldn't have stood a chance against robots like that. They weren't the kind of opponents that he would have been able to beat simply by analyzing them. He wouldn't have gotten a single point. You could have gotten in through the sports festival. Shinsu huffs. Katsuki, however, didn't even blink as he destroyed robots left and right. The main issue that Izuku could see was his recklessness. True to form, Katsuki treated the other examinees like extras that weren't even there, resulting in several instances where someone could have been injured from either his explosions or the shrapnel and debris that went flying with the destruction of each robot. Izuku watched as Katsuki let loose a giant explosion, less than a foot from another examinee's face, effectively stealing the three-pointer that he'd been about to destroy. The other examinees that he'd done something like that to had shrugged it off and found another robot far away from Katsuki's attack radius. This one, however, some kid with purple hair that seemed to defy gravity, got angry. Izuku grimaced, knowing what was about to happen as the kid yelled at Katsuki, who wasn't going to let an insult like that stand. Didn't seem too concerned about it at the time. Shinsu comments annoyed at having to relive the exam. To his surprise, however, Katsuki turned around and walked away, allowing the purple-haired kid to finish off the three-pointer that had been injured by Katsuki's attack. That couldn't be right. Katsuki would never have backed down like that even if All Might himself had been yelling at him, much less some extra that he didn't even know. So what had that kid said to get him to just drop it? He's going to love this. Izuku chuckles. Is there audio on these cameras? Izuku muttered to himself, looking at the files more closely. Even if there was, the noise from the fight would probably have drowned out the conversation. But Izuku had to try anyway. He had to know what that kid said. As it turned out, the cameras did have audio. But when Izuku listened to the camera he'd been watching, all he could hear was metallic clanging and explosions as the students raced to destroy the robots. He almost gave up. But then he realized that for an exam like this, Nedzu probably would have gone through extra trouble to make sure that there weren't any blind spots. That meant that there might actually be a camera closer to where the two were fighting, just pointed in the wrong direction, so that it had a different field of vision. Within a few minutes, Izuku had found a camera that was almost directly above the fight he wanted to listen to. Sweet, we get to see what happened. Kaminari grins. Yeah, or Blasty can stop claiming he doesn't remember. Ashido teases. Think what you want, acid trip. Bakugo scoffs. When he first opened the audio, he was worried that he still wouldn't be able to hear anything above the noise of the fight. But after a few seconds, he heard Katsuki's familiar voice. He could barely make it out above the din of combat, but Izuku could still understand what he was saying if he concentrated. He rewound the audio a few seconds until there was the sound of a loud explosion, most likely when Katsuki attacked the robot. And then a voice he didn't recognize started yelling. You almost killed me. That must be the purple-haired kid. What do you think you're doing? Katsuki's answer was more like a growl. Get out of my way, extra. Forget about me and go find yourself another robot. Izuku waited to hear Katsuki's response, but it didn't come. Izuku looked at the time signature on the audio and did a double take when he realized that Katsuki had already stormed off to find another robot. He just told him to go away, and he actually did. That didn't sound like Katsuki at all. Oh, Izuku says in surprise, he didn't. Spoilers. Headcase reminds him. Izuku facepalmed and laughed as he made the connection. He was an idiot. It must be the kid's quirk. There was no other way that Katsuki would have obeyed him. But what was his quirk? It would probably be in his file. Assuming that Izuku had access to it, he navigated back to where the student files should be and entered his password, which actually worked. Information like the students' phone numbers and addresses were blocked out. But Izuku suspected that Nedzu intended that as a mental exercise more than anything else. He didn't need any of that right now, though. He needed quirks. He cross-referenced the list of examinees in Area C with the Hero Course students, only to come up empty. Confused, because someone who could get Katsuki to obey him was obviously extremely strong, Izuku widened his search to all first-year students. Hitoshi Shinsu. Quirk brainwashing. The three-pointer Izuku had seen him take out was about half his points, since his quirk wasn't naturally destructive. So he didn't have nearly enough points to get into the Hero Course, which Izuku honestly thought was a crime. Yeah, Shinsu couldn't compete with kids like Katsuki when it came to destroying robots. But his quirk would be so useful for hostage situations and overpowered villains that couldn't be beaten head-on, and his quirk most likely had a lot of room to grow, since he could obviously modify memories with a simple command. Katsuki would have turned right around to explode him the minute Shinsu released his hold if he hadn't been commanded to forget about him. And since he could do that, there was a chance that he could train to be able to give more complicated commands and maybe interrogations, even though his file said he couldn't give any commands that required higher brain function. Yet. Wow, Greeny's got some ideas. Shinsu comments. Izuku grabbed the notebook he'd ended up scribbling his thoughts in, tearing out the first page that had the beginning of Katsuki's analysis on it, and headed out to the lab again. The other students were all busy at work again, though May did look up when she noticed him, probably expecting him to come over and talk to her. He could drop by her table on his way back, but that wasn't his goal right now. What is your goal right now? May questions, rising to the excitement of her silently vibrating friend. He gripped his notebook a little tighter as he approached Powerloader's desk. Izuku felt bad about interrupting whatever their teacher was working on, but Powerloader had said that he was here to answer any questions they had about projects, and said he wouldn't get in trouble for reporting bullying, so he probably wouldn't get in trouble for interrupting him either. Wait. Maybe he was supposed to go through Nedzu instead, because he was an analysis student. I'm still your homeroom teacher. Meijima murmurs. Izuku, May's voice in his ear made him jump, and he looked over to see her grinning at him. What are you working on? Do you have a project you need approved? Are you going to make a super cool analysis babies? Well, it was too late to go back into his room because May had already caught Powerloader's attention, and he was now looking right at them. Izuku took a deep breath and reminded himself that teachers were supposed to help their students, and Powerloader wasn't like his old teachers, so he wasn't going to get mad. Probably. I won't, I promise. Meijima assures. You said we could do extra credit projects, right? Yep. Powerloader leaned forward attentively. Do you have one in mind? Izuku nodded and opened his notebook. Shinsu Hitoshi. He's a Gen student with a brainwashing quirk, but he originally applied to the hero course. I'd like to see if I can use my analysis to help him improve enough to get into the hero course at the sports festival. What? Shinsu sits forward in shock. That's a pretty tall order, Powerloader said. Do you know how rare it is for someone from another course to actually succeed in transferring that way? The last one was Eraserhead when he was a student here, Izuku said confidently. But Shinsu has what it takes. His quirk is powerful. It's just not any good against robots. Plus, this will be a good way to test if my analyses are useful. If I can help Shinsu improve, then I'll know that my notes are actually helpful. This will be a grand test of his abilities. Nedzu chirps. Powerloader thought for a minute. As long as you won't get too discouraged if he doesn't end up transferring, then I don't see any problem with it. Ooh, Izuku, you said he's got a brainwashing quirk? May grinned manically. I could make so many babies for him, Powerloader, if I make some babies. Could he use them in the sports festival? He's a Gen student? Powerloader asked. He should be able to bring a single support item, but it'll need to be approved by Nedzu in advance. Good enough for me, we're adopting him, May declared. Oh God, I'm being adopted by Chaos Gremlins. Shinsu whispers to himself in horror. Powerloader just sighed. Adopting him? Yep, May smiled. Izuku and I are adopting him as our extra credit project. Let me read your notes. May grabbed his notebook and started reading, while Powerloader looked at Izuku, who smiled and shrugged. Hey, at least she didn't try to call Shinsu one of her babies. Yet. Uraraka teases. May hummed and turned a page. Where did you even find extra credit-kun? Anyway, Izuku. Izuku couldn't hold back a grin as he started walking back toward his room. He yelled at my ex-bully during the entrance exam. May cackled, and the crowd joined her at the blunt DLVRY. It doesn't take long for the room to settle with the levity from this chapter calming their nerves. The excitement surrounding a new story returns as the next chapter plays. Now playing.